Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 375. The water level in the river was still rising. It seemed to be rising very slowly. If one stared at it with their eyes, they could barely see the extent of the rise. However, every 2 hours, they would find that the water level had risen a little. The sky that was filled with dark clouds seemed to be even darker. Even though it was not night yet, the people on the shore were still there filling up the sand and stones. Zhang Zhong had already gone back to the fire once. A part of his clothes was dry, but a part was still wet. The heavy rain did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Zhang Zhong once again stood on the embankment. "Master, if the water level really rises, where do you think it will break?" The bailiff's heart was tightly gripped at this moment. In a short 4 hours, the water level had risen another inch. As long as it rose another 4 inches, the lower part of the embankment would not be able to stop the flood. How could Zhang Zhongshang know where the water level would break if it didn't drop? He could only force himself to be calm and said, "When the time comes, we'll see which place is dangerous. We'll get people to nail the stakes there and pile up the sandbags." The bailiff nodded blankly. He did not have any good ideas. He could only save the place where it was dangerous. Just as they were talking, water began to seep out of a section of the embankment. The seeping was not much, but under such heavy rain, it could be seen. "Master, master, here is the water, master." A person in charge of monitoring the situation saw the situation and hurriedly shouted at Zhang Zhong. At this time, a clap of thunder sounded, causing the person's shout to be much softer. However, such a soft voice, in the ears of everyone, was louder than the clap of thunder that day. Zhang Zhong turned his head to look, and his feet also moved. As he ran, he shouted, "Where is it? Don't be afraid. Come, bring the stakes over. Sandbags, sandbags." The person who was arranged to carry the stakes did not dare to be negligent. He carried the sharp stakes and ran over. The people who were guarding the sandbags also immediately carried sandbags and rushed over. Nail it for me. If there is a break, use people to block it. Take a rope, tie one person to one person. If we die together." Zhang Zhong changed from his frail appearance. He took off his official robes, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped forward. The yamen runner was so scared that he hugged Zhang Zhong. "Your Excellency, you can't go down. These people are still waiting for your order. This humble one will go down, let this humble one do it. This humble one can swim and is not afraid of this. Your Excellency, please put on your clothes. We haven't made a decision yet." The commoners were stunned for a moment. Only when they heard the bailiff's words did they react. They didn't care if the dam was about to burst. They rushed up and smashed the wooden stakes with all their strength on the inside of the river. The ropes on the other side were also prepared. One by one, bare-chested young men were tied up one after another, waiting to block the dam when it burst. After a quarter of an hour, the tense atmosphere was finally relieved. After the wood was nailed in and the sandbags were thrown in, everyone was no longer as worried as before, even though there was still water seeping out of this section. The 2 rows of wooden stakes were smashed into the river and sandbags were piled inside. For a while, there was no danger here. The bailiff took the official robes that Zhang Zhong had just taken off and wanted to put it on for Zhang Zhong. It wasn't easy to put on this kind of official robes. When Zhang Zhong took it off, it had already been torn. He could only drape it over his body. After being soaked by the water, there was some mud on it. He didn't look much better than a beggar. But it was this kind of official robes that was the real official robes in the eyes of the commoners. Even if it wasn't very decent, even if Zhang Zhong looked very embarrassed, in the eyes of the commoners, Zhang Zhong was a county magistrate. He had more authority than the other county magistrates. Zhang Zhong was also scared for a while. He was really anxious just now and wanted to help. Now that he had calmed down, he ordered, "Send people to guard the other places. Absolutely do not allow any breach." The commoners were very obedient and let people check the places one by one. The bailiffs also found ropes first. If there was any danger, they would jump in first without waiting for the county magistrate's order. A waterproof lantern covered with oil paper was picked up and faintly shone on the river. The water seemed to have risen a little. In addition to the sound of rain and thunder, there was only the sound of the commoners working and the sound of digging sand and stones. At this moment, the sound of nature seemed to be separated from the sound of people. They could all hear it, but they were so different. Just between these two sounds, a new sound was discovered. The sound of horses' hooves in the water came from afar. The sound was getting louder and louder. There was also a waterproof lantern in front of the carriage. On the light yellow oil paper, there was a picture of two rice seedlings together with their eyes wide open. When everyone was fixed on the lantern, the bailiffs in the inner yard suddenly carried Zhang Zhong up and crazily shouted, "Master, the young master and the young lady are here. Master, the young master and the young lady." Zhang Zhong was also shocked. He never would have thought that his son and daughter-in-law would suddenly come over at this time. Beside the carriage, there were also guards who were controlling the horses steadily. They stepped on the water with the same footsteps, making clattering sounds. "Father, did you think it was too hot and came out to take a cold bath? What happened to your clothes? Did someone push you into the river?" On the way here, Zhang Xiaobao met the guards who went to look for them. Knowing that it was dangerous here, he sped up and jumped off the carriage. Looking at the situation, he knew that everyone was worried, so he deliberately said a joke. Zhang Zhong could not describe his current mood. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law and said, "Xiaobao, they are going to break. What can you do?" Is it really dangerous? What can I do?" "Yes, I do. God told me where to break, but I don't agree. If I don't agree, then it will never happen," Xiaobao proudly said. He even raised his head to look at the sky. A large bolt of lightning flashed above his head. Xiaobao was so scared that he trembled. He reached out his hand to wipe his face. He still had that indifferent expression. Others did not know whether what Zhang Xiaobao said was true or not, but the bailiffs next to him completely believed it. They echoed and shouted, "Did you see that? Our young master said that the place where the dike will break. If the young master says it will not happen, then it will not happen." Zhang Zhong was really puzzled at this time. Was his son really a monster or an immortal? Could he even change the things of God? He asked uncertainly, "Xiaobao, can you really make the place where the dike will not break?" "Father, in fact, it is not certain. If God and I think the same and want to break at the same place, then I can't stop it. If God says that the place where the dike will break, that place may not be fixed, but if I say that the place will break, then it will definitely break. Father, wait for me and Cuckoo to look around and then choose the place where the dike should break," Zhang Xiaobao said to his father like a tongue twister. He pulled Wang Wan and began to look around. Zhang Zhong understood that his son did not come to prevent the dike from breaking, but to find a place where the dike would break. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law disappear in the heavy rain, Zhang Zhong did not know what to do. After about half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned back like drowned rats. "Father, this dike can't be blocked. We don't have a lake yet. Let people take advantage of this time to dig a channel and lead the water to the lake. Now that we have a lake, the matter of the river here is also solved." Zhang Xiaobao finally chose a place. From there, the water could flow to the designated place and also bypass the place where the people lived at the bottom of the mountain. The dike there looked more stable than other places. It was okay to be stable, but it could not withstand damage. Zhang Zhong heard his son's words and felt that it was indeed the case. He hesitated for a moment and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you really want to do this?" "Father, don't worry. It's just 3 days of rain. It may not be able to fill the lake. There is no other way. Do you really think that your son is an immortal? If I have that ability, I can just make some money. Why do I have to work so hard to make money? Father, hurry up and give the order. Otherwise, there will be water seeping in a while." Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father had not made up his mind, so he scared his father a little. Just now, when he was walking around, he heard someone say that there was water seeping. Naturally, he also heard that his father was going to personally jump in to block the dike, which made him scared. Zhang Zhong muttered, "I really want to do this twice in a row," and finally made up his mind. His son was not an immortal, but his son was usually not wrong. "Someone, over there, dig a channel for me. It will connect to the low-lying place behind. Be quick, don't dig the dike first." Many people did not know what the county magistrate wanted to do, so they could only follow the order and dig according to Zhang Zhong's request. With the help of the weak light of the waterproof lanterns and the lightning, they began to work as if their lives depended on it. In just 2 hours, they had dug out a channel where the rainwater had seeped in. The deepest part of the channel was 4 feet deep and 6 feet wide. With this channel, it was impossible to smoothly drain the rainwater, but at least there was a direction to drain it. If the water was not drawn over, the dike would burst from who knows where. Dig on the dike, little by little, let the water come over first." Zhang Zhong then ordered. A few of the bolder men tied ropes to their bodies, and with shovels in hand, went up to that spot, and began to dig up the soil and throw it into the river. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, the river would be able to overflow the lower part and flow into the canal. "Sandbags, pile them up 1 zhang away from the channel. Pile them up tightly." Zhang Zhong shouted to those who were ready to carry the sandbags. These people carried the sandbags and began to pile them up on both sides of the channel. When the dike was dug and the water flowed down, the sandbags were piled up. Chapter 376. Most of the people were paying attention to the diversion of water, so they did not hear the sound of the carriage behind them. The guards of the Wang mansion noticed it, but they were far away, so there was no need to rush over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also noticed it, but the two of them just glanced at it and ignored it. In the end, that person directly came over and questioned them. Everyone turned around to look. The commoners did not know much and did not know who that person was. Zhang Zhong and his family looked at the person's dark red official robe and knew that he was a 4th-grade official. What's the use of being a 4th-grade official? Why are you still pretending to ask others to hold an umbrella for you? If an umbrella is useful, we won't have to endure the rain. Wang Wan was part of the system and was disgusted by the system. She muttered at the side. Her voice was loud enough for the person to hear. In such a dark time, it was hard to see if the person's face had any changes. Zhang Xiaobao also did not hold back. After all, this person was the one who questioned him just now. He also said, "I have seen this kind of thing many times. When you get an assistant position, you feel that you are awesome. Especially when you meet someone with a lower rank, you are afraid that others will overlook the existence of the assistant. I guess he is just an assistant. The rain is heavy and the light is dim. I can't tell if it's dark red or light red. Maybe he is a 5th-grade official and deliberately let people hold the umbrella. When the rain falls, he looks like a 4th-grade official. Look at my father. If his clothes are not damaged, people will believe that he is a 6th-grade official. Good method. I am the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Why should I wear a 5th-grade official's uniform? Where is Huayuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong?" The person waved his hand and pushed away the umbrella that was held for him. He asked the crowd. He is actually short-sighted. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father was clearly beside him, but this person was still looking around. He looked at him with the help of the lanterns and understood. He was short-sighted. Unfortunately, there were no spectacles in this era. Then why not make a mirror for him? He spent a lot of money to buy materials. How about the assistant minister? Even when Grandpa Bai came with an official position, he didn't act like this. Wang Wan muttered in dissatisfaction. Sir, Zhang Zhong is standing right in front of you, the person holding the umbrella whispered into the assistant minister's ear. At this moment, Zhang Zhong also took 2 steps forward and asked the assistant minister, "Are you Assistant Minister Liu from the Ministry of Works?" "I am the county magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong." "Oh, you are." Assistant Minister Liu Weiwei nodded. Immediately, someone brought a lantern over and shone it closer. "Why did your clothes become like this? What kind of decorum is this?" Assistant Minister Liu was able to see more clearly this time. He glared and questioned loudly. The people who came with him thought it was quite normal, but the people who were working around them didn't want to do it. They shouted and swarmed forward, scaring Assistant Minister Liu into retreating several steps. He couldn't see what was going on, so he shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want?" "Sir, let's get down to business." Zhang Zhong's clothes seemed to have been accidentally torn when he was controlling the flood. He didn't have time to change them. The person holding the umbrella was worried that his people would be surrounded and killed by the people, so he had to persuade him. Assistant Minister Liu raised his sleeve and wiped his eyes. He then tugged at his clothes, which were almost wet. Only then did he say, "Zhang Zhong, Minister Liu of the Ministry of Works wants you to hand over the person who wrote the book on nature to me. Immediately send someone to find him." "Who? What salt?" Zhang Zhong didn't know that his son and daughter-in-law made a book on nature, so he asked in confusion. You don't know the person in your family and the book? Are you trying to lie to me?" Assistant Minister Liu glared at his eyes again and asked with a straight face. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they knew it was a lie. It seemed that the minister had only found out about the book when he saw the old man. In that case, Liu Feidong really was a relative of the minister's family. Could it be that the plough was also made by him? Ask him later. He's a talent. Wang Wan thought of Liu Feidong and pondered. If everything was really a coincidence, then this person might be of some use. Zhang Xiaobao agreed deeply and said, "We have to find him and find out the truth. This assistant minister is a bit annoying." Zhang Zhong was also angry this time. Not to mention that he didn't know what nature was, even if he knew, so what? Whose superior was it? There were too many superior officials. After standing there in silence for a few breaths, Zhang Zhong decided to ignore this person. He turned around and waved his hand at the people, "Continue to fill the sandbags and protect the canal. The people in charge of the piles should also prepare. If any place is damaged by the water, block it up." After saying this, Zhang Zhong took large strides to the side of the canal. In fact, he didn't take more than 5 steps. He stood on top of the sandbags and asked someone to hold a lantern to watch the flow of the water. In the eyes of the people, there was only the county magistrate. If someone else came, they wouldn't care whether it was a wolf or a dog. It had nothing to do with them. Listening to the county magistrate was right. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao took out a paper bag from his chest. It wasn't oil paper. The paper was wet and rotten. He dug out a small thing from the bag and handed it to his father. "Father, eat some ginger. It's raining heavily outside and the wind is cold." Zhang Zhong looked at the thing his son handed over. His hand had already reached out, but he retracted it. "Xiaobao, father can't eat it. The people are also holding on. They have been outside for longer than father. If the people haven't eaten, how can father eat it? You and Cuckoo can eat it." Zhang Xiaobao didn't insist. He waved his hand and called the bailiff over, "Go to my carriage and ask around. He knows where the medicine for the bath is. In a moment, get someone to boil some water and boil the medicine. When the time comes, give it to my father, Cuckoo and I, as well as some wine. The one for the ginseng. Do you remember?" "Young master, I remember. Don't worry, I'll go and prepare it. It won't be bad." The bailiff replied and turned around and ran off. At this time, Assistant Minister Lu, who had been left out in the cold, finally reacted. Just now, there was someone in front of him. He thought that Zhang Zhong hadn't left. When he heard Zhang Zhong's voice, he realized that the distance between them wasn't right. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His eyes widened again. He pointed in the general direction of Zhang Zhong. "Zhang Zhong, didn't you hear what I said? I want to impeach you." "Then why aren't you writing the impeachment report? There's no one outside to prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for you. This isn't a post house, and it's not a yamen. There's no place to entertain an official, and there's no place to prepare food for an official. Assistant Minister Lu, please do as you please." If it were another county magistrate, perhaps they would be afraid. However, Zhang Zhong didn't care at all. He didn't want to be a 6th-ranked official. Instead, he came here to be a 7th-ranked county magistrate. There were so many people buying coal, why would he care about an assistant minister? If he wanted to impeach someone, he would send someone to investigate. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he strolled up the canal. The lantern moved with him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed behind, ready to run at any time. What if there was a leak? The two of them didn't think that they had the ability to survive in such a situation. Seeing Zhang Zhong leave, the people brought by Assistant Minister Lu couldn't stop him. There were bailiffs, guards, and many people glaring at them. The person holding the umbrella had to come up with another idea. "Sir, why don't we do as Minister Lu said and ask about the book? If we can see him, we'll see him. If we can't, we'll leave a good impression on him. Unruly people, they're all unruly people. Did you see? They dared to open up the canal and let the water flush the county. Just this alone will let them know what's good for them." Assistant Minister Lu was still angry. He rushed over in the rain, and the sky was dark. He didn't expect that when he met someone, they didn't treat him well and didn't even give him a cup of tea. This kind of person definitely couldn't be forgiven. The person holding the umbrella didn't care whether he could see it or not. He nodded vigorously. "Sir, you're right. If you want to impeach, then what should we do about the matter?" Minister Lu said. "We can't rush into the yamen to arrest him. We have a few people here, and it's easy to not get out." "Humph. Wait for me to go over and scare him. I'll make him hand over the person himself. With the person in hand, the Ministry of Works will be different in the future. What book do you want? Come with me." Assistant Minister Lu seemed to have been affected by the environment and the things he had encountered. He became crazy. He didn't care about what would happen in the future. He only wanted to suppress Zhang Zhong. Normally, he definitely wouldn't be like this. With a heart full of anger, Assistant Minister Lu stumbled toward the lantern next to Zhang Zhong. The other people who had followed him couldn't do anything. They could only follow him and occasionally protect him. Two people walked in front of him and carefully blocked him to prevent him from falling into the canal. At this time, the water was not small. There were even places where the water had overflowed the canal and seeped through the sandbags. There were people working hard to fill in the soil. If they fell in, at least 9 out of 10 people would fall in. Then hurry up and report it. I don't have time to deal with you. If you continue to make noise in front of me, I'll have the people write a 10,000 people petition against you. Lu Yenzhua, do you think the higher-ups will believe you, or will they believe me? If you push me too far, I'll take food from Sanshui County tomorrow and send it to the capital. I'll say that the emperor is at peace and that the people of Huayuan County are gathering food to report to the emperor. I'll add a 10,000 people petition. Zhang Zhong threatened with full confidence. Assistant Minister Liu was so scared that he slipped and almost fell. He pointed at Zhang Zhong and said, "You're taking food from Sanshui County in the name of the people of Huayuan County. You're quite bold. If the people of Sanshui County don't say anything, what can you do? You're quite bold. I dare to push you into the river. I'll say that Assistant Minister Liu came to investigate the irrigation works. In order to block the water, you rushed forward without a care for your own safety and fell into the water. Sir Liu, do you think I dare or not?" Chapter 377. Assistant Minister Liu was really frightened this time. He was supported by someone and watched the lantern representing Zhang Zhong gradually disappear into the distance. He didn't dare to make a sound. This push also woke him up. He sighed and said to the person holding him, "Let's let go. Let go. Looks like we won't be able to rush back tonight. Look around and see if anyone can give us a place to rest. It would be best if there's something to eat. Remember to pay." "Your Excellency, that Zhang Zhong, he..." the person behind him asked. "Forget it. County Magistrate Zhang is devoted to the people. He should be rewarded. When we go back, I'll help him write a memorial to ask for a reward." Assistant Minister Liu seemed to have suddenly become a different person. The person behind him let go of his hand and said, "In that case, we'll go ask them and ask them to give us the best place and the best things. We'll give them a few taels of silver. It's too good for them. Hurry up and do it." Assistant Minister Liu said calmly and turned to go back. Zhang Zhong didn't care about Assistant Minister Liu at all. He was still looking at the canal and asked the person next to him, "How's the situation on the other side of the river?" "Your Excellency, it's fine. Since the opening here is getting bigger and bigger, the water level on the other side of the river has dropped." "Your Excellency, how long do we have to keep the water flowing? If the opening is too big, we won't be able to fill it." The person who had just gone to check the situation replied respectfully. Zhang Zhong raised his arm and pointed to the place where the water was flowing. "When that place becomes a lake, that's when we can stop." "Your Excellency, if it really becomes a lake, there's no need to stop. We can just draw water from the lake and connect it to other places." "Does Your Excellency really want that place to become a lake? There are still some people in the fields there." The person was worried about Zhang Zhong. "Yes, the shrimp fields. In the future, the people who originally planted there can raise shrimps. They won't have to worry about not being able to sell the shrimps. Many people will come to buy them. When the time comes, those who live near you can come and eat. When the mountain is repaired, remember the name. The first time is free." Zhang Zhong's idea was his own. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned this matter, he only mentioned raising something. Zhang Zhong felt that it was fine to let these people eat for free. "Sir, my family is not from here. We are from a neighboring county." This person regretted not moving to Huayuan County earlier. It seemed that it was not easy to enter now. Zhang Zhong smiled and said, "This time, you have contributed a lot to this county. If you are willing to stay and live in this county will accept all of you. Won't it be close in the future?" "Sir, you're not lying to me?" the man asked happily. "Of course, I won't lie to you." Zhang Zhong couldn't wait for all the people in the surrounding counties to come and live with him. "Sir, please wait for me. I will go and inform them that I am also a citizen of Huayuan County in the future. Sir, when the time comes, I will treat you to the free prawns." The person left behind these words and ran towards the people who came with him. "Okay, go and come back quickly. I still have to watch over here." Zhang Zhong shouted at the man and laughed to himself, this is a lot of people. Between the clouds and the water, Sanshui County. The old man was not resting yet. He didn't care whether it was dark or not. He sat in the pavilion with a bamboo hat on his head and continued fishing. The water was boiling on the stone table in the pavilion. A man in ordinary green clothes was watching the fire. From time to time, he glanced at the old man who was fishing. When the water boiled, the old man put down the fishing rod and walked over. He washed the tea bowl, put some tea leaves in it, and rinsed the water. After a while, he poured the water out and rinsed it again. Only then did he close the lid. Minister Lu, do you think that Kid Lu can achieve his goal this time? I don't think so. Won't he just ask Zhang Zhong to hand him over directly? The old man grabbed a handful of snacks made of pumpkin seeds and ate one as he spoke to the person sitting in front of him. Minister Lu also followed suit. He grabbed a small handful and put it in his hand. However, he wasn't in a hurry to eat it. Instead, he said to the old man, "Old minister, you might have thought wrongly. LV Yenzhua has always been working under me. He is reliable, patient, and meticulous. How could he do something wrong? That's not right. On a rainy day, he rushed all the way here. Before he could rest, he was sent out by you again. Moreover, he saw the clairvoyance and that fan thing. He felt wronged and wanted to make a big contribution. On top of that, he is a fourth-rank official. He rushed here in a hurry. If he doesn't do well, he might show his authority first. If it was someone else, it would be fine. However, he is facing Zhang Zhong. How could Zhang Zhong let him do that? If Zhang Zhong stayed in the yamen, he might have returned empty-handed. However, if Zhang Zhong is busy with the county affairs, no one would be in a bad mood on such a rainy day. The old man knew what kind of character Zhang Zhong was. He had also interacted with LV Yenzhua before. He always felt that the two of them didn't seem to get along. Zhang Zhong was the kind of person who did things straightforwardly. The old man had nothing to worry about. His family was rich and powerful. He also had a master guiding him behind the scenes. LV Yenzhua's character was more feminine. If it was a normal time or an official in the imperial court, he would know how to endure. However, he met a local official. In addition, it was an opportunity to make a contribution. Moreover, the weather was bad. It was very likely that he would use the method of suppressing the other party to get the matter done quickly. Originally, he wanted to contact the other party. If it was someone else, they would also want to find the person directly. It was easy for a minister to find a person who didn't have any achievements. However, that person was the lifeblood of the Zhang family. Not only did he do things well, but he also made money. How could Zhang Zhong let such a person go? Minister Lu didn't think so much. He ate a pumpkin seed and felt that it tasted good. He smacked his lips and said, "Old minister, don't worry. LV Yenzhua won't cause any trouble. Even if he uses his official position to suppress others, he will definitely endure it and find an opportunity to retaliate. But that Zhang Zhong, how can he be so daring? Then he needs to be properly sharpened. If his edges are too sharp, he's not suitable to be an official. As for his family, since he can make a curved plow, right nature, and even create a clairvoyant, I'll use the Ministry of Works order to recruit him. Then don't think about getting anything. If you anger that person, you won't be able to do anything else as a minister in the future. It seems that you don't know that person's methods. I actually hope that you can give it a try. Let this old man open his eyes." The old man didn't think that Lu Jiro could fight against the person behind Zhangjie Zhuangzi. That person's methods were hard to understand. When he was gentle, he was like a Buddha in 10,000 homes. In Sanshui County, no one said anything bad about the Zhang family. When he was ruthless, he was like a cold wind blowing in one's face. Life or death, it was all in one's mind. In particular, this person seemed to know almost everything. If he wanted to kill someone, he didn't need knives, guns, bows, or crossbows. Just the firecrackers in the grocery store were enough. Unfortunately, this person was deeply hidden and couldn't be seen by others. Li Sun sent someone over. He learned a lot of things, especially mathematics. However, the person who taught him was definitely not the person behind the Zhang family. Lu Shangshu looked at the old man's eyes. His hands were already clenched into fists. He was very uncomfortable because of the pumpkin seeds. After a few breaths of time, he finally sighed. Since old minister said so, I naturally don't dare to look for trouble. It's just a pity that he can make so many things. Old minister, don't tell me you don't want him to do something for the country and the people? He had a good grasp of when to advance and when to retreat. He didn't feel like he had lost face at all. The old man chuckled and said, if we really want to talk about ability, it shouldn't be your Ministry of Works. It won't make a difference even if you put it in the Sea Agricultural Temple. Look at the rice planted by Zhang family and Wang family. The average yield per mu is more than 3 dan. In the superior fields, it can even reach 5 dan. How's this ability? Look at the poultry and livestock raised by the Zhang family and Wang family. Compared to other places, they are much better. The chicks can give birth to chicks without the need for a hen. How's this ability? Even if you don't put him in the Sea Agricultural Temple, it will be more useful if you put him in my Ministry of Revenue. Look at the business opened by Zhang family and Wang family. All the money of my academy is paid by them. Do you know how much they have paid? How much? Lu Shangshu asked. Very much. Do you see those flags? Also, there are the banners here and the banners on the boat. They used 40% of the money to exchange for half a year's worth of food and clothing for the academy's students. Shouldn't such people be put in the Ministry of Revenue? Look at the place where the Zhang family and Wang family live in Zhuangzi. During the day, you can go there for a stroll. It's a beautiful rural area. At night, you can send people there to make trouble. If there are fewer people and they don't care about killing people, they will kill everyone who goes there. Is it okay to put such people in the Ministry of War? During this time, the old man thoroughly learned about the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. The more he learned, the more shocked he was. The day before yesterday, there was a person who accidentally sprained his foot in the canal. He asked his family to go back to the courtyard between the clouds and the water to find someone to treat him. However, before his family could go to the courtyard, a doctor came out of nowhere and treated him with medicine. If the doctor could be so fast, then what about the guards? If someone went there at night to make trouble, the doctor would be really ruthless. It was scary to think about it. Perhaps when the sun came up, not even a corpse could be found. Lu Jiro had not been here for a long time, so she didn't know about these things. When she heard the old minister's words, she thought about it and guessed some things. Because she guessed it, Lu Jiro was even more excited. Old minister, with such a person here, how can you just ignore it? He's an all-rounder, I wonder how old he is. If he's younger than you, old minister, he can do a lot of things. Who said I didn't care? It's because of this that I didn't dare to force him. What if that person felt uneasy and left the Zhang family? I'm still teaching Zhang family's 2 children. I don't know if it's because that person knows that such children have come to the Zhang family, or because he came. The 2 children are better than the children of ordinary families. You may not believe it, but as long as you're willing to teach them, they're willing to learn. What you teach today, they'll mention something they don't understand tomorrow. Even if they learn it, when I teach them, they've already learned the 1,000-character classic and memorized the Analects of Confucius. Now they're learning the selected literary works. When they reach a certain level, they feel that they can't catch up, so they start to memorize the area classics. What do you think? The old man didn't hide anything. These were all relatively normal, the kind that wasn't normal. He told Lu Jiro one by one. After listening, Lu Jiro was stunned. Chapter 378. Now you know, right? Sometimes, you don't have to meet to do things well. You have seen the clairvoyance. For us, it's a very common thing. 2 crystal pieces and a bamboo tube. But when it's made, it can let the army know the enemy's movements in advance. The old man didn't care about Lu Jiro's silly appearance and continued to talk. When he felt that the tea was almost ready, he lifted the teacup and used the lid to remove the tea foam. He took a sip and exhaled, looking like he was enjoying it. Lu Jiro had drunk this kind of tea before, but at that time, she drank the Xinyang Maojian tea that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had people steal from Hunan. This time, it was the West Lake Longjing tea. Huh! Old minister, this tea of yours. After drinking a sip, Lu Jiro asked in surprise. Do you feel that it's different from what you drank before? Do you know where this tea came from? When the old man saw her expression, he guessed that she still didn't know where the tea came from. Lu Jiro shook her head and said, I really don't know where it came from. At that time, when someone sent it to me, they said that they wanted me to help Zhang Zhong. But the examiner and I didn't get along well, so I didn't help much. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong actually passed the exam? Later, when they arranged the official position, I also didn't do anything. Those people seemed to be helping Zhang Zhong too. Later on, I understood. Since they could find me, they could find someone else. Could it be that this tea was bought by Zhang Zhong's family as a gift? I also have a lot of black fungus. I heard that it was planted by Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Until now, I still haven't figured out how to plant black fungus. I don't have any seeds. It's really not a waste of talent to let that person go to the agriculture temple. The old man didn't speak directly. Instead, he took another sip of tea, grabbed the pumpkin seeds on the table, and ate a few. Lu Jiro didn't interrupt him and sat there quietly waiting. After the old man finished eating, he patted some of the seasonings on his hands and said, The tea you drank was picked by me from West Lake. I gave it to Zhangjie Zhuangzi and they brought back the tea leaves for me. The tea you drank before was taken from Hunan. It was also passed to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Zhangjie Zhuangzi made this kind of tea? Then wouldn't they have become the target of public criticism? Lu Jiro naturally understood the value of this kind of tea. Drinking it was addictive. She was very careful when she drank it and was reluctant to part with it. Who would have thought that as long as the Zhang family's manor picked the tea and sent it to them, they would make good tea? The old man too's Lu Jiro. He took another sip of the tea. Where did the arrows come from? The tea that other people drink is all sent out from the prince's mansion. The tea produced by the Zhang family, some of it is kept for themselves, some of it is sold, and most of it is sent to the prince's mansion. The prince's mansion can either give it away or sell it for money. Who would dare to rob the Zhang family's recipe? What's the difference between that and robbing the prince's mansion? The only one who can get the recipe is the emperor. But the emperor is very good to his brother. How could he do such a thing for a cup of tea? Besides, if the emperor wants to drink it, how could there be less? Old Minister Li is right. Then can you give me the Book of Nature? I'll go back and let people think about it. Maybe they can make something more useful. Lu Jiro brought up the matter of the book. Oh. Minister Li won't wait for Assistant Minister Lu? Maybe Assistant Minister Lu can bring him back. The old man deliberately said. If it was before, it would be possible, but now it's impossible. The Zhang family has a close relationship with the prince's mansion. Why would they be afraid of a mere assistant minister? Especially when I heard that Zhang Zhong's methods are amazing. He just took over Huayuan County, and he cleaned up the original people. He repaired the roads and mountains, and even the river was repaired by your nephew. It's not easy to find a mistake. Even if you find one, as long as it's not a rebellion, what can you do to him? The Zhang family has not found an excuse to reward them for their contribution. At worst, we'll be even. But in the emperor's heart, we may not be even. When Assistant Minister Lu comes back, I'll persuade him. At this time, Lu Jiro no longer had any hope for Assistant Minister Lu. When a high-ranking official came to a place, he naturally had to put on airs. The officials in the capital and the officials outside were not the same. Even the most amiable people in the court would have a bit of arrogance. In addition, this matter was a great contribution, and the weather was bad, so it was normal for him to lose his temper. The key to the problem was who the other party was. Zhang Zhong could be said to be in charge of 2 counties. His family was rich, he was the new top scorer, he had a good relationship with the prince, he had a good relationship with the old minister, and he also contributed to the contribution of the prescription. Why would such a person care whether or not the other party was a capital official? There's no rush. We'll talk about it when he comes back. If it's not done, then take the book. If it's done, then I won't have to worry too much. I heard the 2 children say that a lake will be built at Yaowang Mountain in the future. This is also a matter for your Ministry of Works. When the time comes, don't forget what to do. Zhangjia Zhuangzi has never been simple. The old man still wanted to see how Assistant Minister Lu would handle this matter, even though Lu Jiro already knew that it was going to be a bad thing. Lu Jiro understood, old minister, where will this Zhang Zhong go in the future? Where else can he go? In his hands, Huayuan County will become a Shang County like Sanshui County. At that time, he will naturally enter the court as an official. If he doesn't become a 5th-rank official, then he will be at least a 6th-rank official. Maybe then you will have the opportunity to work together. Isn't Zhang Zhong's age a bit too young? If he enters the court at such a young age, it will be a waste to not give him a position with real power. Lu Jiro felt that this was not a good idea. He had only been a county magistrate once. No matter if he was from Zhongxian or Shang County, even if he really entered the capital, his future career would not be smooth. If it was someone else, he wouldn't think about it. However, the person in the Zhang family seemed to have been helping Zhang Zhong to get up step by step. If Zhang Zhong's career did not progress, who could guarantee that that person would not be disheartened? After Lu Jiro mentioned it, the old man also thought of this point. With the ability of the Ping Zhang family, they should not enter the court too early. Going to a place to gain experience, and experience was the right way to go. Thinking of this, the old man fell into deep thought. He was pinching the pumpkin seeds in his hand. Lu Jiro looked across and suggested, why don't we wait for Zhang Zhong to turn Huayuan County into Shang County? Then we can help him and not let him enter the capital. We can send him to a place farther away, a place that is more difficult. According to their ability, if they can make that place a little better, it will also be a great achievement and experience. This matter can't be decided too early. I will write a letter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and ask them how their studies are. By the way, I will mention that if the Zhang family agrees, then let Zhang Zhong go to work harder. This is easy to do. If they don't agree, sigh. Then I will help them when I can. The old man agreed with Lu Jiro's idea, but he didn't know what the expert in the Zhang family was thinking. He could only try to sound them out first. In that case, I will wait here for a few days and think about it. If there is something I don't understand, I hope old minister can give me a pointer or two. Lu Jiro was ready to invest in Zhang Zhong. She wanted to let the person behind Zhangjia Zhuangzi understand that if he really did well, he might be able to be the prime minister for a few years. The old man agreed and didn't continue to talk about this matter. He began to talk about some unimportant things. They drank tea and went fishing. The two talked quite well. It was dinner time, and they went back together between the clouds and the water. The next day, when it was almost noon, the rain didn't seem to stop. The old man began to make arrangements for the competition. He wasn't afraid of the rain, so he could build a shelter. The feeling of competing in this kind of weather was naturally different. Even the spectators felt that it was fresh. Lu Jiro finally waited for Assistant Minister Lu to come back. When Lu Yenzhua came back, his face was very ugly. It didn't seem like he was angry, but more like he was lacking in qi and blood. Minister Lu, something happened when we got there. We didn't invite anyone, and we didn't see anyone. County Magistrate Zhang Zhong personally oversaw the situation there. In order to prevent the river from bursting the banks, he specially opened a hole. This was why the downstream was safe and sound. I think we should give him a reward. Lu Jiro was eating. There was only one dish for lunch, stewed food. It was stewed for a long time, so the fragrance kept coming out. This made Lu Yenzhua, who had only drunk some cold water and hadn't eaten anything since yesterday's noon, continuously swallow his saliva. Assistant Minister Lu, why don't you give me some face and eat with me? Don't look at the stewed food, and don't look at the pork in it. The taste is really good. There is also rice with salted fish. I can't eat it alone. Lu Jiro understood when she saw Lu Yenzhua's appearance. How hungry did he have to have such a reaction when he saw the food? Lu Yenzhua didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. He first used a spoon to scoop up more than half of the stewed food and poured it into a bowl. He drank a mouthful of the stewed food and took a bite of the salted fish. His chopsticks moved up and down. In the blink of an eye, he ate half a bowl of rice with salted fish. He exhaled and began to tell Lu Jiro what happened yesterday. After he finished telling the story without missing a single detail, he picked up a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth. As he ate, he said, "It's delicious. The food made by between the clouds and the water is really extraordinary. Even the rice that people usually don't eat is delicious." He didn't know that it was because it was eaten with salted fish. Originally, the best thing to eat with salted fish was corn flour, but there wasn't any here. As Lu Jiro listened, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter several times. Lu Yenzhua really suffered a lot. Zhang Zhong actually didn't give him anything to eat because he wasn't at the post house or the government office. He asked people to spend money to buy food, and the price was raised to the level of 20 taels of silver per meal. In the end, not a single commoner was willing to give up their food, no matter how much money they were given. The reason was very simple, it was because they had offended the county magistrate. Fortunately, no one was watching the cold water, so they could use it as they pleased. That was why they drank a bellyful of cold water. After that, they didn't have a place to stay, so they could only sleep in the carriage. Who knew that after Lu Yenzhua fell asleep, Zhang Zhong would arrange for Lu Yenzhua's people to stay in a tent. He also gave them some food, which was also stewed food. The entrance of the tent was guarded by the prince's mansion's guards with crossbows. The people who followed Lu Yenzhua had a full meal and a good night's sleep, but Lu Yenzhua was the only one with bad luck. Lu Jiro looked at Lu Yenzhua and thought for a moment. She said, "Assistant Minister Lu, Zhang Zhong's courage is really too big. He is preparing to become an official in the capital. When the time comes, you and I will find more people and put him in the poorest and most difficult place." Chapter 379. The old men of Huaiyuan County were really accurate. It rained heavily for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, the rain finally subsided. Some places even had sunlight. Zhang Zhong didn't go anywhere these days. He stayed at the foot of Yaowang Mountain. When the water was heavy, no matter what he was doing, he would put down everything and rush to the dam to guard it. If he was sleepy, he would lie down in his house for a while. If he was hungry, he would just eat something. He watched for 3 days. Miraculously, nothing happened to the river and the canal on Yaowang Mountain. The rain stopped, but the water level didn't drop immediately. They had to wait for half a day for the water to flow down more upstream. The people who were working let out a sigh of relief. They looked at the muddy lake. It wasn't too big. They still had to keep the canal. In the future, it would become a river that fed into the lake. When the time came, they would open a hole in another place. When the lake water reached a certain level, it would flow to the downstream from that hole or become a separate river. Zhang Zhong went to bed at 3 in the morning and woke up at 9 in the morning. He slept quite well. After eating an unknown meal, he came to the dam again. The commoners greeted them one after another, their gazes filled with deep respect. The happiest ones were the commoners who came here from the outside to do some odd jobs. Ever since Zhang Zhong said that they could stay in Huayuan County, this news quickly spread among them. "Master, please change your clothes. There's nothing to do here. When the rain stops and the water level drops, you still have to go back to the yamen. You don't know how many things are there." The yamen runner carried a new set of official robes and followed behind Zhang Zhong to let him change. Zhang Zhong had been wearing the torn clothes for the past 3 days. He didn't wash them. At this time, they looked dirty and tattered. They didn't look like official robes at all. However, Zhang Zhong felt that he was a real official at this time. "There's no hurry. Let's wait until the rain stops. Otherwise, we'll get wet again. In the future, this lake will be our family. We can settle many people who can't find a job. We can also make money. It won't be worse than those businesses at the foot of Yaowang Mountain." Zhang Zhong said happily as he looked at the muddy lake and imagined what it would be like in the future. The yamen runner was also happy. The more money and power the master had, the better life the people in the inner courtyard would have. They would have more confidence when they went out. He thought for a while and said, "Master, I have a younger brother. He is 21 this year. Why don't we let him raise some fish and shrimp here? He hasn't found a wife yet." "No." Zhang Zhong rejected the request without thinking. The bailiff was a little helpless, but he couldn't say anything. If the master didn't want him to do it, then he couldn't do it. But Zhang Zhong's next words made him happy again. "Isn't it a waste of talent for people from the inner yard to come here to raise fish and shrimps? Let him be a steward here and manage the others well. When the time comes, if he takes a fancy to any girl, the main family will help him marry her into the family. In the future, they will live separately." Master, is that true?" "Thank you, Master. You don't need to live separately. When you become a steward, you can get married immediately. It's not a girl from any family, but a girl from the inner yard. The good girls outside are not ordinary. They don't like ordinary people from the inner yard. Only the people in the inner yard are pleasing to the eye. Hee, Master, when you live in the main family, it's enough to have a house." The yamen runner finally helped solve a big problem for the family. His younger brother could get married. His younger brother had been with that girl for a long time, but the girl insisted that she was waiting for his younger brother to have a good future. What good could he do by staying in the inner yard all day? Of course, it didn't count if he did the work that he should do, but it was different if he came out to be a steward. Zhang Zhong didn't object to the love between people in the inner yard. As long as they followed the rules and followed the etiquette, they could get married if they liked. In the future, they would have children in the inner yard. After listening to the yamen runner, he agreed. When it's time for the wedding, the main family will send a betrothal gift and a dowry for the bride. See if we can still buy land behind the yamen and build a new house there. We can't mistreat the people in the inner yard. Thank you, Master. When the time comes, my younger brother won't be separated from the main family. In the past 2 years, the two of them have saved some money. Life will be good. Master, that assistant minister, why don't you think of a way to find out about him? What if he plays tricks behind your back? The yamen runner imagined the situation when his younger brother got married. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. In the future, he would still be a member of the main family, so he didn't need to spend much money. His meals and clothes would still be taken care of by the main family. When he had children, the main family would also help to raise them. When they were older, they would go to school. When they were older, they would go to school. Thinking of these good things, the yamen runner suddenly remembered the assistant minister that came that day. Master didn't let him off lightly, so he was a little worried. Zhang Zhong didn't care at all. I don't care what assistant minister he is. He doesn't have the guts to impeach me. As for playing tricks behind my back, let him be. There are many people who want to play tricks on the Zhang family. Master is right. The Zhang family is not afraid. Master, the young master and young lady are here. As the yamen runner spoke, he saw the young master and young lady coming from the other side. He took the initiative to take a few steps back to make space for them. The rain was getting lighter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan worked together to hold up a large umbrella, rolled up their trousers, and wore sandals woven from reeds on their feet. They waded through the water and came over. The two of them had just received the letter sent by the old man. In the letter, the Minister of Works and Assistant Minister Lu were mentioned. The main point was that Zhang Zhong would go out after he finished being the county magistrate. The old man wrote down the pros and cons. He meant to let Zhang Zhong be an official in a poor place in the future. As long as he had some achievements, it would be a great political achievement. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but admire the old man. It wasn't because of the old man's idea, but because he pushed this matter to the hated Assistant Minister Lu and gave him a chance to take revenge. He made Assistant Minister Lu feel that Zhang Zhong wanted to enter the imperial court. He contacted some people to think of a way to get Zhang Zhong to a remote and poor place. This way, he would be more comfortable. The Zhang family would also save some trouble. There weren't many people who could help and didn't need to give any benefits. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the old fox, they came to discuss with Father Zhang and asked if he agreed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agreed. Zhang Xiaobao originally made this arrangement because he didn't expect that becoming an official in the imperial court didn't require experience in various departments. After the old man's explanation, he found out that one needed to be a provincial governor or a prefect. Otherwise, it was usually impossible to be promoted to a higher position. One could only be a deputy in a certain department and prepare to rely on luck to get promoted. It was really too difficult. Wang Wan originally didn't oppose Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion because she thought of Yang Guozhong. This person relied on nepotism to get promoted. The Zhang family didn't have a noble consort, but the Zhang family could use other means to get such a position. Now that she saw the old man's letter, she decided that it was better to follow the normal route. When it was raining heavily, they didn't use umbrellas. When the wind blew, they would get wet. When it was drizzling, it was just right. Zhang Zhong turned around and saw his son and daughter-in-law coming over. He smiled happily and said to the two of them, "Have you been staying at the foot of the mountain for the past 3 days? Did you want me to go home with you?" "Father, it's lively at the foot of the mountain. It's not annoying, but we really need to go home. The Yamen's matters can't always be handled by others." "Father, Grandfather Bai sent a letter. Take a look." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked forward, Zhang Xiaobao took out the letter from his chest and handed it to his father as he spoke. Zhang Zhong thought that Bai Go had written another letter to test the two of them, so he didn't pay much attention. He casually took out the letter. When he read it, he realized that the letter was specially written for him. Xiao Bao, isn't it a bit early to talk about this matter? Zhang Zhong actually didn't want to be an official outside. It was written clearly in the letter that if he didn't become an official outside, it would be difficult to find opportunities to go further in the future. Unless there was a big matter that required a deputy position in a certain department. The deputy position had to be done exceptionally well to be valued. Zhang Xiaobao had studied a lot of psychology. How could he not know what his father was thinking? He advised from the side, "Father, it's not early anymore. Do you really want to work for 3 to 5 years? After the autumn harvest this year, all the infrastructure construction will be completed. In addition to the various businesses, Huayuan County will be even more prosperous than Sanshui County. Father, you are still young. You are not even 30 years old. You are only 20 years old. It's fine if you go to the capital to be an official now. Put in more effort for the family and let you do chores in various departments first. When the time comes, you can use some money or make some achievements. Then you can be promoted slightly. But if you want to be the assistant minister, you will need at least 10 years. 10 years is still young. You are only 34 or 35 years old. But if you want to be the minister, it may take more than 10 years. You can also sit there. Think of more ways. I can help you, but I am too tired. It's not just a simple achievement. There are also political struggles with other senior officials. Father, don't you want to do something big? Just being an official is not enough. The Zhang family still needs a lot of money to support. I still need to earn money. Although Cuckoo is helping me, Cuckoo also has her own things to do. Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. Zhang Zhong looked at his son and realized that his son was still a child. He was already so tired. When he grew up, he would have his own things to do. He could not help him behind the scenes all the time. He had to learn more about this kind of thing in the future. He could not always study behind the scenes. It was also good to go to a place. The poorer the place, the more conflicts there were. It was also a kind of learning and training. If he directly entered the imperial court, he would have the help of his family. Furthermore, he would be an official who dealt with chores. His colleagues would give in to him, and he would not get too much training. It was better to go outside and take a look at the poorer places. With his son's ability, he did not need to do anything else. He only needed to copy some things from Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong did not know whether he should be happy or helpless. He was helpless because he had too little experience in officialdom and needed others to protect him. He was happy because any official would treat him like this. It could be said that they were arrogant. They would be the top scorer just because they said so. When it came to Huayuan, they would become the county magistrate. Chapter 380. Zhang Zhong thought about how difficult it was for others to be an official and compared it to himself. He was in a good mood and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, let's do as Elder Bai said." "Where are we going? Do we need to prepare first?" "Dad, I don't know. I think that guy will send you to the south, not to Hunan or Jiangnan. He will continue to the south and send you to a place where you are usually sent to." Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and felt that the possibility was very high. It would take a few months or half a year to go to that place. It was not like when he and Wang Wan were at that time. The further south they went, the more prosperous it was. Now, most people were not willing to go there. If they did not like someone, they would be sent to that place. The road was difficult to travel and the climate was not suitable. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who died on the way. They really needed to prepare well. Zhang Zhong did not expect that his son could say so far. He thought that they would go to Sichuan or Linhai in Hunan province. He was a little scared when he thought of that place. Xiao Bao, only people who are sent to that place go to that place, right? That LV Yenzhua is so capable that he can send me, a county magistrate with achievements, away? Dad, of course LV Yenzhua is not so capable, but our Zhang family is. Cooperate with him and you can go there, right? It is easy. Dad, you can watch the scenery along the way and eat and sleep well when you reach the place. It is best to go to the seaside. Although it is a little wet, the scenery is good. You can eat and drink a lot of things that are not here and see a lot of ethnic customs. Dad, you haven't seen what the sea looks like, right? It is blue during the day and dark at night. Dad, don't you want to see the scenery there? The moon rises from the sea, and we share this moment in the world. Sail a small boat and experience the feeling of riding the wind and waves. Listen to the sound of seabirds and see how they fly in the sea and sky. Okay? Xiao Bao began to talk about the good places, describing them as if they were in heaven. Not good, not good. Who would send you there? What if I fall sick on the way? You can just wait to feel better. Go and see how much the water level has dropped. I'll be back soon. Zhang Zhong was really attracted by what his son said, but when he thought about it, it didn't seem to be the case. Those who were sent there all looked so sad. Countless officials died on that road. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong turned around and walked up the embankment. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed behind. Zhang Xiaobao was still trying to entice him. Father, how can it not be good? Others may not understand, but our family is different. When we arrive at a place, we first improve the lives of the local people, and then we build there. In order to prevent you from not being acclimatized, from tomorrow onwards, Father, you will start to eat things from the sea for dinner. I will change the cooking method for you. When we go there, we will take the boat and go through the river. The river will change to a small river, and the small river will enter the big river. There are also canals and lakes. I will use various methods to cook, such as stewing, braising, simmering, warming, steaming, roasting, frying, baking, braising, smoking, buckling, soaking, boiling, mixing, pan-frying, roasting, pickling, and so on. When you are familiar with the food, you can eat any dish. If you are not used to it, you can eat less and make it into a plate. In this way, how can you not be acclimatized? In order to not be seasick, Father, in the future, when you have nothing to do, you can sit in a boat in the water. I will ask someone to make a round boat. You can sit in it, and with the paddles around you, the boat will start to spin. That kind of boat will go up and down as long as it encounters a little wave. After practicing for half a year, you will not have to worry about seasickness. At that time, we will eat, drink, and play. Our two families will go together to the beautiful place with blue sky and blue water. Zhang Zhong listened and was amused. He looked back at his son and said, "You know so many cooking methods. I am not seasick. I don't need to suffer from that. You don't know, but others know." Even if a chef knows a few cooking methods, there are chefs from all over the capital. Find them, and the cooking method will be complete. Why do we have to wait until we get to the place to prepare to adapt? From now on, our two families, including the inner courtyard, must be prepared. Zhang Xiaobao really did not know so many cooking methods. It was good enough that he could cook something to eat. He was not a chef before. Zhang Zhong felt that it was reasonable. In that case, we will do as you say. We have to hurry up with the things here. Turn back go, 1212, stand still. After Zhang Zhong's matter was settled, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan became free people again. The construction of the supermarket and the boat were left to other people. This time, the two of them finally regained their freedom. Every day, they wrote a letter to the old man and explained the things they did not understand in the letter they received yesterday. In the morning, they would wake up to eat, then study. In the afternoon, they would eat and sleep for a while. Then, they would exercise. In the evening, after eating, they would sleep and wake up in the middle of the night to study again. Their lives became regular. They did not have to worry about Zhuangzi. The farmers raised their own poultry and livestock. Only when they were cooking roasted chicken and smoked chicken, they would come back to Zhang Xiaobao once in a while to ask for seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao did not give this to anyone else. Okay, why are you still standing there like idiots? Train hard. When you're done, I'll give you a chance to teach others. There are 40 people in Elm Village waiting for you. I'll train them like I train you. Wang Wan did not seem to notice the bitter expressions on their faces as he continued to speak. As soon as he said this, the 16 of them perked up. Thinking about how they felt during training today, and then thinking about how they would train others in the future, a special smile appeared on their faces. None of the military instructors are good people. Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting to ask a few questions he did not know, saw the expressions of the guards, shook his head, and muttered with a sigh. Zhang Xiaobao, you're not allowed to slander such a serious matter. To be able to become a qualified instructor is a kind of honor. Their smile is a smile of honor. In 2 days, we'll also train with them. Then you'll understand the principle of first bitterness, then sweetness, and first tiredness, then glory. Wang Wan heard this. Holding the bowl of ice cream, she turned around and said solemnly. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. I can feel it. In a few days, let them train in only their underwear and tan. That's a sign of glory. We need to let them get used to the seaside in advance. If they don't get tanned, it will affect the job of protecting the seedlings. As for us, we don't need to train with them, right? There's no point. We'll just train ourselves. The next morning, Hu Zi and the others dragged their bodies, which had not fully recovered, and were really brought to the road outside by Wang Wan. The 16 of them stood in 4 rows, and were not allowed to move at all. Chapter 381. With a splash, a big watermelon was pulled out of the well. Li Sun struggled to carry it to the table under a big tree by the roadside. He picked up the knife next to him and stabbed it hard. With a crack, a big hole appeared in the middle of the watermelon, and 2 black seeds flew out from it. After a few more cuts, the whole watermelon was divided into pieces. Zhang Xiaobao picked up 2 pieces first, handed one to Wang Wan, and took a bite. Sweet. There is nothing in it. A normal ripe watermelon is really sweet. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao looked up and breathed out. He looked very comfortable. Wang Wan also took a big bite, and the red juice was on both sides of her mouth. She narrowed her eyes with satisfaction and said, finally, there is nothing in it. It is really delicious. It is cool and thirst-quenching. Our shaved ice can also be made into a watermelon flavor. Li Sun, on the other hand, was eating much more quietly. She took small bites when she heard Xiaobao and Wang Wan's conversation. Puzzled, she asked, Xiaobao, could it be that there's something else that can be put into this cold melon? Yes, you can put sugar or something red. Take it off in advance and cover it with a quilt. We don't need to eat this. You should have a lot of it at home, right? Tomorrow, bring 2 carts here. When we finish eating this melon, don't throw away the skin and seeds. You can still cook them. It was not easy for Zhang Xiaobao to eat a melon, especially the first melon. It was memorable. He was going to mix the green part of the melon skin into a cold dish. Li Sun hesitated for a moment. This melon has been bitten by others. Isn't it a little bad to make a dish out of it? Cut off the bitten part first, and make a cold dish with the rest. Put some sugar and vinegar in it. It is sweet and sour. If you don't want to eat it, don't fight with us. After Zhang Xiaobao said this, he continued to eat one piece after another, not caring if he would get a stomachache. He only stopped when he couldn't eat anymore. He rubbed his stomach back and forth, occasionally burping. Wang Wan also ate a lot. Fortunately, when she saw Zhang Xiaobao's appearance, she controlled herself in advance and didn't eat too much. She put down the melon rind in her hand, washed her face and hands in the prepared basin next to her, and said loudly to the people on the road who were shouting slogans, "Train well. When you're done, I'll give you some melons. I'll use the melons from Well Town. Just one bite and it'll be sweet to your heart." It would have been better if she didn't shout, as the 56 people could hold on. Once she finished shouting, Wuxia among the 56 people couldn't stand it anymore. He had been shouting slogans just now and wanted to follow them. His throat was already smoking. When he heard that there would be melons to eat, he felt that the sun above his head was bigger, his feet were heavier, and it was more difficult to breathe. This was already the 5th training. It had been 5 days in a row. At first, they thought it would be easy to get through it, but they were exhausted on the first day. In the following days, the requirements were stricter and the weather was hotter and hotter. Before they could become instructors, 4 people from Elm Village came to report. They hadn't practiced well, so they couldn't be instructors. They could only train with 40 people. Wuxia was in charge of shouting slogans. They had already been walking for 2 hours today, and they still hadn't stopped. Everyone was on the verge of collapsing, and their clothes were already soaked. However, their walking movements were not standard. When she shouted to turn left, 1/3 of the people actually turned in the wrong direction, which made Wang Wan very dissatisfied. Therefore, she let them drink some mung bean porridge and practice for an hour. Only then could they rest for a while. Now, Wang Wan was still shouting for them to eat watermelon. They all felt that their hearts were about to burst into flames. Li Sun was also watching from the side. He really couldn't understand what Wang Wan was doing. This training idea was Wang Wan's, and she was also the one who asked them to do those movements. In Li Sun's opinion, these movements were worse than the drill of soldiers. They weren't wearing any armor or holding any weapons. They were just walking back and forth. It seemed like they couldn't train soldiers. With doubts in his heart, Li Sun wiped his hands with a handkerchief and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "You want to train soldiers? You can't use this method. It's useless. When it comes to war, these people don't even know how to use weapons. What army? It's just making them stand in a line. It'll look interesting and tidy. When the time comes, they'll just go out and support the scene. There's no war. If there's a war, we won't be needed. We're far away from the places where we can fight." Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't tell Li Sun that these people would be specially used to protect the Zhang family and Wang family in the future. This kind of training now wasn't to train combat strength, but to cultivate cohesion and a firm attitude towards carrying out orders. At the same time, it could also cultivate willpower. He just casually explained. If it was someone else who said this, Li Sun would have believed it. But since it was Xiaobao who said it, he had to carefully ponder over it. He suspected that there were traces of an expert behind these people's training. If that was the case, then there must be a deeper meaning behind it. It seemed that he had to learn from this. Thinking of this, he asked, "Just these orders? Are there any that haven't been given? I'll go there and let people practice for fun. When the time comes, let's see if all the people I'm training can leave together or if all your people are orderly." "Oh. Young Master Li also wants to learn? Okay, then we'll have a competition. There are also some commands that can't be taught now. They haven't figured out these commands yet. If I teach them too many, they'll be even more confused. Later, I'll write down some commands and draw pictures for you. How's our supermarket?" The supermarket in Huaiyuan County hasn't been repaired yet. It's still being repaired. When we came back, we took a look at Sanshui County. They've already started delivering goods. You passed by here, did you go in to take a look? Yes, don't mention it. It opened yesterday and I went to take a look. Taking advantage of the competition, there were indeed many people who went in. Every one of them looked fresh. The rich people also bought some things. But there was actually an ordinary person's family. I saw her going to the butcher's place and buying 1 or 2 grams of meat at a time. This is nothing. We can sell it for 1 tael. When other people buy things, they usually wrap it in oil paper and give a paper bag at the end for convenience. She actually bought half a kilogram of meat consecutively. Every time, it was 1 tael. Not only did she use 10 pieces of oil paper and 10 hemp ropes, she even took 10 bags from the supermarket. What's the meaning of this? What's the use of torturing others? In the end, I sent someone to ask. You can't even guess the reason why she took those paper bags. She said she was going home to give it to her son to practice calligraphy. She came here to get paper. Li Sun was a little depressed as he talked about the situation in the supermarket. In addition to the person who bought half a kilogram of meat in 10 portions, there were some people who were selling other things. For example, when buying rice, there were some people who were very careful. There were even people who wanted to steal things when there were so many people. Fortunately, they arranged some people to follow others in pretending to buy things. They also put people in key places to watch. There was a scholar who was caught stealing sausages. He insisted that he brought them in himself. What was more infuriating was that there were people who didn't take the sausages out. They just ate the sausages secretly. Zhang Xiaobao was originally not confident in his heart. After listening to Li Sun's words, he thought for a while and said, "It seems that we have to change the rules. In the future, the paper bags will be more exquisite. We will sell them for 1 copper coin each. If there are people who really want to buy something and don't have a basket, they can buy it for 1 copper coin. As for the other people who go in and out 10 times, if they want to buy, they have to bring their own tools. At most, we will give them 2 pieces of oil paper. There is no need to think about the paper bags. There are also some places to eat. Send more people there. If they want to buy something, they can just pay there. As for those who bring things in themselves, catch them. It's not like there is no place to deposit them." Deposit? Don't even mention deposit. There are many people who don't want to buy anything. They just want to go in and see something new. In the end, they bring a live chicken to the deposit place. It's not easy to control them at all. We can't put a few chicken cages in the deposit place, right? Then what if someone drives a pig here? Li Sun was also very dissatisfied with the deposit situation. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless for a while. He could only sigh at those people's valiance. Wang Wan said at the side, "In the future, there will be a rule that no living things are allowed to be deposited. When they are deposited, they don't care if the things are spoiled or not. At most, they will be allowed to be stored for a day. If it is more than a day, it will be treated as if the depositor doesn't want it anymore and the supermarket will deal with it. Otherwise, if someone deposits a kilogram of tofu and leaves it for a few days and doesn't come to pick it up, won't it become stinky tofu?" Wang Wan is right. We can't do it all at once. If there is a problem, we will think of a way to solve it. We will find more people to discuss it. When the time comes, we will be able to build the supermarket. What about the shipping company? Zhang Xiaobao also had the idea of dealing with some things that might happen. Li Sun only sighed. They couldn't tear down the supermarket. The things inside were cheap. Yesterday, he saw many people queuing up to buy things. Whether it was for the pictures, novelty, or a real need, it was fine to just buy it. When people gradually got used to this place, they could come to buy things in the future. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao ask about the ship business, he was no longer as gloomy as before. He said happily, I found a few more people who were willing to do business with us. After Mi Fan was released, I took care of the ship business. I even sent a few people who were good at making ships to do some work at the shipyard you guys were at. The big ship has already started to be built. Based on the speed, it will be able to enter the sea next summer. We can't go too far now. We can only go around the place where the Yellow River enters the sea. Then don't worry. Remember to bring Mi Fan along when you go out to sea. If you find that he is uncomfortable, then the people on the ship have to be careful. Are there many people who went to sign up for the 3 workshops and the craftsman's school to cooperate with them? Are there many people who came from outside? Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to do something big. He was afraid that he would be tied down by other things. He could only ask one by one to see if there was anything else that he needed to handle personally. Chapter 382. Speaking of boats, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something. He asked Li Sun, what do boats look like now? Do you have a ship with wheels? Wheels? Why do boats have wheels? Li Sun didn't understand. It means that as long as there are wheels, the ship can move forward, backward, and turn, Zhang Xiaobao added. No, there are sails and oars. Who would use wheels? It's not like we're on land. Don't tell me you want to put a few wheels on the boat and use horses to pull it like a carriage when we're on land? A small boat is fine, but a big boat is too heavy. If it's dragged on the ground, the axle will be crushed. You have to make more or less wheels. Li Sun thought Zhang Xiaobao was bored and came up with this idea. He used a melon to draw what would happen if he wanted to put wheels on the boat. Zhang Xiaobao also picked up a melon skin and pointed to the side. You see the bicycle cuckoo and I have, right? If we put big wheels on both sides of the boat, like a water wheel, and there are people inside who step on the axle like a bicycle, then the boat can move. Li Sun looked and thought about it. He nodded and said, it's possible, but it's useless. With oars and sails, how can the boat be slower than wheels? After putting wheels, it won't be easy to use oars, right? It'll be fun to make. Fun? How can it be fun? What do you think is the most important thing in a water battle? When both sides have the same number of people, the same weapons, the same commanding generals, and the same combat abilities, what will decide the outcome? That's right. That's right. That's right. Zhang Xiaobao finally thought of a revolutionary idea. How could he give up? He continued to persuade Li Sun. Li Sun was stumped by this question. If everything was the same, then what would determine the outcome? Is it luck? While the two sides were fighting on the water, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A big lightning bolt fell and hit the boat of one of the generals, setting the boat on fire. The general was burned to death, or jumped into the water and couldn't command. Then he lost. Would it be better to use a wheeled boat? Li Sun thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He could only attribute it to luck. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed almost at the same time. Li Sun was really too humorous, and he even smashed down a big thunder. Why don't you just say which side the heavens don't like? Wouldn't it be better to just stretch out a hand from the heavens and crush them to death? Formations are not allowed in water battles. Is it easy for a boat to turn on the water? A small boat was easy, but a large ship wouldn't be so easy, right? Using a wheeled boat, not only can it turn quickly, it can even turn from forward to backward at the critical moment. Think about it. When a ship is charging towards the fleet, it suddenly speeds up, or the other party uses a trick to lure it to the front. When the other ships are about to surround it, this ship that should have circled around to make a turn suddenly stops and starts to retreat. What do you think the consequences will be? Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun a situation that would happen on the battlefield. Then wouldn't the other party have wasted their efforts? Moreover, that part of the formation will be disrupted and readjusted. This time, it will be fatal. Li Sun finally understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning and said in shock. Not only that, there's also turning. As long as one wheel doesn't turn and the other wheel turns, the boat should be able to turn on the spot and move however it wants. It's very flexible. You can get someone to figure out a rough frame and make it into a small boat. When the small boat is ready on the water, you can make a big one. First, make one for my family. It's best if you can make it quickly so that my father can use it when he goes out to take up a post. Zhang Xiaobao made a turning motion with his hand to show the watermelon peel to Li Sun to see clearly. Li Sun kept nodding. He no longer had the expression of thinking that Zhang Xiaobao had nothing better to do. He was now shocked. When he understood the mobility of this boat, he understood how useful it would be in water battles. It wasn't necessary to say that all boats were like this. The original warships could weave in and out of water battles with this wheeled boat, making it impossible to guard against. Such an important matter was not something he could manage. He had to tell his father first and then let his father do it. Thinking of this, Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, even if that boat is made, I may not give it to your family. If your boat is stolen and learned to make it, then will our country still have the advantage on the water?" Stolen and learned? As long as this kind of boat is made, people will know. Can you make everyone on this boat keep their mouths shut? If you don't give it to my family, I won't tell you the changes later. There are still good things later. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that there was anything to keep secret about this boat. As long as it was made, someone would test it and equip it in the army. Ordinary people might not care about this, but countries with intentions would definitely know. If they really wanted to learn to make it, they would be able to make it after thinking about it for a while. The key to this boat wasn't the technology, but the thinking. As for people stealing his family's boat, his family wouldn't go to the sea. Who could steal in Great Tang? How could they leave after stealing? The boat had to be on water. He was determined to get this boat. Li Sun didn't know whether to agree or not, especially after what Zhang Xiaobao said. He had already attributed the boat's matter to that expert. He felt that the expert must have told Zhang Xiaobao and asked Zhang Xiaobao to tell him. A few days ago, the Minister of Works came and took the Book of Nature away. It seemed that the expert had a lot of skills in this area. "Xiaobao, I can't agree to this directly. I'll go back in a while and give me a copy of your training. To be honest, this boat might not be built in our shipyard. Both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works will have ideas on this. They'll build theirs, and we'll build ours. Maybe we'll be done before they do. It's best to find some boats first and try to see if they can be modified. My family needs it urgently. Remember to add a wheel at the stern of the boat. It'll be faster. Can you find more good steel? If you can, send it to my family. It's useful." When Xiaobao thought about the wheels at the back, he thought of the fans in his restaurant. The fans had low requirements, and there was no need to worry about the parts breaking. There was a power conversion process between the gears and the shaft. If the conversion was done well, one rotation on one side could result in many rotations on the other side. If it was used at the back of the ship, if the wheel was replaced with a propeller, what would the speed be like by using manpower to transmit and change the force? No matter what, it would be better than the wheel directly. If one wanted to make a propeller, they needed good steel. It didn't need to be big enough to directly push a big boat forward, as long as it could be used to assist. They could use the casting method to make the balls of the bearings. As long as it could withstand one battle, it would be enough. At worst, they could change it. Li Sun didn't know why Zhang Xiaobao wanted good steel, but he knew that anything the Zhang family wanted must be useful. Maybe they could make something that could scare people to death. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't have enough. I'll ask someone to find out when I go back. Right now, we're using coal, and the iron we make is not bad. If it really doesn't work, I'll ask someone to refine the iron a few more times and see if we can get the kind that your family wants. That needs to be done as soon as possible. Cuckoo and I will go and get the training material for you. You eat first, and I'll give it to you later. Zhang Xiaobao's purpose was achieved. He walked back to the yamen with Wang Wan. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell the training people to disperse. The 56 people felt like they had been pardoned. They didn't care about the sweat on their bodies, but rushed to the well and began to take out the watermelons. They didn't use knives, but directly smashed open with their fists. They put their faces on the watermelon and ate it. When their faces left the watermelon, they wiped it with their hands and shouted to vent the anger in their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to the yamen and began to tidy up. Wang Wan was responsible for the painting, and Zhang Xiaobao helped to think of a few suitable slogans. The two of them worked for half an hour before they finished. Xiaobao, when we leave here, who will we take with us? Will we take Song Jinggong? There are people watching over here, so who will we leave? Also, you have to make arrangements for the people from the Han family's manor and the Yuan family's manor who joined later. You can't just let the people from the Zhang family's manor have the means to earn money. When the two of them walked back, Wang Wan thought of the two new people from Zhuangzi. They couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao to think of a way. Zhang Xiaobao was also worried about this matter. He couldn't let the two people from Zhuangzi sell roast chicken at the same time. Then, what could be a long-term way to make money that the people from Zhuangzi could use? Don't worry, let me think about it. I can't think of anything right now, and there's still some time before my father leaves. Zhang Xiaobao thought hard for a while, but finally gave up. When the two of them returned to the tree, Li Sun was fiddling with a few watermelon skins, adjusting the direction back and forth, either forward or backward. It seemed that he was preparing to simulate a naval battle, but he didn't know much about it. Take it. Remember to get someone to send the finished boat to my house first. Zhang Xiaobao said as he handed the paper over to Li Sun. As long as my father agrees, I'll send the boat to your house. I'll go back first, and in 2 days, I'll buy a house in Huayuan County. When I'm free, I'll come and visit you guys. Li Sun took the paper and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He got into his car and told the driver to speed up towards the pier. He had already decided that he couldn't be too far away from Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Originally, he made a book of nature, and now there was a new thing. Maybe more things would appear, so he had to stay here. Chapter 383. Hurry, hurry up. Someone, hurry back to the state capital and ask the state capital to send troops and ships to pick us up. All guards, listen to my order. Don't let anyone near us. If anyone tries to force their way in, shoot them to death on the spot. Li Sun, who was sitting in the car, was looking at the training methods. Suddenly, she saw that the last 2 pages were not training methods. Instead, it was a diagram of the wheels. There was also a diagram of the axle connecting the wheels, as well as a diagram of the feet. She was so scared that she trembled. She put the paper into her bosom and became nervous. Then, she began to give instructions outside. For a moment, he felt that anyone would want to snatch the 2 pieces of paper from him. They were treasures and could not be lost. At the same time, he blamed Zhang Xiaobao. Why did he have to give the paper to him at this time? When he returned, he should have asked more people to protect him. Following Li Sun's order, a rider outside jumped out of the troop and went upstream by land. The other guards took out their crossbows and looked around vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. The journey, which should have taken 4 hours, took less than 2 hours. Li Sun arrived at the dock and boarded his own boat. He also ordered the rowers to go back as fast as possible and raise the sails. The sky gradually darkened. Li Sun had no intention of resting. He asked someone to prepare a meal and ate absent-mindedly. From time to time, he would take out the clairvoyance to see if there were any lights of the restaurant between the clouds and the water ahead. Seeing that it was almost midnight, the clairvoyance finally showed some charming lights. Some were floating in the water, some were twinkling in the sky. The lights in the water were boats, and the ones in the sky were Kongming lanterns. There was a rope tied to the bottom. Every night, it would be lit and floated. After a period of time, when the oil inside was almost used up, it would be replaced. Good, as long as we're here. Li Sun saw the lights and was temporarily relieved. He took a handful of pumpkin seeds and ate them. When the boat stopped between the clouds and the water, Li Sun directly jumped onto the shore and asked someone to escort him to the academy. When he arrived, he saw Bai Ho there. "Old Minister Bai, can you lend me your guards for a while? I'll return them to you when I reach Jingshui." Li Sun saw the old man and directly told him his intention. The old man looked at Li Sun and sized him up carefully. "What? Someone wants to harm the little prince? Who is so bold? You can stay here tonight. I'll see who dares to come. Call over the yamen runners who are guarding this place. Old Minister, I'm afraid. I can't let anything happen to me. Otherwise, someone may get something that they shouldn't." Li Sun knew that if she didn't make things clear, the old man wouldn't easily lend them to her. What if he wanted to do something with these people? Left with no other choice, Li Sun simply took out the talisman from his bosom and showed the other two to the old man. Li Sun, on the other hand, was talking about the benefits of such a boat and how useful it could be in a water battle. These were all his thoughts, and he wasn't sure if they were correct. At first, the old man was puzzled. He didn't understand when he saw the drawings on the paper. As Li Sun's introduction, the old man suddenly became nervous. He opened his hands and pressed hard on the two papers. He asked Li Sun, where did they come from? Who else knows? Where else could they come from? I went to see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and gave them melons. While eating, Xiao Bao asked me if I had a boat with wheels. Then I told him. Then it became like this. On the way back, I saw these two drawings. Old Minister, you can't just leave me be. I've been on tenterhooks all the way here. I didn't even have a good meal. I can't say whether I'm full or hungry now. Why don't I stay here? Then the yamen runners, you, and my guards should be fine. I'll go back when my father sends his soldiers. Li Sun told the old man what had happened. In the end, he wanted to stay. He was really afraid that someone would rob him. When the old man heard that it was from the Zhang family, his face calmed down. He said with an expression of foresight, I knew it. Only the Zhang family has this kind of ability. The advantage of this kind of boat is not only for naval battles, but also for transportation. It can be inserted into the dock between other boats and can be withdrawn at any time. Normally, a Tuzhang wide river can't accommodate a Tuzhang long boat. If you force it, it will be very difficult to turn around. The bigger the boat, the more troublesome it is. It's not strange for a 50-zhang long boat to turn around in a 50-zhang wide river. If it's a boat like this, it's much easier. It can control the direction at any time. You're going to talk to the prince, aren't you? That's good. When the time comes, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War will fight for it. The people from the Military Weapons Administration might also intervene. You can't do that dock and the boat you got later. You'll be criticized on one side. Can't do it? But Xiao Bao said that the Zhang family wants one. He said that when the time comes, his father can ride on it when he goes to work. Li Sun was still worried about this matter. The Zhang family came up with the idea and the map. If he didn't let them use it, it didn't seem right. If it was an ordinary family, he would have directly arrested them and sent them to the yamen. They would only be allowed to stay in the permitted areas. They wouldn't have to worry about food and necessities. But who would dare to take the map that the Zhang family took out? Let's not talk about others. I'll be the first to worry about it. How should I get the boat? Li Sun had no choice but to talk to the old man and ask for his help. The old man didn't know what to do. He was also worried. If he didn't give it to the Zhang family this time, would the Zhang family be able to come up with better things in the future? Even if they did, they wouldn't take it out. This was the most important thing. Who knew how many more good things the Zhang family had? Li Sun said again, "Old minister, can you get some good steel?" Xiao Bao said that he wants it. He has a big use for it. We'll talk about the boat when the time comes. Let's build it first. If it really doesn't work, we can steal one for the Zhang family. I don't believe that the Zhang family will let others snatch the boat away. I'll ask about the steel. There won't be a lot. Think about it. Li Sun's words worked. When the old man heard that there was a big use for it, it must be something good. If they didn't give the boat away, the other party wouldn't take it out. It was useless to be anxious. That kind of person had a bad temper. They could catch others, but not the person behind the Zhang family. It wasn't that they were afraid of what would happen if they caught him. They were afraid that if they didn't catch him, that person would help another country in a fit of anger. Their country would suffer a great loss. Countless prescriptions were taken out and used for the people's livelihood. The clairvoyance that he learned from the nature book could be used in the military. Now, the boat was also used in the military. He was almost an all-rounder. Whoever forced him away would be a sinner for eternity. Even if they died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone for their sins. Li Sun had already expected the old man to say this. The Zhang family was a treasure. He had to protect them. Seeing that someone was helping him, his mood improved. "Old minister, should I travel through the night or stay here tonight?" "There's no hurry. What's written on the paper in front of you?" The old man's hand was still on the 2 pieces of paper. He remembered that Li Sun had taken out a piece of paper earlier. Something fun. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that they were training their family's guards. They stood in line and walked. It looked very interesting. They also found 40 people from Elm Village to play with them. They said that it would look good when they went out. I wanted to come and learn from them. It's not that useful. Li Sun put the few pieces of paper in front of the old man. The old man took them and looked at them carefully. He found that they were indeed very simple. Some of the movements had to be neat, and their voices had to be loud when they shouted the slogan. They had to practice for a longer time, stand for a longer time, and the weather was hotter. As long as they didn't make any mistakes, it was fine. For a moment, the old man really felt that Li Sun was right. It was something fun, and it could also make the ceremony look good. Just as the old man was about to put it down, he suddenly froze. He looked at it carefully again and said, "It's not that useful. Would something from the Zhang family be useless?" "Old minister, do you have other opinions?" Li Sun really didn't see anything wrong with it. This isn't training any guards at all. It's clearly training an army. In such hot weather, they can endure not moving at all. They can stand in a neat formation. They can shout the slogan so loudly. Give them mo swords. What do you think they can do when they encounter a battle formation? Finally, the old man discovered something surprising from these playful things. Li Sun originally didn't think about this. At this time, when he heard it, he murmured, "What will they do?" Naturally, the swords will stand like a forest, advancing and retreating according to orders. No wonder they have to turn back, turn left, and turn right. It turns out that they are waiting for this. Fortunately, I am smart. If I can learn something from the Zhang family, I will learn it. Otherwise, I will miss it. Xiao Bao is too bad. He lied to me and said that Cuckoo was playing with it. No, I will leave tonight. The earlier I go back, the earlier I can come back. If I live next to his house, maybe there is something I haven't seen yet. After Li Sun mentioned it, the old man also thought of the appearance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he imagined the situation when he lied to Li Sun, he couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he directly spread out the paper, dipped the brush in ink, and copied the drawing. He then said to Li Sun, "Wait for me for a while, I will send this painting up. My guards will protect you when you leave. Also, there are bailiffs here. Since you are taking the waterway, bring along the bailiffs in the water. You can stay there and tell me if you encounter any problems. Unfortunately, it is too far away. When his house is almost finished, I will also move there. It will be convenient to teach the two children. If I don't see them for a day, I will miss them. I don't know if the two children will miss me." Li Sun couldn't refuse, so he could only sit and wait. When he heard the old man's words, he didn't believe it at all. They were in contact with each other every day. How could he not know what was going on? It was nothing more than seeing that the person behind the Zhang family had made a move again, so he wanted to go and find out first. The old man was writing and drawing. After writing a few pages, he paused and said to Li Sun, "This time, the Zhang family has made a great contribution. If things don't go well, they might be retained by the emperor. Your family should also put in some effort. It is still too early for Zhang Zhong to enter the imperial court. Old minister, don't worry. I will tell my father. I don't know what will happen if I send Zhang Zhong to that poor place." Chapter 384. The water from the river continued to pour into the newly formed lake from the canal. The lake water was not as muddy as it was at the beginning. Rowing a boat on it, one could occasionally see fish swimming in it. 56 people were soaking in the shallow water. Those who knew how to swim swam deeper from time to time, while those who did not know how to swim opened their arms in the water, bobbing up and down. Only their heads were exposed, and they looked nervous. When you're in the water, remember, don't think of the water as something that will take your life. You have to be close to it, just like the mighty wind blowing. Feel its existence, or treat the water as your friend. Don't ever have any thoughts of fear. You can't avoid swimming. You have to learn everything. When we leave, not only do you know how to swim, you have to be good at it. Even if your legs cramp, you can still float on the water, just like Xiao Bao. Even if you tie him up and throw him into the water, he won't sink. He can sleep on the water. Wang Wan stepped on the water with her feet, and her two hands were gesturing as she spoke. Her chest was exposed above the water, and if she exerted a little strength with her feet, everything above the navel would be exposed. Zhang Xiaobao lay beside her, put his two arms behind his head, and raised his head Weiwei, floating motionlessly. The 56 people in the water quietly listened to Wang Wan's explanation. Wang Wan did not teach them the most correct swimming posture, how to swim faster, and how to cooperate with the summoning of qi. Instead, she helped those who did not know how to swim to eliminate the fear of falling into the water. Many children can swim briskly in the water. Some of them are even a few months old children who don't know anything, and they won't drown. It's not that they can swim well, they don't know how to swim at all. They just don't think there's anything to be afraid of in the water, so they relax their bodies. In the relatively calm water, they won't sink. Wang Wan continued. At the same time, she stopped treading water and closed Weiwei's eyes. Her body began to sink into the water. Just as her head was submerged, her body floated up again. This was an example. A guard from the inner courtyard looked at them enviously. He didn't know how to swim and had been afraid of water ever since he was young. When he saw that other people could stay in the water so easily, he also wanted to try that feeling. It must be very comfortable. Learning from Wang Wan, he also leaned back. Just as he leaned back, he couldn't help but stop. He struggled a few times in the water before he could stand firm and feel better. However, his eyes turned red and he coughed non-stop. He pinched his nose and blew his nose vigorously. Wang Wan turned her head to look and knew that he had choked. The guard looked troubled and said to Wang Wan, "Little girl, I also know that I have to relax, but I'm just afraid. I feel like I will die if I raise my head. What should I do?" Wang Wan sighed and muttered to Zhang Xiaobao, "If only there was a water mirror." When people first learn to swim, one of the fears comes from the pressure of the water, and the other is that they don't dare to open their eyes in the water. In the dark water, people will be nervous. Find someone to hold him and let his legs and arms move gently by themselves. Slowly let go of his hands, and he will float up. It's like some people who first learn how to ride a bicycle. They grab the handlebars and pedal hard. Someone behind them will help them run. After running for a while, they will let go of their hands. After a few tries, the cyclist will get the feeling. Zhang Xiaobao was a little unhappy. It was not that others could not learn to swim, but he felt that the guard did not have enough courage. If it was Wang Wan's female special operations team, not to mention water, they would dare to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Orders were above all. It seemed that such a guard would need to be trained for a long time. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. In the future, it will be fine after more practice. In fact, at the beginning, I was also afraid, but I can't back down. I represent glory, which is more important than life. Then in the future, let's instill more thoughts like this. Make some medals of honor so that they will always remember that honor is their life. Continue teaching. When they can swim, we'll make a special field for them to cultivate their swimming ability. Zhang Xiaobao turned his face, blew a burst of bubbles in the water, turned over and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and found a few people who knew how to swim. She whispered a few words into their ears, and the few people came to the side of the people who did not know how to swim. She said to them that she would support them in the water. The first person who was found was the one who was the most timid. He was held in the water and slowly relaxed. His hands and feet moved gently in the water, and his body began to move little by little in the direction of his head. As he moved, the person who was holding him let go of his hand. The other people who could not swim were surprised to see that person floating away by himself. They all showed a look of realization and were also very excited. That person floated. Because his ears were in the middle of the conversation, he couldn't hear anything else. His eyes looked at the blue sky, and his body felt the cool water. He became even more relaxed. Once he relaxed, he retracted his hand, and his legs stopped moving. He became bolder and had the urge to stand up in the water. As a result, his head left the surface of the water. He lifted his upper body, and with a plop, he repeated the same flopping motion as before. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, he steadied himself. The difference this time was that he no longer looked sad. Instead, he was very excited and shouted to Wang Wan. "Little master, little miss, I can float. The feeling is so comfortable. The sky is so blue. Lying on the water, there is an indescribable feeling." Even if Zhang Xiaobao was angry just now, he had to encourage him. "Well, not bad. You learned swimming on your first try. You have to work harder in the future." The effect of this sentence was not small. Not only did this person summon up the courage to lean back and successfully float on the surface of the water once again, those who did not know how to swim were brave enough to imitate him and lean back. A few of them really did float up. Even those who were still nervous and did not float up did not lose their confidence and asked the people beside them to help support them. Thus, there was no need for Wang Wan to say anything else. Out of the 56 people, more than 30 of them who didn't know how to swim, worked hard to learn. They didn't dare to go into the deep water, and only learned in the shallow water where they could stand up straight. They succeeded one after another. In the deep water, there were people who could swim to help them. This way, those who just learned would not have to worry about accidentally swimming to the deep water and drowning. Lying in the water, feeling the wind, feeling the blue sky and white clouds, feeling the coolness of the water, the feeling of challenging oneself and succeeding made them feel so wonderful. There was even a feeling of addiction. Wang Wan lay in the water and rested her head on Zhang Xiaobao's stomach. She said with relief, "They are actually not bad. It's just that they lack a little power in the beginning. They can swim well in the lake. When they reach the sea, the buoyancy is stronger and it is much easier to swim. Tomorrow, we will build a special place for them to artificially make them cramp and let them adapt. Well, increase the weight training in the water. It is not enough to just float on their own." Zhang Xiaobao also approved of these people. The 56 people swam in the water for 2 hours and then began to train on the shore. The weather in the afternoon was a little hotter. The 56 people did not wear so many layers of clothes. They only wore the tight pants used for swimming and ran along the lake. They had to adapt to the heat in advance. Otherwise, when they encountered the sea, they would lose a layer of skin each time they went down. 3 days later, they dug out several swimming pools that were 20 zhang long and 15 zhang wide. There was sand at the bottom of the pool. According to the size of the pool, 56 people were divided into groups. Those who were about the same height were placed in a swimming pool to train. After jumping in, the water just happened to reach the neck. There were several simple methods to make people cramp. They could use abnormal strength in the area that they wanted to cramp. They could alternate between cold and hot, or they could also be tired. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to use the first 2 methods, so they only chose the third method. A backpack was added to each person's body. When the backpack was filled with sand, it weighed about 5 to 6 caddies. This weight was nothing on flat ground, but for people who had just learned how to swim in the water, a few caddies of weight would make it impossible for them to swim even with the buoyancy of the water. Everyone can start swimming. Those who can't swim, walk with all your strength in the water. When you reach the end, turn back and continue walking until you have cramps. Properly experience the feeling of wanting to swim in the water when you have cramps. Wang Wan stood beside the swimming pool and said to the 56 people who had already entered the water. The 56 people were also clear that in the future, the young master and young lady would take them to other places. They would be of great use, so each and every one of them seriously prepared. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to see how the road was being repaired, they began to swim in the swimming pool with all their strength. Those who didn't know how to swim hadn't had cramps yet, but those who knew how to swim had cramps first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan taught them some standard swimming postures, but they didn't intend to let them completely follow the standard swimming postures. After swimming continuously with weights for half an hour, the 56 people all had cramps. Some of them had cramps in their hands, some in their legs and feet. This kind of pain wasn't something that ordinary people could endure, and they were no exception. After having cramps, they couldn't swim anymore. They could only grit their teeth and endure the pain, constantly adjusting to reduce the cramps a little. After feeling it for a while, they used the emergency method taught by Wang Wan to save themselves. Fortunately, the water was shallow, so they didn't have to worry about being drowned. These people only felt uncomfortable and didn't have too much fear. How is it? Have you experienced all of it? You have to get used to this kind of thing. Otherwise, once you have cramps in the deep water, you can lose your life. In the future, carry out normal training and swimming training every day. After getting used to it, the frequency of cramps will basically decrease. Tomorrow, I will teach you a set of stretching exercises. Practice it every night. Even if you have cramps, you can immediately adjust. If the cramps are not too serious, you can even enjoy the feeling of cramps. After walking around for a while, Wang Wan said to the people who had already come ashore to do various kinds of massages. Chapter 385. When night fell, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the other 56 people went to sleep at Yaowang Mountain. There was nothing else to do at home, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to start training at Yaowang Mountain. The 56 people were arranged to take a medicinal bath that was originally prepared for the common people to work here. They were also massaged by the people who came to experiment with acupuncture and massage. Only then could they rest. The so-called rest meant that they didn't need to do anything physically, but they still needed to use their brains. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao personally taught them how to read. The original guards felt that they could finally relax at this time. They had already learned a lot of words, so they could rest if the young master taught them how to read. However, because they knew a lot of words and read some books, Wang Wan found them and began to teach them some combat tactical arrangements. She felt that she had learned a lot, and with some books here and what she knew, Wang Wan made such a tactical training book. The sand table was made by Wang Wan, and the map was also drawn. It was just some of the terrain here. In a narrow area, the long-range suppression of the bow and arrow must be able to shoot farther and kill the enemy's strength in the middle and rear. In a narrow area, the role of a single soldier is especially important. They must be used to cooperate with each other and protect the archers at the back. No matter the terrain, there can be roundabout and can be interspersed. Be flexible and excited. Don't be limited by the situation in front of you. Wang Wan pointed with a pointer on the sand table and told the 16 people what she had sorted out. From time to time, she would stop and explain the meaning of a certain word. She even made small people holding weapons and comparing them with each other. At the beginning, the 16 people listened to a general explanation of the tactics, so they could still follow. But after listening to the professional terms and all kinds of strange ideas, they lost confidence. Why are you so stupid? War was very simple. It was to think of a way to effectively kill the enemy, and think of a way to prevent the enemy from killing the enemy. Using everything that could be used, even thinking about each other. Yes, one of these thoughts was called inertial thinking. In this aspect, Xiao Bao is more knowledgeable. I'll give you a general idea first. When the time comes, I'll let Xiao Bao teach you properly. It's a very interesting subject. Let's do it again. Even if you don't fully understand it now, you have to remember it. When you're divided into groups for training, you can use it to combine it with practice. Wang Wan looked at the 16 pairs of blank eyes and sighed. The 16 people lowered their heads in embarrassment. They really didn't understand. At the same time, they were more in awe of the little young master and the little young lady. Although they didn't understand, they understood that the little young lady was talking about the matters of war. This was usually something that only the great generals knew. The little young lady also knew. Little young lady, you haven't said what the position of this soldier should be. A person picked up the small figure next to the sand table and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan glanced at it and said, "It's not a soldier. It's a person who is equipped with sleeve arrows and crossbows. If you really encounter danger and need to fight with the enemy, I don't want you to directly use swords, spears, and shields to fight with the enemy in hand-to-hand combat after shooting the crossbows. I'll ask someone to mass-produce them. When the time comes, I'll equip you with them. If you really need to use short-range weapons first, you can shoot the sleeve arrows and crossbows first. At a distance of a few steps, the enemy shouldn't be able to dodge. There's also the flying knife. You have to practice it in the future. Ask Xiao Bao for this. He can use an inch-long steel needle to penetrate glass from 10 steps away. In short, our request is that you can kill the people who are a threat to us at a farther distance. Don't kill them at a medium distance. If you can reach a medium distance, don't come close. If you can, don't use swords. If you can use swords, don't use fists. Ah, I know, little young lady. Are the long-range arrows the bow and the medium-range arrows the sleeve arrows? A guard was very excited when he heard Wang Wan's words. If they were equipped with such things, they could save their lives to a greater extent when they encountered danger. The sleeve arrows were not cheap and were exquisitely made. The bow and arrow are the medium-range arrows. You don't need to know the long-range arrows now. You will know it later. Go on and listen carefully. Wang Wan placed the small figures one by one and repeated what she had just said. Zhang Xiaobao was also teaching 40 illiterate people. A blackboard and a piece of chalk. Write a word on it. Zhang Xiaobao recited it, and the 40 people recited it. At this time, one piece of chalk had been used up. Zhang Xiaobao replaced it with another piece. The chalk was not bad. It was made of lime and gypsum. When he was researching this thing, he flipped through many books. In the end, he found the Shen Nong's Materia Medica in a medical book. Wang Wan was very surprised at that time. The things written in this book could be used in the chemical industry. A lot of things could be found. Now, she was working hard to read the medical book. She was preparing to collect the materials in the future to make something else. There was also the sulfuric acid mentioned in the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Pill scripture. This made Wang Wan very depressed. She wanted to make something, so she didn't read the engineering book, but the medical book. Okay, remember these words today. 15 of them. You have to keep reciting and memorizing. Tomorrow at this time, I will test you. If you don't remember it, then you don't have to sleep at night. You can only rest when you remember it. Now, start practicing calligraphy. Copy other people's posts. This is my father's writing, so follow my father's writing. Regular script, stroke by stroke. Forget it, let's practice the strokes first. Tomorrow, I will ask my father to write a post with strokes. Zhang Xiaobao wrote 15 simple words and took out some brushes, ink, and paper. After thinking for a while, he put them away, leaving only brushes and water. He asked people to bring over a few thin planks and wrote some words with water. He nodded with satisfaction. Write on this. I won't give you paper and ink first. The 40 people didn't object. Usually, they did manual work. If they were given paper and ink, they wouldn't be able to write anything. That was all money. One by one, they imitated Zhang Xiaobao. They picked up the brushes and wrote on the planks with trembling hands. Some people used a lot of strength and only wrote a few strokes. They couldn't see what the strokes were, but sweat had already seeped out of their foreheads. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them and encouraged them, don't give up. Take it slow. No one can write well on the first try, except for Lu Er. In the future, you will not only be members of the Seedling Protection Team, but also generals who can command battles at critical times. Some people have to fight for their lives. Now that you don't have the chance, you can only learn from other places. The 40 people nodded fiercely. No one would give up the opportunity to learn to read. Even if Zhang Xiaobao didn't say it, they would still insist. What's more, they could write according to the words of the top scorer tomorrow. If this news spread, many people would be envious. Wang Wan didn't say much. She just repeated it. If there was something she didn't understand, she would ask and explain it bit by bit. She also cooperated with the sandbox and the little people. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to practice. He had nothing to do for a while, so he strolled to Wang Wan's side. Looking at the sandbox and the little people, he suddenly said, Isn't it interesting to make a chessboard game? Get more little people and play dice on the narrow street. Move forward, move backward, or randomly pick a question. If you get it right, you will be rewarded. If you get it wrong, you will be punished. You can also let the little people bring goods and use them to buy and sell in different places under different conditions to make money. You can even add military things. 2 of the same board, or more. For example, if there are 2 boards, you and I will each be in a room, separated by a curtain, and each of us will use the little people to set up a layout, ambush, or attack. Find someone to watch from the side and make a rule for casualties, weather, and troop types. When my people are ambushed by your people, the person watching will reduce my people by a part according to the rule. You can also do this to make money. For example, you and I both buy vegetable oil and sell it elsewhere. In the end, you sell it. Then, my people who go there later will naturally lose money. Add some transportation fees, preservation time of the goods, and other rules. What do you think? When Wang Wan heard this, she didn't immediately say anything. She stood there thinking. Suddenly, she turned her head, held Zhang Xiaobao's face, and kissed it hard. Xiaobao, you are too smart. When the time comes, we will send people to check the terrain in various places and leave the detailed ones for ourselves to make military maps and sand tables. The game we make will not be so detailed. We will let people set up shops in various places. Not only can children play, but also adults can play. We will let people make 3-dimensional maps made of wood. We will do the same for the little people. We will make some of the different troop types. The more detailed they are, the more soldiers they represent. The more detailed they are, the more powerful they are. We will hold competitions in various places. Other than using money to buy maps and little people, we can also set up points in various shops. When the time comes, we can use the points to exchange for things. We will make unique marks on our maps and little people. The kind that is not easy to imitate. We will even record when we sell some valuable little people and maps. In each shop, we will hold a big competition every season. The winner will receive our prize in the end. The rule is that the other party will have to compensate for the number of soldiers they have taken away in battle. Even the children of poor families can use the prize they got when they played for the first time to continue playing. As long as they are smart enough, they can compete with the rich. In this aspect, there is no fairness. It is not that if you only have 1 soldier, others will not beat you if they have 10,000 soldiers. As long as you accept the challenge, or if you are chosen according to the rules, you have to accept the challenge. It is the same in business. If a person with a copper coin wants to compete with a person with a lot of money, then he has to use that copper coin to work hard. This world is unfair. Let the children know from a young age that there is no need to beg for fairness. If they want to obtain more, they have to fight for it themselves. Xiaobao, do you have anything to add? This matter must be done. We will cultivate the talents of great Tang from a young age. When the time comes, we will look for talents here. No, Xiaobao, do you have a backup plan? Chapter 386. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled, we need to know the place to make a 3D map, but we don't need to do that for small people. We also need a lot of people to make all kinds of goods. We also need to find people to watch the shop. There are 2 people in Zhuangzi who haven't found anything yet, so we can arrange it for them. Let's make the maps for our 2 counties first, then find people to check the terrain in other places. We need to ask Li Sun to do this together. We don't have that many people, so we have to ask him to do it. He will come to us. Oh, I see. That's a good idea. What's next? Wang Wan asked again. Next, we can make a military map and hand it to the imperial court. My father will be more secure. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned another benefit. Wang Wan looked like she had expected it and continued to ask, what else? Also, when we look for the map, we can ask people to help us find the minerals. When we do business, the minerals are also included. The minerals that are useless to others are useful to us. If we are willing, we can set the price of the minerals that are not valued by others lower when we set the rules. Then, we will naturally pay a lower price for the minerals. After being kissed, Zhang Xiaobao began to say whatever he wanted to say. Wang Wan nodded with satisfaction and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Is there anything else? Yes. When we are making goods, the things we sell are also goods. For example, the smoked chicken, we can carve words on the chicken, Sanchue smoked chicken between the clouds and the water. The things that others spend money to buy can also be used to advertise for us. It's profitable. There's one more thing, don't ask now. Zhang Xiaobao answered one more question. He struggled to get out of the gentle embrace and shut his mouth. Wang Wan knew that it must be something very important, so she didn't ask more. She was satisfied with what she had asked, so she changed the topic back to what they had talked about before. Xiaobao, shouldn't there be an official examination system? For example, the people we send out can accept the challenges of those who have villains and goods. During the challenge, the shop will give out the same thing. This is fair. We can give the poor kids a chance. Okay, this is not bad. Then we have to train some people first. Otherwise, if we go to other places and they lose in a single challenge, we can't afford to lose that face. First, let's make 2 county maps. Then, we'll find 2 people from Zhuangzi to compete a few times a day. You'll be in charge of military matters, and I'll be in charge of business matters. For example, if a level 1 challenge is 100 soldiers, then a level 2 challenge is 500. The map should also be bigger and bigger, so we can see how a person's ability is. If you want to challenge a level 2 person, you have to win at least 3 matches above level 1 and get 3 badges, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan's proposal was good, so he added a few more words. Then, the 2 people settled the matter. In front of them sat 16 guards of the main courtyard. Except for Huzi, the other 15 people really didn't see the layout of the little young master and the little young lady. This time, they opened their eyes. The little young master proposed an idea, and the 2 people said one sentence after another, and such a big thing was said. Everything in the past may be like this. It seems that the main family will make more money in the future. In a while, arrange someone to find Li Sun and call him over to discuss this matter. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a small person and said. Who missed me? As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, Li Sun pushed open the door from outside and walked in. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a smile and asked. No one missed you, just casually saying it. Why did you come over? Zhang Xiaobao handed over the small person in his hand. Li Sun took it and looked at it, then looked at the sand table and said with a smile, Xiaobao, your family's guards also learn this? In front, there was a horse support that piled up rice into the ground. You're piling up mud and sand, right? Why do I feel that it looks a little familiar? Yes, it's Yawang Mountain. That's right, this in my hand is a cavalry. Aya, it's troublesome for cavalry to fight in this place, especially since you made a lake. Put some armor here and pull out the stirring rope, and wait for the cavalry to rush out when there's chaos. What do you think? What do you think? Are they fools? Don't they have scouts? Don't they think that they will be ambushed when they encounter mountains? Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and replied. Li Sun waved his hand. What if they have to rush? If they come from 100 miles away and encounter many mountains along the way, they will always send scouts to check. Then the marching speed will be slowed down. Speed is the most important thing in war. If I attack, I will first set fire to the mountains when I encounter them. You go and ambush them. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said. That's not right. If we burn the mountains, the ambushers in the mountains will throw wood. How can we proceed? Wait for the mountains to burn out? Come over with the momentum of burning the mountains and force the ambushers to. The two people who didn't understand at all started to talk. Wang Wan looked at them and listened, but she didn't say anything. She had nothing to say. These two people were full of loopholes. It was really a blessing for her to meet them. As the two of them continued to talk, Li Sun finally changed the topic when both of them had nothing else to say. I've moved. I bought a house next to the Yamen in Huayuan County. I want to celebrate with you too. In the future, you two don't have to worry about not having someone to play with when you're free. First, tell me, what is this game? Li Sun said and pointed at the sand table. This? This is the game. I want to ask someone to play with you. Zhang Xiaobao said and then repeated to Li Sun what he just said to Wang Wan. Li Ji was stunned. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao, then at Wang Wan, and then at the sand table. He opened his mouth and nodded. Okay, count me in. Let's make a deal. We can't be too detailed about the things we sell. We'll tell others about the terrain of our country. This is a good toy. Make a set first. I still have to go back. 10 days later, the training at the foot of Yaowang Mountain continued. 56 people were already used to this kind of training. Although they were tired, they also gained a lot of benefits. Their bodies were stronger than before, and their meals were more delicious. Especially after soaking in the medicinal bath at night, when they were massaged, it was really cool. Zhang Xiaobao continued to be the language teacher. Wang Wan also instilled military theory in the 16 people. Today, she could use the sand table to test the theory with the 16 people. Li Sun personally carried a big bag that weighed more than 20 kilograms. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he asked people to protect him and went back to the provincial government. This time, he planned to go back directly without stopping on the way. Unexpectedly, when the boat reached between the clouds and the water, the old man was already waiting for him with the clairvoyance in his hand. Little prince, why did you come back after just a few days? Tell this old man, what kind of interesting thing did you encounter? The old man chuckled as he stood on the small bridge, greeting Li Sun who had just arrived by boat. Li Sun saw that he couldn't hide, so he had to steer the boat to the side and enter a house between the clouds and the water with the old man. It's just a toy. It's here. Li Sun took down the bag, opened it, and kept taking things out. After taking them out, he put them together again. Hundreds of wooden figurines were also arranged. He said to the old man, we need to find another person to help. You choose one side, I choose one side. Let's play. Is it fun? We can also change the figurines to do business. Let's see whose business is better. Next to it is an hourglass. 1 hour or 1 hour can be counted as 1 day, or even 10 days. The Zhang family is going to use this to make money. They gave me a share of the business. Before they left, I arranged for 2 Zhuangzi farmers. This is it. In the future, it will appear everywhere in our country for children to play with. Adults can also play with it. Li Sun repeated what Zhang Xiaobao said to him to the old man. Good stuff. It really didn't let me down. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort to arrange people to watch you upstairs? This thing. No, I have to write a memorial. You can't protect the Zhang family. There are too many things involved and the business is too big. After hearing Li Sun's words, the old man looked at the thing in front of him and made a decision. No need. It's just a toy. Do you want to give Imperial Uncle a share? I won't do it. Li Sun deliberately said. When he came back, he wanted his father to intervene. He naturally knew how much this so-called game could cause. The old man played with the figurines. He looked at Li Sun and said, "You have to do it. Even if the prince helps you, it's useless. If there is a detailed map in the future, it can only be used by the imperial court. Tell this to the emperor. The Ministry of War will be busy again, and the Ministry of Revenue will find an excuse to intervene. After all, there is still business. More than that." Xiao Bao said that he will make a map of being an official in 2 days. First, you have to play dice. When you go to a place, you have to answer a question. Some questions are about knowledge, and some are about population and grain fields. If you answer correctly, you will be rewarded. If you answer incorrectly, you will be demoted and have to start again. After the imperial examinations are finished, the people who pass the examinations will start to be officials in various places. There will also be many questions waiting for you. It's a kind of evaluation. If you answer correctly, you will be promoted. If you answer incorrectly, you will be demoted. If you make a serious mistake, you will be exiled or beheaded. If you put it in a challenge or in a big competition every quarter, the people who are beheaded will be taken back. If you are exiled, you will be punished. Li Sun told the old man about the map that hadn't been made yet. He meant that only the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue were not enough. The old man also understood. He nodded and said, "So the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Justice, and even the Emperor have to be included. This thing is very powerful. Maybe the Emperor will let all the ministers play to see how well they handle things. But can the Zhang family think of so many possibilities? I don't know. Maybe he will go to various places and sort out what happened before and how to deal with it. For example, what did the various places do when there was a drought? Which is good? Which is bad? If you are willing to write a memorial, then write it. I am in a hurry to go back. I can't give up my set. Xiao Bao still has some. Ask them for it." As Li Sun spoke, he began to unpack the things on the table and put them into his backpack. Chapter 387. While Li Sun was reporting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stop to wait for his final result. Since the things had been made, they could begin mass production. The 2 people from Zhuangzi outside the Zhang family were gathered together. The craftsmen were in charge of making the figurines and items. They didn't need to make the maps of the 2 counties. The craftsmen of the Zhang family and the Wang family would do it. The 2 people from Zhuangzi who didn't have such craftsmanship had to be trained. Those who used to do business were assigned to manage shops in various places. Those who were smart were selected to follow them to Yaowang Mountain so that they could compete with Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to teach them some theoretical knowledge. Unfortunately, they started learning too late and couldn't understand anything too profound. The only way to make them improve quickly was to let them fail again and again and let them see how they won. After seeing more, they would naturally figure out some rules. All business activities, no matter how complicated they seemed, were ultimately a matter of price difference. A high price difference in the short term would directly make a profit, while a long-term investment would wait for appreciation. It was all the same. Those who made a lot of money just used the middle means well. The training was done, and the arrangements were arranged. Everything seemed to go smoothly. The calm water was rippled by the wind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood next to the shallowest swimming pool, staring at the water and waiting. After a few minutes, a head came out of the water first. It opened its mouth and gasped for breath. After this head came out, other heads came out of the water one after another. There was a trace of annoyance on the faces of those who came out later. Huzi was the 10th last one to come out. He wiped his face and said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, "Little master, little miss, can we practice separately?" When someone stood up, the water moved. I could have held on for a while, but when the water moved, I couldn't hold on anymore. The others who came out later also nodded in agreement with Wuxia's words. The people who came out first were a little embarrassed. They couldn't hold it in anymore and stood up quickly. Naturally, they disturbed others. Wang Wan suddenly said, "Oh. So that's how it is. You're afraid of water movement when you're holding your breath underwater? Alright, from tomorrow onwards, we'll start putting fish in this swimming pool. The smallest one has to be at least 3 feet long. The swimming pool is big, so we'll put 1,000 fish first. You guys can continue training there. There's no need for that. We'll get someone to bring them here now so that you can continue swimming." This time, no one dared to say anything, especially Wuxia. He told himself not to raise any objections in the future. Every time he did, he would feel even worse. One by one, they jumped into the water and took a few deep breaths. Then, they closed their eyes and sank into the water again, holding onto the wall of the swimming pool. Standing on the shore, Wang Wan really ordered someone to catch the fish. She glanced at the water and said, "Are you afraid of others?" What was she thinking? Did she think that she would spend the rest of her life in the swimming pool? Which river does not move? She didn't distribute the oxygen properly, and she actually dared to blame others? Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. These people were all clowns. After a while, the people inside came out one after another. Wang Wan called them and asked them to go to the shore. She took out some paper with words written on it, which were taught by Zhang Xiaobao in the past 2 days. She folded the paper and handed it to these people. After you go down, unfold the paper and see what's written on it. If you see it, get up and say it. If you don't see it, wait until you can't hold it in anymore, Wang Wan said to them. Some of these people didn't care, but some were very nervous. They usually closed their eyes when they were in the water. With a splash, these people jumped into the water again. Wang Wan sighed and said, "There's still a long way to go. When they are used to opening their eyes in the water, it will be fine. Arrange for people to go to Meiyuan, Sanyuan, Chunhua, Yunyang, Tongguan, and Fuping counties to check the terrain. Are you going to let the 2 people from Zhuangzi go to the nearby areas to get used to it? Yes and no. Let's take it slow. The other counties also need to do the same. The map of the capital is the simplest. We already have the blueprint, so we just need to follow it. I wonder if we will be punished for attacking the palace during the competition?" Zhang Xiaobao flipped through the physics information that Wang Wan had sorted out. He was still a little worried about opening a shop in the capital. Then don't make the location of the palace. Pretend that there is nothing there. Make more places. We don't need to be afraid of people deliberately remembering this place. They have already remembered it. Who would think of attacking the Tang Dynasty's palace for no reason? They have to come in first. Don't worry about it for now. Wang Wan wasn't sure what Li Longji would think if they were to target the palace. Then get rid of it. It's better to avoid trouble. When they come in a few days, remember not to show mercy. We have to let them know that they have to give it their all. Zhang Xiaobao was talking about the people who were coming to train. Wang Wan understood and nodded. She thought of something and asked, "Xiaobao, if our shop is challenging some businessmen or generals, do you think the people we send can do it? We have to send them even if they can't. If they lose, we can invite the powerful people, such as honorary generals and honorary businessmen." How could he just give it to others? After thinking for a while, he said, "Father, who are the profits given to? Who can be given to? Whoever has the ability to get involved will get some. Half of it is already a lot. How many officials of the prefectural roads? How many officials in the capital? How many princes and marquises? Those who have the ability to get in will get a little. Your brothers added together won't get as much as you. Li Chunyi had already thought of this when he heard his son say it. Li Sun had no other choice. At the same time, he thought it through. Yes, those prefectural roads are expected to help draw the map and make money from them. If we don't give them, won't they do it themselves? It's just that when they do it, they are always one step slower than the Zhang family. When the Zhang family adds a new one, they will follow suit and do a new one. But how do we calculate this? There are shops everywhere. We also have to give out a portion of the profits. Do we give them the money after they make it, or do we give them the money as we earn? You don't have to worry about this. The Zhang family naturally has a way. As for the ship, you can also build it. The first ship will be given to the Zhang family. Steel, I have helped you get some. Stay there and see what they are going to do. Chapter 388. The weather gradually cooled down. In another month or so, the rice would be harvested, and the cotton would also be harvested. The cotton harvesting process was slower than the rice harvesting process. The two farmers from Zhuangzi who came in after the Zhang family were still busy. The trainees were sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After game, no one won. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not cheat. When they rolled the dice, the person in the middle was in charge. Zhang Xiaobao's side was more fun, but Wang Wan's side was boring. She didn't throw the dice to see who would make the first move, but to see the number of the dice. She would draw a random spot beside the dice to see the weather. In order to increase the entertainment value, Zhang Xiaobao added some random elements to the game. For example, when you play a dice game and enter the lucky house, the contestant would draw a piece of paper from it. The small piece of paper would be in the simulated house. When you pinched it out and took a look, you would find 5 copper coins. That would be 5 copper coins. This could be done properly. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that he would bully people too much, so he played with the unorthodox game first. After letting people know about the business world, he would play the proper game. While the two of them were killing people, the chess pieces were already being sold. Some people in the nearby prefectures and the imperial court began to contact Zhang Zhong. They did not care who came up with this game. As long as it was the Zhang family, they would contact Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was very busy. After receiving people's invitations, he had to think about who was behind each family, how much help they could provide, and how capable they were if they wanted to cause trouble. In the end, Zhang Zhong really could not figure it out. He found Bai Shu and Li Sun and made arrangements. When there were people he did not know, he would ask the two of them. Because this news had not spread to the distant prefectures, Zhang Zhong did not dare to promise how much effort each family put in and how much money they would get. He could only wait. He wrote down each name on a piece of paper, followed by each person's family or power. When the time came, the distribution would be based on strength and power. Zhang Xiaobao meant that no matter how it was distributed, the Zhang family should keep 10% in the end. He and Wang Wan were exhausted from the detailed rules of the game. There were also some people in the residence who helped to find loopholes. If they did not even get 10%, then others could think of their own ways. The Zhang family would not be involved. Of this 10%, Li Sun's 30% was privately given to him. Li Sun still had a little bit of money left on the total list, adding it up to 5%. On the surface, he did not ask for much. Furthermore, it was his family who took the lead. Even if others knew about the private deal between him and the Zhang family, they would not say anything. After the two Zhuangzi's trainees left, the rest of the people began to make figurines. Each figurine was engraved with a unique symbol. Ordinary figurines and goods were made of ordinary wood. Medium figurines and goods were made of high-quality wood. Better figurines and goods were made of gold and silver. When buying figurines or goods with gold and silver, a document would be given to prove where the figurine was bought. In the future, it would be taken out during the competition and recognized by the shop. Otherwise, you could make it yourself. During the quarterly competition, you would take it out. There was one less document, so keep it for yourself. This kind of work was not done by the Zhuangzi, but by the people in the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao also spent a lot of money to buy jadeite. He used the jadeite to carve 2 sets of figurines and goods. These were naturally prepared for someone. As long as someone casually mentioned that they were interested, he would give it to that person. If he accidentally broke it, he would have to compensate that person. Wang Wan expressed her understanding. In the past, during festivals, there were many people who sent gifts to her family. Many of them sent authentic Yuqian Longjing tea and top-notch De Hong Pao tea in ordinary boxes. The original Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people were not envious or jealous. They had their own business. When they saw the 2 Zhuangzi's people, they even gave them their blessings. In fact, the Zhuangzi's people did not earn much. They did not directly give the profits to them. The items they made were sold according to the price. The people who were sent to look after the shops were also paid according to the income. The original Zhuangzi's people earned more the more they sold. When they opened their own shops, each family had some money. They could still afford to open a small shop, but when they opened a few big shops together, the Zhang family only charged them a small amount of money and seasoning. When they left, they did not even charge them for seasoning anymore. They just charged them a small amount of money. They did not send people to check the accounts. They just reported how much they earned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that these Zhuangzi's people would definitely report their actual income. These Zhuangzi's people were already imprinted with the Zhang family's brand. Even if 1 or 2 of them made a false report, the Zhuangzi's people would also see it. They did not know how many chickens each family produced and how much they sold. If they moved out, they would be removed from the Zhang family from the day they moved out. The Wang family's people in Zhuangzi naturally could not follow them. The Wang family was waiting for Zhang Zhong to go to another place to be an official. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not be separated. At the same time, Wang Wan's mother and Zhang Xiaobao's mother had a good relationship. The elders of the 2 families often went outside to sit under a tree and chat. Under the invitation of the Zhang family, the Wang family planned to follow them. The people in Zhangjia Zhuangzi had things to do, but the Wang family's people in Zhuangzi were still waiting. They believed that the young lady would arrange something for them to do. In fact, the Gu family's people in Zhuangzi were the most upset. They did not know who spread the rumor that the head of the Zhang family would leave Zhuangzi and go to a faraway place after he finished dealing with Huayuan County. The Gu family's people in Zhuangzi did not believe it at first. However, when they saw that the Zhang family's people had started to open shops outside of Zhuangzi, the other 2 people in Zhuangzi also started new businesses. Those who were familiar with the Zhang family knew that the Zhang family was arranging something for the people in the village to live a good life. The Gu family's people could not help but look at the Wang family's people. If the Wang family was also arranged, then the head of the Zhang family would definitely leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan certainly could not take care of the Zhang family and leave the Wang family behind. Even if the Wang family's people were doing well now, they still had to find something to earn money for them. However, was it so easy to find a profitable business? Only Zhang Xiaobao could do this. If it were someone else, it would be strange if they did not go crazy. Wang Wan was silent as if she understood. Zhang Xiaobao was filled with endless sorrow, and Li Sun came over to deliver delicious food. Wang Wan finally stopped being silent. Xiaobao, genius. It seems that the heavens were jealous of you when you got sick. Let's go and arrange it now. Young Master Li, please sit here for a while. We will come back in a while. Wang Wan left with these words and pulled Zhang Xiaobao away. Li Sun only heard the latter part of the conversation. At the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao's mouth moved, and so did Wang Wan's mouth. She only knew to ask him to wait for a while and did not understand anything else. A fast boat went against the current. When it reached the small bridge, it shouted to the Wang family's people who came out for a stroll, "The master has ordered for the second steward to come over." The person looked and recognized that it was the Wang family's guard. He quickly ran to the Wang family's main courtyard. After a while, the second steward in charge of guarding here rushed over. The person took out a letter and handed it over. "The master has ordered for the second steward to be in charge of this matter. Don't worry, take the Gu family with you. Farewell." The second steward looked at the boat in the distance and was somewhat puzzled. He did not know what this meant. He glanced at the letter in his hand and estimated the distance. He directly crossed the bridge to between the clouds and the water, which was twice as close as the main courtyard. Next to him was the Wang family's villager who had just reported. In the past, how would the villager dare to do this? However, it was different now. The steward did not have much power. He only had power when he was working for the master. Even if there was no room in between the clouds and the water, there would be emergency rooms left. He directly led the Wang family's second steward to a room on the second floor with the best view. The villager hesitated for a moment. "Second steward, can I go in and take a look?" "Come in. It must be related to Zhuangzi." "Wang Biao, you can also read?" The second steward paused for a moment and called the villager in. The villager happily walked into the room. "Second steward, who doesn't want to learn something now? Our Wang family can't be worse than others. Last time I saw that cripple Zhang family, you don't even know what he said to me. He said that a fair and graceful woman is easy to find. Bullying me because I don't understand." I was puzzled. His wife is at least 150 pounds. How can that be fair and graceful? I said that I should go and tell his wife. At that time, he treated me to a drink. Unfortunately, it was between the clouds and the water. He only charged us villager. I ordered 4 dishes and a pot of wine. He only spent 22 copper coins. Ha ha ha. The second steward finally couldn't help but laugh. He patted the villager's shoulder. "Good, let's do that. We have good relations with the Zhang family, but we still have to fight for face. Come, look at the letters." While speaking, the second steward opened the envelope and took out 2 letters. One was thick and the other was thin. He opened the thin letter and looked at the villager. The villager carefully looked at the letter. "Second steward, there are too many words that I don't understand. You should read it." The second steward nodded. "I'll read it for you." "Second steward, I am Cuckoo. I have something to tell you. Xiao Bao has arranged for the Zhang family's villager. As for the Wang family's villager, he has also thought of a way to arrange with the Gu family. We will turn the road between the clouds and the water into a food street. Our main business will be mutton steamed buns, buckwheat noodles, steamed buns, bubble oil cakes, gourd head steamed buns, donkey rujiamo, 100 dumplings, and guokue. In addition to the food that Xiao Bao and I usually make, we will give the Gu family 30% of the profits. The 2 families will run a food street together. The specific methods are in the letter. In addition, there are 4 medicinal cuisine recipes. Manage it well, and it won't be worse than the Zhang family's original villager. Remember, use enough ingredients. If there are any fakes, wait for me to find out." Second steward, I knew it. The main family won't leave us alone. It seems that the old master of the Zhang family is really going to leave. Second steward, what do you think will happen if the little lady finds out that you're faking it? The villager understood and said happily. The second steward glared at the villager. When did I say that I'm faking it? If I'm really faking it, you must be a traitor. Think of a way to tell the little lady. Second steward, I'm the traitor if I don't tell the little lady. The villager didn't care and said what he thought. Just now, I was a bit depressed, so I left a review in the book review section. Some people might not see it, so I posted it here to let everyone know my thoughts. It's my first time on the new book list, so I'm very excited. My thoughts are very simple: to stay in the top 10. I also want to be in the top 6. Who doesn't like more money? But I know it's impossible. I'm a stable person, but there's a bit of passion in my heart. Just now, someone used the words "take off the shelves" to provoke me. My heartstrings trembled, so I wrote this review. What I want to say is, friends, go well. If you're satisfied with the next book, come again. I'll continue to write. I'll write how I should write. That's my style. Even if I still owe the monthly votes for chapters, I'll still shamelessly say that I'll continue to support those with monthly votes. Let me say one more thing. Actually, I don't know where everyone is from. Maybe we'll never meet in this lifetime. Maybe we'll meet, and even if we don't know each other, I know that you'll support me at the ends of the earth. The furthest you are my most recent love. Chapter 389. The second steward didn't want to compare himself with his wife. He put down the thin letter and picked up the thick ones. He read them one by one. They were all special snacks. At the very least, he wanted to eat them when he saw them, especially the soup dumplings. He had eaten them once, just once, personally made by his wife and the young master of the Zhang family. Now, the recipes were in front of him. These recipes, together with the previous ones, totaled more than 40 types. After dividing 30%, there would still be 28 types. What's more, there would be more recipes sent over in the future. He would display some other specialties. It was really a food street. Even if he didn't know how many people would come in the future, he still had to do it. Second steward, these are all food, right? Then hurry up and do it. Our wife doesn't usually come up with ideas, but the young master of the Zhang family is amazing. If he says it's okay, then it's definitely okay. How do we divide these? The farmer said anxiously. It's written on the last page. Let's divide the processes. Each family is only responsible for one. Those who don't get to sell some other snacks, such as popcorn and cold melon seeds. These seeds will be shipped to us. First, we need to build a simple house. There needs to be a place for the snacks. Those who don't have anything else to do can help in the shop. Those who like to wander around can take some snacks and take our boat to Luoshui County to sell them. Also, during winter, keep more ice from the river. It can be used next year. The second steward turned the paper to the last page and looked at the words on it. He explained to the farmer. The farmer was happy. Our wife and young master are so good to us. I'm willing to wander around. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to other places to sell. Good idea. In a few days, the rice will be harvested. If you go to sell, who will cut the rice? Do you know how much the rice costs? Look at this year's rice. The low-grade field has nearly 4 dan of rice, the mid-grade field has 5 dan, and the high-grade field has 6 dan. 1 mu, almost twice as much as before. It's also more than last year. The second steward pushed the 8 bowls in front of the manor owner and took a sip of wine as he spoke. The farmer looked at the second steward enviously. These 8 dishes and that pot of wine were free of charge. The first 3 stewards of the Zhang family and the Wang family were all like this. If the first steward, also known as the head steward, came over, as long as there was enough reason, the food they ordered would all be free of charge, no matter what they ordered. Fortunately, none of the stewards had the leisure to do this. Unless they really had something to do, they wouldn't come over and order something too expensive. The main house was already eating well. Looking at the 8 bowls, the farmer did not stand on ceremony. He poured himself a cup of wine and took 2 bites of the food. He said, "Second steward, what do you think is going on here? Last year's output was already frightening, but this year's output is even higher. What else could it be? The main family's methods are impressive. Of course, today's harvest will be higher than last year's. It's just like a newly opened wasteland. The first year's harvest won't be enough, but the second year's harvest will be impressive. The third year's harvest will be higher than the second year's, but it will be less in the future. It seems that the price of seeds today is even higher. What do you want?" The second steward only drank the wine and did not touch the dishes. "What do I want? I don't want anything else. The house has already been built. It has 2 floors. The food growing well is the main family's ability, not mine. Then I'll go out and sell in a few days. I'll harvest the food first. Actually, I want to go with the main family. I also want to, but can the main family take so many people with them? If so many people are taken away, what will happen to the 2 counties? Even if the yamen of the 2 counties won't say anything and will be under the control of the Zhang family, there will be too many people missing. The prefectural court will not be willing. Moreover, they will have to come back in the future. Without us, there will be no home." The second steward thought too much. He had already prepared himself for not seeing the main family for a few years. The farmer did not say anything this time, so he could only change the topic. "Second steward, when are you going to look for Guzhuang's people? Actually, I think we don't need to care about Guzhuang. It's not like there's only Zhuangzi. Besides, they also made a lot of money between the clouds and the water. Our main family also made a lot of money. Don't tell me you're just going to wait for benefits? No, I'm just saying. The main family has already given us a lot of benefits. How can we ask for more? What's the difference between that and a beggar? We have hands and feet and can work. We can't always rely on the main family. When I walk outside now, if people ask me and hear that I'm from the Wang family between the clouds and the water, it'll immediately be different." He. The farmer was more honest and said whatever he wanted to say. At the same time, he was a little narrow-minded and was not willing to share the benefits with others. For example, the Zhuangzi of the Gu family. The second steward could not have the same thoughts as the farmer. Since the young lady had ordered, he had to do it. He put the remaining half-pot of wine beside the farmer and said to him, "You eat slowly. I'll go to the Gu family first." Okay. Second steward, take care. The farmer's mouth was stuffed with food. He responded and poured himself another cup of wine. His alcohol tolerance was poor, so his eyes were a little blurred. He muttered to himself, "If only the master of the Zhang family could be the prime minister. Then I can also say that I'm the prime minister's farmer and scare them to death." The second steward of the Wang family came out of between the clouds and the water and went straight to the main courtyard of the Gu family. Guingxi was also worried now. He had heard some rumors. After finding between the clouds and the water and asking, he got the general idea. He had earned some money with the Zhang family in the past 2 years, especially this year. The money he earned was more than what he had earned in the past 20 years. But he did not want the Zhang family and the Wang family to leave. It was not only a matter of money, but also a matter of power. With the 2 families, not to mention the Sanshui County, even the Zhouzhong County would not be able to cause trouble. When the 2 families left, what would happen to the Gu family? Usually, the people who contacted the little prince were the Zhang family. He did not know if the little prince would be willing to contact the Gu family. Before he left, he should come back once. He could ask at that time. After all, they had been neighbors for many years. It was reasonable for him to send them off. Besides, Zhang Zhong was not a snobbish person. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with him when there was a scattered official. Village Chief Gu, what do you think of the rice? This year's rice seems to be good. The second steward of the Wang family came over and tried to find a topic to talk about. Yes, it is good. It is all thanks to the blessing of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Guingxi replied politely. He did not know that his family had really benefited from the Zhang family and the Wang family. His rice seedlings were taken from the Zhang family and the Wang family's fields. The Zhang family and the Wang family planted the rice seedlings earlier. When the time came, they did not want the seedlings that were too dense. When the seedlings were cultivated, they were different. After a few days of growing with the wheat-rice stone and good fertilizer, the seedlings were much stronger than last year's seedlings. The second steward of the Wang family also knew that he was being polite. He quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay. Village Chief Gu, in fact, there is something we need to trouble Gu Zhuang with." The young lady sent a letter saying that she wants Wang Zhuang and Gu Zhuang to do a profitable business together. Does Village Chief Gu agree? Agree. Guingxi said without thinking. He then said, "It is all thanks to you." Second steward Wang, come to the yard. Chapter 390. The autumn wind blew down the leaves and dyed the paddy golden yellow. Everyone who had planted the late rice was busy sharpening their knives, preparing for the joy of autumn. The old man was not idle either. He gathered a group of people to fish crabs from the ponds in the mountains. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said in their letters. They left a small portion for the old man and sent the rest to between the clouds and the water. The old man was also waiting. The 2,000 mu of land belonged to his family and was only used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Along with the letters, there were also 8 crabs. The usage of each crabs was written in the letters, making the old man feel both curious and warm. The crabs and prawns were scooped up one by one. The servants of the Bai family cheered from time to time. The old man, along with his granddaughters Xin Er and Lu Er, stood to the side and watched. "Grandpa, do we eat the big crabs raw? I heard that they are better eaten raw." Xin Er licked her lips and asked. She had not eaten crabs that many times. Children were usually not allowed to eat things that could cause them to get sick. If they accidentally got sick, they might die. Only last year did she eat them a few times. They were the very small kind, skewered and fried. They made crunching sounds in her mouth, but there was no meat in them. The old man patted his granddaughter's head. "Logically speaking, we should eat them raw or drunk, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said in their letters that we can't eat them like that. If we want to eat them, send them to between the clouds and the water. They will cook them raw and drunk crabs. Otherwise, it is easy to get sick. Let's eat steamed crabs. Between the clouds and the water should cook steamed crabs. The food there is delicious." Xin Er now believed in between the clouds and the water the most when eating. She would not eat the food cooked by her own chef. Okay. Let's eat the food made by between the clouds and the water. Don't worry about getting a stomachache. Send the first batch of fish to the Yamen of Huayuan County and send some to between the clouds and the water. Let them cook it first and eat it when they get back. The old man dotingly agreed. In fact, he was also eating at between the clouds and the water. There was a special recipe for him there. Seeing that nearly 500 caddies of food had been scooped out, he quickly sent someone to deliver it to the Zhang family and Wang family so that they could have a taste first. Later on, he would send more. According to the Zhang family's custom, if they had good food, they would share it with the villagers and the bailiffs. In Huayuan County, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were also waiting for the shrimps and crabs to be sent over. They wanted to have a big meal to satisfy their cravings. The mountain road had been completed, but the other roads in Huayuan County still had to wait for a few months. There were too many people, but there were too many roads to be repaired. The Yaman's account had money. In the beginning, there were 80,000 strings of coins. In addition to the various taxes collected later on, Zhang Zhong was confident that he could repair the roads to any place that had houses. Except for the houses that lived alone on the mountain, he could repair all the roads. Not only did he repair the houses in the county, but he also specially built a main road in the surrounding counties. He directly hired people from the counties and discussed with them. After the autumn harvest, Lin County would provide manpower, while Huayuan County would provide tools and materials for road repair. He would also build several main roads in the neighboring counties. The people in Lin County's Yamen were secretly delighted. While they agreed, they also said that Zhang Zhong was a fool. He spent so much money just for the convenience of transportation. He actually helped Lin County repair the roads and kept some for himself. No one said anything. He foolishly took out the money to help others. Of course, the people in the Yamen in Lin County were just jealous, especially the Yamen runners. While they said that Huayuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong was a fool, they envied the good life of the Yamen runners in Huayuan County. Each of them carried a knife on their waist, rode a horse, and wore clothes that fit them neatly. The Yamen in Huayuan County actually hired a lot of people to wash the Yamen runners' clothes every day. The Yamen runners in other counties only had one set of clothes, and they were washed by their own family members. However, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County had 7 to 8 sets, and they even had different seasons. When doing things in the county, the Yamen runners in other counties either bought food or bullied a small shop. However, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County not only immediately brought food, drinks, and medicine, but also a small card with a number written on it. As long as they ate in a certain shop in Huayuan County, they could pay with the small card. There was a fixed number. When the time came, these shops would take the small card to the Yamen to exchange for money or tax. In this way, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County could persevere no matter how hard the training was. In addition to the good food supply, they were all strong and healthy. If they were compared with others, the Yamen runners in other counties would not be able to raise their heads. In the contradiction of taking advantage of the situation and scolding Zhang Zhong for being a fool, Zhang Zhong sent the booklet of the tax and rent that should be paid this year, which caused an uproar in the imperial court. The people in the imperial court knew that the original county magistrate one had collected an extra year's rent. They thought that Zhang Zhong would write a booklet and say that it was reduced this year. Unexpectedly, it was 5 times the usual amount. This news quickly spread to the surrounding counties. The county magistrates in these counties were all gnashing their teeth in anger. Huayuan County had sent so much, what should they do? They still wanted to find an excuse to reduce the rent and keep more for themselves. Compared to Huayuan County, if they dared to do this, they could forget about continuing to be county magistrate next year. They were not capable enough. At this time, Zhang Zhong did another stupid thing. He negotiated with the surrounding counties to rent their land to grow vegetables in the winter. Some of the materials needed would also be sent from the Yamen. The Yamen would spend money to buy the materials first. When the time came, they would sell them to the Zhang family at a higher price. This was done under his own name. The county magistrates were happy. Zhang Zhong rented 1,000 mu of land at once. He only rented it for a few months and paid 50 copper coins per mu. If he wanted to grow vegetables on so much land, the materials would cost several thousand strings of coins. Even if the price was increased by 20%, he could still earn 1,000 strings of coins. This was 1,000 mu of land in a county. When the time came, he would need to hire the local people to help with the farming. In a few months, the hired people would earn more than a year of farming. While they were scolding Zhang Zhong for being a fool, the county magistrates were also relieved. They also wrote booklets and increased the amount of money that the county had to pay this year to the highest, which was twice as much as the previous years. They originally wanted to keep some for themselves, but after being forced by Zhang Zhong's booklet, none of the county magistrates dared to keep more. It was not worth it to keep less. As a result, all of them were tortured to the point that they almost went crazy. They scolded, hated, and liked Zhang Zhong. Not only that, Zhang Zhong also asked the Zhang family to open a game shop in a few counties. They also used the maps of those counties. Some of the work of making figurines was given to the poor people in those counties. They also ordered a large number of handicrafts in those counties. All of the poultry and livestock in those counties were bought and sold at very low prices. It was also because of this that the money earned by the surrounding counties was enough for them to double the amount of money that they had to pay this year. With the rent doubled, the people's lives were good enough. Someone secretly calculated for Zhang Zhong. The money that he had spent these few times added up to less than 40,000 strings of coins. That was 40,000 strings of coins. How much land and population could it buy? Just like that, it was used by Zhang Zhong to take care of the neighboring counties. Every day, things from other counties were transported in carts. Zhang Zhong arranged for people to build more than a dozen large warehouses and put things in different categories. The poultry and livestock were directly slaughtered and frozen. For a time, the restaurants in Huaiyuan County began to buy all kinds of blood tofu. The yamen runners also brought it home every day. There was also a road connecting Yaowang Mountain to Tonglin County. While Zhang Xiaobao and the other two were waiting for the crab and training people, a small team of 5 carts came from that side. Xiaobao, tell me, what is your family doing? This is the first time I have seen a charity like yours. So much money is given to others for free. Li Sun's eyes followed the movement of the 5 carts. He touched Zhang Xiaobao beside him and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe my father feels that he is leaving, so he wants to give more benefits to the people here. The lives of ordinary people are not easy, so he wants to help if he can. Li Sun thought for a while and felt that other than Zhang Xiaobao's reason, he could not think of any other reason. He glanced at the training people and said, I don't know when the crabs and shrimps will come. I have to use the crab 8 pieces you gave me well. It should be soon. Grandpa Bai will definitely send the crabs that he caught before here. Don't worry. I will make you a few more dishes. Zhang Xiaobao was also tempted by Li Sun's question. Li Sun stared at that side. When a team of carts appeared there, Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao happily, they are coming. They are coming. That can't be. Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes and looked. He felt that it did not look like the team that the old man asked people to send things. What can't it be? It's my gift to you. There are 20 carts. You can't usually see it here, so I asked people to send it here from other places. It should be 22 to 23 carts. But on the way here, the outermost carts can't be eaten and can only be thrown away. This thing is good. I am planning to plant it in other places so that there will be vegetables to eat in winter. Li Sun waved his hand in that direction. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were curious. The team gradually approached and stopped in front of them. The curtain was lifted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned at the same time, then they became happy. Li Sun walked over and took one. You haven't seen it before, right? White song is grown in Hebei province. It is not convenient to transport it here, so no one transported it. The production this year is large, so the management hopes to plant more in more places. In the past, there were also some in other places with different colors. I know you always want to get something that you have never seen before, so I sent it to you. The taste of white song is better than other cabbage. These are enough for your family to eat in winter. White song? Cabbage? No, why did it come out in this season? It should be a few days later. Zhang Xiaobao touched the cabbage with his hand. He didn't expect to be able to eat cabbage. This thing has a large production and can be preserved for a long time. So this is it? Yi Lu Wangjian is preparing food. It's just cabbage, but it's called white song. No wonder we couldn't find it. Now it's good. We can make pig dishes. Wang Wan also reacted. She looked up a lot of things and wanted to find all kinds of useful and familiar things to use. But she didn't expect that the ingredients for the pickled cabbage that she always wanted to eat in winter were right next to her. Yes, this is it. Do you know how to eat it? It can be fried or stewed with tofu. Li Sun nodded and said, of course it's in this season. Otherwise, when are we waiting? You are a prodigal. You can plant some other vegetables first, then this. This thing is cold resistant. You wasted the opportunity to plant other things. Do you have seeds? Get me more. Also, get all the new things that have appeared elsewhere. Things like stir-fried tofu and stewed tofu. I will tell you how to eat them. Chapter 391. With the arrival of the cabbage, the 65 people no longer needed to continue training. They were called back to the yamen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. On the way back, Wang Wan asked people to quickly go back and prepare a large vat. A water vat would do. Also, prepare stones 2 sizes smaller than the mouth of the water vat, a millstone, and a large amount of salt, not the thin and white kind. Li Sun didn't know why Wang Wan was giving orders. When they arrived at the yamen, the crabs and prawns sent by the old man had also arrived. Just in time to use prawns to stir-fry cabbage. The staple food is cabbage dumplings, and the soup is dried tofu cabbage shredded soup. Make sweet and sour cabbage, steamed crab meat cabbage buns, soak sea cucumber, and make vinegar cabbage head. It can also be used as a cold dish, Wang Wan muttered as she walked into the yamen. She liked to eat cabbage the most. There were various cooking methods. As long as there were enough ingredients, she could make dozens of dishes in one go. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think so much. He was satisfied as long as there was pickled cabbage, especially the pickled cabbage that was stewed with meat. It was not greasy and tasty, or he could eat it raw. He had always eaten cabbage as a fruit. At this time, he was holding a cabbage core in his hand. It was crispy and sweet, and it reminded him a little of the past. Li Sun was also hungry. Zhang Xiaobao was eating too happily. He watched Zhang Xiaobao eat the cabbage core and didn't throw away the remaining one. He asked, "Have you seen Bai Song? This one can't be eaten." "No, who said this one can't be eaten? It can be made into pickles, just like the melon slices. I'll tell you how to make it later. These methods are not important, just think about it. What's important is the vat. As long as it's done, this dish can be kept until summer. Even if the taste changes, it's better than nothing." Zhang Xiaobao was already preparing to take the cabbage seeds to the south. Other than the cabbage, there were also small cabbages. It was good to make soup, and it could also be eaten with sauce. Li Sun paid attention to this matter. If it could be put in the summer, that meant that people could eat dishes on a normal day. Even if it was a time of shortage, he decided to take a good look at how it was done. When he entered the yamen, everything was already prepared. In fact, it was very simple. He brushed the water tank clean, put the salt in the cabbage, and put them into the tank one by one. Then, he put a millstone on top of the cabbage. After a few days, he added a few more cabbages in. When it was about time, he changed the water and the pickled cabbage would be ready. Li Sun memorized the entire procedure and asked Wang Wan, who had stopped commanding, "That's it? It's not over yet. After a few more days, we'll see if there are any bubbles in the water. You want to change the water?" "I know. I thought it was a big deal. Others have already done it. When it was done, it tasted sour in my mouth," Li Sun said proudly to Wang Wan. He finally had something he knew. Wang Wan didn't expect that someone had already done it. Since Li Sun said it, she didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't say anything. At least there were many different ways to eat it. For example, he wouldn't tell him about the pickled cabbage hot pot. After a while, crabs, shrimps, and the newly brought cabbage were made into a table full of dishes. The two families and Li Sun sat around and started eating. When they were almost done eating, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, "Do you have any idle people? Lend me some for work." "When do you need them?" "When you receive the rice, you can have some. The Li family has people in Zhuangzi." Li Sun replied. "Then it's too late. I need it now. Pluck the cotton, which is the white fold cotton. After it blossoms, it will grow fluffy. Get someone to pluck it. I have use for it. When the time comes, I'll give you some benefits." Li Sun remembered that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had bought a lot of baidizi in the capital and planted them in old Shangshu's nephew's field. There were about 8,000 of them. Originally, there were 10,000 of them, but some died later. "Xiaobao, what are you going to do with them? If there's no other way, you can get the prefectural soldiers to pick them. There aren't many, less than 9,000. There are about 8,000 or 700. They'll be gone in a while." Li Sun felt that there weren't enough baidizi in that field. "Then forget it. I'll find someone to pick them myself. It'll take 2 to 3 months. When the cotton blossoms, I'll go and pick them. I don't know how much they'll be able to pick. Let's see how much they'll produce first." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly had his own thoughts. He thought about the 10 mu of cotton and didn't need too many people. 3 people to 1 mu. They could slowly pick them. After the meal, Li Sun returned to the courtyard he bought. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat together to discuss. "Xiaobao, did you buy too little? There are more than 8,000 of them left. How much cotton can there be? How can there be 8,000 caddies?" Wang Wan felt that it was a little too little. Xiaobao shook his head vigorously and said, "1,000 caddies? Let's plant 700 plants in 1 mu of land. If we plant 8,000 caddies, then 1 mu of land will yield 700 caddies. Here, 1 caddy is 640 grams. Then, 1 mu of land will yield 900 caddies. The best cotton seeds we had back then were 1,600 caddies per mu. 100 years ago, it was 300 to 400 caddies per mu. That was already pretty good. How much do you think we can get here? How can we get so much? It doesn't seem like much." At that time, we were specifically thinking about how to plant them. The seeds were also improved countless times. With all kinds of supplementary fertilizers and pesticides, we should be able to get 50 caddies per mu, right? 12 mu is 600 caddies. Wang Wan immediately weighed down the weight. Zhang Xiaobao continued to shake his head. "I estimate that we'll get 40 caddies per mu. That's a success. In total, it'll be 500 caddies. If we synthesize it, it'll be more than 780 caddies. Let's make do with it. Let's see if we can get 800 caddies. It'll be enough to make some quilts." Wang Wan sighed and suddenly thought of something. "I estimate that we can only get 750 caddies, or even less. We still have to remove the seeds. After that, it'll be even less." "That's right. We still have to make tools for removing the seeds and a flower tying machine. Tomorrow, we'll get someone to keep an eye on 1 mu. I estimate that it'll take 2 people a day to harvest 1 mu. It's still because we don't have enough cotton balls. It seems that we have to think of ways to cultivate in the future. We can't just look at the flowers. What we need is cotton. We'll make a flower tying machine in the evening. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this matter. He was getting more and more uncertain. They had occupied 12 mu of land, but they only got 600 to 700 caddies of cotton. How much would they need to sell it to be comparable to farming? There was no other way. The cotton plants were too tall, and the space between them couldn't be small. Later on, they cultivated short plants. They were densely planted, with many branches and many fruits. A single cotton flower could reach 7 caddies. This was just an ornamental thing. Who would specially think of cultivating it? They could only cultivate it themselves. There should be such people in the Si Nong temple. They should think of a way to find them. If that didn't work, they could also get some information. The two of them discussed and came out to find someone to make a flower tying machine. This thing was simple. They just had to find a way to let the cotton wool pass through while leaving the seeds. It was the most primitive kind. There were 2 sticks, one big and one small. The gap in the middle was adjusted according to the size of the cotton seeds. If they made a slight improvement, they would step on it. When one side stepped on it, the other side would move. They just had to remove a few gears from the fan and adjust it. This is a great invention. In the future, people will remember our name. It'll be called the Bao Wan flower tying machine. Oh, it needs to be engraved with the name of the craftsman or the unique mark of the craftsman. Zhang Xiaobao stepped on it a few times and said proudly to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Xiaobao, you're really a good person. You know to share some of the glory with the craftsman. Of course. If one of them breaks while using it, it's obvious that the quality is not good. I have to find the craftsman. If I don't leave my mark, how will I know who made it? Zhang Xiaobao finally told the truth. I take back what I said just now. It's really not bad. Wang Wan didn't care about the flower tying machine anymore. She turned around and left after saying that. Early in the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun set off for the cotton field with about 10 maids and 20 male servants from the inner courtyard. At noon, the old man's nephew was already waiting at the dock. When he saw them coming, he arranged a meal first. After a quick meal, they came to the cotton field. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought that with more than 8,000 cotton plants, they could take up 12 mu if they planted them according to the length of 1 meter. In the end, they took up 11 mu. But wasn't this mu too small? The cotton plants were close to each other. The sunlight was always blocked, so the cotton did not only grow on the top, but also on the lower branches. Taking a closer look, as expected, there were not many cotton plants that had grown on the lower branches. Picking means plucking them. First, put them in your pocket. If there are too many, put them in the sack. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand, and more than 30 people rushed over. They had never done this kind of work before, so they were really unfamiliar with it. With one hand in their lapels, they used the other hand to search for the cotton stalks, picking whatever they saw. Young Master Li, this year's production is a little low. I can only give you 5 sets. A set with pillow covers, mattresses, and quilts will cost about 5 caddies. No, it's more than 8 caddies. There are only 5 sets. When you go back home, you can give them to whoever you like. Zhang Xiaobao calculated the production even lower. In the end, they could get about 600 caddies of cotton. If they only made the quilts, they could make about 130 to 140 sets. If they made a full set, they could only make about 70 to 80 sets. They still had to cut some materials. Li Sun didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. He didn't think much about it and nodded. He didn't care what Zhang Xiaobao gave him in the end. He would just take it. Wang Wan was also worried. I still have to make clothes. Give me 3 sets. That's fine. Young Master Li, I said I would give you 3 sets. I'll give you something else. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was right. He still had to make clothes and shoes. He couldn't make all of them into a quilt. He then discussed with Li Sun. Any amount is fine. Li Sun didn't have many requirements. To be precise, he didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao gave him. It was just a quilt. How bad could it be? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Li Sun's answer and sighed in relief at the same time. Then, they looked at the people picking cotton. Chapter 392. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but be surprised. Other people would pick the cotton with one hand and pick with the other. But there was someone in front of them who fastened her clothes and picked with both hands. Her speed was much faster than before. Wait for her to come back later. Ask her how she thought of doing this. When the time comes, we can teach it to others and use it next year. Wang Wan looked over and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also had the same idea. He agreed and continued to wait. There were a lot of people. They stared at 1 mu of land and used 2 hours to finish harvesting. The amount was definitely not the output of 1 mu of land. If there was still cotton, they would have to wait for a month, 2 months, or even 3 months. That was the characteristic of cotton, unless it was specially cultivated for a different purpose. Seeing that they couldn't estimate the amount, Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to bring over the flour tying machine and let someone put the cotton in. After a few adjustments, he found that it was easy to use. Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. This way, it could be used in the future. The people of the Zhang family were already used to the things that the young master could do. Li Sun watched from the side and didn't know what was going on. One could see when the white folded cotton bloomed and when the white folded cotton appeared. Why did he put it in a box and squeeze it? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't explain to Li Sun. He would talk about it when there was the real thing. It was useless to talk about it now. Wang Wan called over the servant girl who worked the fastest. Looking at the symbol, it was 3 stars. After looking at it carefully, she recognized it. Xiao Su, why did you think of that idea just now? Later, tell the others that if you teach them, you will get 1 more star. Thank you, young lady. I just felt that I could do it faster. Just a glance is enough. Where is the lump? Reach out and pick it. Xiao Su didn't expect that picking a white folded cotton would give her 1 star. She was already 4 stars. If she worked harder, she would get 5 stars. Well, not bad. Continue to work. After you've finished harvesting these few acres of land, come find us at the dock. Wang Wan instructed. Then, together with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun, she headed towards the dock. She really didn't want to wait here. The others had started first. This was a skilled job. It was slow at the beginning, but it was faster as they gradually got used to it. She estimated that they could finish harvesting those several mu of land before dark. Mr. Li, did you go to the supermarket in Sanshui County this time? Zhang Xiaobao thought of the supermarket on his way back. He couldn't leave behind a mess. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao mention the supermarket, he said happily, I went to take a look. Many people pass by on the boat. When they see the supermarket, they will deliberately stop and walk around. They want to see the novelty. In the end, most of the people who walk in will buy some things. Some people even buy more and more things. They want to buy whatever they see. When they are waiting for the bill, they realize that they don't have enough money. There are also people who specially ask for pockets. Ever since the pockets started to receive money, those who come to buy daily necessities will carry their own baskets or bags. There are almost no people who steal things. A bailiff is arranged at the door. They are all afraid of seeing the official. It will be fine once you get used to it. After a few years, the locals won't have that kind of novelty. It will become a normal thing to come and buy things. Other places will also open up one after another. Those who haven't built their houses will urge them. When they open one, they will start to earn money. If you want to expand quickly, you can pawn the houses of the supermarkets that have been built. It is like a mortgage. But we still need to use it. If we can't pay back the money, the houses will belong to the pawn shop. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun was interested, he began to tell him how to use this method. Li Sun didn't have the slightest idea of doing this. We definitely can't pawn the houses. The interest is too much. It's not worth it. It's better to cooperate with others. If it really doesn't work, I will pull more people in. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun didn't agree, he didn't continue to persuade him. In fact, there were other methods, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to take them out now. Li Sun had learned a lot, even if he didn't know it himself. When the rice was harvested and piled up, the weather was getting colder. In another 2 months, it would be the Chinese New Year. The cotton was almost finished. The remaining was not worth waiting for. It was unknown whether the land was suitable for cotton to grow, or the person who bought it in Beijing chose a good one. Even if there was some left, there was still more than 600 caddies left after the seeds were removed. The output of 11 mu of land was not comparable to the output of 1 mu of land Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao's. This place originally had a kind of cotton, which was basically similar to cotton. It was just that when it was used, it felt a little worse, and it was a little worse in terms of insulation. The spinning, weaving, printing and dyeing matters were done according to the cotton. The craftsmen of the Inner Yard Society were gathered together and began to work on the cotton. Wang Wan contributed a little and lengthened the bow used to shoot the cotton. It was also more capricious. She added a small wooden hammer so that her hands would not be injured by touching the bowstring directly. Then came the spinning and weaving. Because of the loom, the woven cloth did not meet the requirements of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but it was still better than linen. When the first set of bedding and pillow covers were made, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan packed the pillow covers with chaff. Each of them held a big bundle and sent it to Wang Wan's grandfather. Wang Wan's grandfather's health was a little worse. He had rheumatoid arthritis. He usually paid attention to it and adjusted it through food therapy. However, when it was cloudy and rainy, he still felt uncomfortable. In winter, using a quilt could relieve some of the pain. There were also cotton shoes and cotton trousers. These things combined could make Wang Wan's grandfather feel better. Wang Wan's grandfather was the first to receive the quilt. Knowing that it was the work of his granddaughter and grandson-in-law, the old man was happy all day. The other people in the family also began to have their own quilts. When they were almost done, the remaining cotton was placed there to be used for cloth, thread, or stuffing. Continue to purify the alcohol and make alcohol cotton. Wang Wan looked at the remaining cotton. There was something new. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disgusted with the alcohol cotton. If it was cut, he would rather use yellow iodine water than alcohol. When this thing was rubbed against open wounds, it was easy to get pus under the scab. Wang Wan also knew this, but she still prepared to make some. Xiaobao, it's better than not having any disinfection method, right? There is another thing that is good for disinfection, and that is indigo. This can play a role in sterilizing and killing insects. Next time, let's see if it can be used as a pesticide by mixing it with water. Then let's make some. Even if we don't use alcohol, steamed cotton and gauze can also play a good role in treating wounds. First, send the 3 quilts and 1 zhang of cloth to Li Sun. Fortunately, he agreed to buy 3 sets. How much do you think this set can be sold for? Zhang Xiaobao bought a quilt that weighed 5 caddies and went outside first. He put it on a small cart, and the two of them pushed it to Li Sun. Wang Wan was also busy. The two of them pushed the cart to Li Sun. When they found Li Sun, he was facing a tree that had lost many leaves and playing the autumn cicada that Wang Wan taught him. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the cart and shouted to Li Sun behind the quilt that was taller than him, "You don't need thin clothes to survive the cold winter. We will send you something to survive the winter." Li Sun turned around and was startled. He went around and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He pointed to the quilt that looked not so good and said, "This is what you want to send me? I have good quilts, but not this one. Your quilt is good. It's satin. You can put another quilt on the outside. And this one zhang of cloth, take it and see what it can do." Zhang Xiaobao stood up and patted the quilt with his hand. Li Sun came over and pinched it curiously. Suddenly, he said in surprise, "Hey! Why is it different from the one I used before? Is it not cotton inside? There is white fold seed inside. Take one down and hold it in your arms." Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the quilt on the top and asked Li Sun to hold it. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Sun reached out and took the top one down and held it in his arms. After holding it for a while, he said, "Well, it's warm and so soft. Is this white fold seed? Is the cloth also made of white fold seed? Does it mean that we can plant a lot of white fold seed in the future and make it into cloth? This cloth is much better than linen. People who can't afford to sell silk use this thing, and it's so warm. Can this thing also be used to make clothes? When it's cold, people who can't afford to wear leather clothes wear this. It's 100 times better than wearing 2 layers of linen. No, I have to tell my father about this. Bring a few more sets. I'll show them." "No, there are only 3 sets. You promised that I would give you 5 sets, but you didn't care." Chapter 393. When Li Sun arrived at between the clouds and the water, the old man was already waiting for him. Without waiting for Li Sun to speak, the old man asked first, "What good things did you bring back this time?" "White fold seed, a cloth woven with white fold seed and stuffed inside to make a bedding. It's warmer than cotton wool, softer than the fur we stuffed inside, and more comfortable than linen. It's what we used to raise as flowers." Li Sun was a little excited as he spoke. The main reason was that when he came over, the weather was a little cold, so he spread the bedding in the carriage and covered himself with it. That feeling was very comfortable. The old man Weiwei was stunned. "White fold seed? This can be woven into cloth? Can it be stuffed inside like cotton wool? But white fold seed has seeds in it, so it's not easy to get them. We can choose to plant them in newly opened land. Every small bud has seeds in it. Just picking the seeds will take a lot of manpower. It's not worth it. If we really plant them, it will be a waste of manpower and money." Li Sun suddenly thought of this. There were seeds in it. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo tried to step on that thing, how did they get the seeds? They stepped on it, and the seeds came out. It turned out that the key was that thing. Thinking of this, Li Sun immediately said, "The Zhang family made a thing that can be rotated. Put the white fold seed in it, and there will be no seeds after it is rotated. Should we plant it or not? If we plant it, we will occupy the land. If we don't plant it, it will be a pity. Plant it. When the time comes, even if the ordinary people can't use it, the price of the silk will drop after the rich people use it. And this matter needs to be reported. Choose a place to try planting it for a year, and encourage the opening up of land." The old man had more things to think about. The white dye seed had just come out, and everyone would find it fresh when they came into contact with it for the first time. The price would not be low. It would take at least a few years before ordinary people could use it, unless they found a suitable place to plant a large amount of white dye seed. Li Sun did not care so much. He wanted to go home quickly and give the things to his family. When he came out, other than the old man's 10 sets, he asked for 2 more sets. Of the 5 sets, he kept 1 set for himself and divided the rest. Someone was helping to collect them. After collecting 5 pounds, he could make 1 set. The worthless piece of white paper had now become a treasure. A treasure? That's right. Xiao Bao even asked me to help him collect more by Dynasty seeds. Is he thinking of? His family is thinking of going to the south and finding a suitable place to plant them in large quantities. This is the Zhang family's way of preparing for a rainy day. They haven't even gone there yet, but they've already thought of a way to improve the lives of the local people. They'll let the people plant these things, and they'll buy them at a high price. When the quilts are made, they'll sell them, and no one will lose money. If he could learn this skill from time to time. It's a pity that I can't go with them. Young master, don't you want to go and take a look? No matter where the Zhang family goes, there will be miracles. It's good to take a look. The old man understood the Zhang family's plan after Li Sun mentioned it. Li Sun was a little helpless. I want to go with them, but it seems impossible. Old minister, the Zhang family has been spending money recently. They gave flowers to the neighboring counties around Huayuan County. I don't know what Zhang Zhong is thinking. Previously, he spent 40,000 strings of coins. These days, he should have spent another 20,000 strings of coins. I said that we should open a few more supermarkets. They don't have money. They don't want to do this for money. Spending money for the neighboring counties? They've never told me about this. My nephew once mentioned that they should repair the roads in the surrounding counties. This will make it easier to transport things in Huayuan County. The 5 counties around Huayuan County are Meiyuan, Sanyuan, Chunhua, Yunyang, Fuping, and there's Sanshui County here. This road is connected. Tell me what they've done. The old man thought for a while, but he couldn't think of anything in the end. Normally, it would be abnormal if it was too normal. The Zhang family's actions were watertight. They couldn't have spent 60,000 strings of coins for nothing. Li Sun told the old man everything he knew, one by one. He bought handicrafts, opened up a shop for the game, bought the poultry and livestock raised by the people, and sold them back to the little ones at a very low price. He also helped to build roads, rent land, hire people, and so on. So, the other counties are doing well now? Zhang Zhong is wholeheartedly serving the people. Not only is he helping the people in Huayuan County, but he also can't bear to see the people around him leading a bad life. The old man thought about it and said, "That's right." Zhang Zhong submitted the memorial first. Huayuan County will pay 5 times the usual tax this year, and the surrounding counties will also have to submit the same memorial. In the end, all the taxes doubled. Luckily, the Zhang family spent 60,000 strings of coins. Otherwise, the surrounding county magistrates would be worried to death. Li Sun now understood a little about this. The Zhang family's money had stimulated the surrounding economy. It was direct investment, and it was the kind of investment that was purely based on consumption. Although it wasn't as good as infrastructure investment, this method was more effective. Otherwise, the surrounding counties wouldn't be able to collect so many things in such a short time. At this time, the old man laughed. The people in the surrounding counties should hate Zhang Zhong, but they can't bear to part with him, right? But what's the use of Zhang Zhong's move? Could it be that he doesn't want to leave and wants to stay in Huayuan County? He can't bear to leave the county that he built. Well, this is possible. When the time comes, even if others want to let him go, the people in Huayuan County and the surrounding counties will jointly petition to let him stay. The higher-ups have to consider it. But for this kind of thing, they should discuss it with me. Later, I will write a letter to ask. You take the quilt and go back first. Li Sun also had the same idea. It was useless to stay here any longer. He took his own things, left the old man's things behind, and left by boat. After he left, the old man thought for a while. No, that's not right. If the Zhang family wants to stay, why do they need so many white fold seeds? There's no need to let Li Sun build the boats. I don't know if I can write a letter to ask if the Zhang family can tell me. In the Yamen of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong took out more than 1,000 strings of coins. This was the money of the Zhang family in exchange for a large number of tanned furs from 2 counties. He asked someone to send them to the warehouse. He couldn't sit still. He didn't want to spend 60,000 strings of coins elsewhere. He spent all of it in the surrounding counties. What was his son's plan? Zhang Zhong thought about it and decided to ask his son about it. He lifted his leg and walked to the back. When he found his son and daughter-in-law, the 2 of them were picking up fallen leaves. They were using the leaf stalks to compete with each other to see who could break the leaf stalk of the other. Father, you're here. Aren't you busy ahead? Zhang Xiaobao saw his father coming over and greeted him with a smile. Zhang Zhong looked at his son and daughter-in-law. He also picked up a leaf and walked to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Let's compete with father." The 2 of them exerted force. Zhang Xiaobao, who had won 4 consecutive battles, was suddenly broken. He praised, "Father, you're still the best. What's so good about me? I can't guess why you keep sending money out. What's your plan? Tell me." Zhang Zhong threw away the leaf in his hand and asked. "Father, how can it be sending money? Didn't we buy things back? If the road is not repaired, buying things will delay things. Those things, when you take office, we'll take them and transport them to other places to sell. We'll sell them as we go. If there's the same thing, we'll buy it. If there's no more, we'll sell it. When we get there, we can at least earn twice the money. It's only 20,000 strings of coins to repair roads and rent land for others. There's also the money to buy all kinds of materials. 5,000 strings of coins. If we sell the goods, we'll get 70,000 strings of coins. Isn't that a profit of 10,000 strings of coins? In addition to the vegetables in the winter, even if we earn less, we'll still get a few thousand strings of coins. Other places can learn to grow crops, but they don't have the experience we have. They're definitely still figuring it out. Our vegetables can be sold to the capital. It's impossible for the capital to grow crops like us, right? There are many people there. Many people don't rely on farming for a living and don't have land. I estimate that this winter, we can earn 10,000 strings of coins from our vegetables. This is the law of business. It's difficult to earn 1 copper coin with 1 copper coin. It's also difficult to earn 1 copper coin with 1 copper coin. It's too easy to earn 100 strings of coins with 100 strings of coins. I can earn 10 times or 20 times, but it's impossible to earn 10,000 strings of coins with 10,000 strings of coins. It's easier to earn 3,000 or 4,000 strings of coins with 10,000 strings of coins than to earn 100 strings of coins with 100 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained to his father. Zhang Zhong felt that it made sense. So, we'll continue to spend money in the future? Of course. Before you leave, it's best if we can spend 100,000 strings of coins. Our rice can be used to make seeds. When the people in the surrounding counties and Huayuan County have money, they will naturally buy our seeds. We can't sell them like last year. How much would it be if we sold them for 20 copper coins per kilogram of seeds? Zhang Xiaobao continued to calculate. Zhang Zhong did a rough calculation of his family's land. If they could really sell it for this price, 3 zhuangzi, nearly 20,000 mu of land. The output of the last 2 zhuangzi was not as much as the original, but it was not little either. On average, the output of the upper and lower fields should be 3 dong per mu. 20,000 mu of land would be 60,000 dong. A stone would be 100 caddies. That would be 2 strings of coins. 60,000 dong would be 120,000 strings of coins. So much? Zhang Xiaobao knew what his father was thinking when he saw his father's expression. Father, it's not that much. How can 120,000 strings of coins be enough? The lower and middle fields can't be used as seeds. The last 2 zhuangzi and upper fields can only be used as seeds. If the upper fields can be used as seeds, it can only be sold for 10 copper coins per kilogram. We have to negotiate with the buyer. Including the money from selling the seeds and the food, it's not bad if we can get 40,000 strings of coins. Did you calculate that it's 20,000 mu of land? How can there be so much? There are mountains and hills. From one end of the hills to the other, it's 3 li to walk. It's more than 1,000 mu of land. Zhang Zhong finally reacted. It was not as much as he imagined. He would know how much it was when the output report came in 2 days. The output was calculated according to the upper, middle and lower fields. After all, only the upper fields could be used as seeds. Then do as my son said. Continue to buy. Sell the seeds to them while you buy. Keep enough for Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Sanshui County will still be producing middle fields next year. This year, someone said that Sanshui County's grain output is not as usual. It's 20% more than usual. It's not a small amount, especially for those who rent the land to plant. After paying the rent, the remaining 50% is more than 50%. Father, then you can continue to spend money. I will look for you when the rent tax is sent to Beijing before the new year. Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. After Zhang Zhong left, the 2 of them continued to play. Li Sun went through a lot of hardships and finally collected more than 300 jin of white fold seed. It was not because the white fold seed was not enough. It was because many cotton balls had been blown away by the wind when he collected them. If he had collected them outside when the Zhang family was harvesting, he could have collected more than 10 times. After removing the impurities and removing the seeds, there were about 290 jin left. Zhang Xiaobao kept 90 jin as processing fee and made 30 sets of bedding for Li Sun. Li Sun scolded Zhang Xiaobao for being black-hearted, but he had to accept this. After all, it took a lot of manpower to pluck and spin. The most important thing was that thing that could remove the seeds. It was too tiring to take them out one by one. Xiaobao, can you tell me how to make that thing that can remove the seeds? I will plant it next year. Li Sun asked a little embarrassedly. He also knew how precious this thing was. He did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to agree very quickly. Okay, I will give you one. You will know what it is after you let someone dismantle it. If others ask you for it, you can tell them. If they ask me for it, I will keep it a secret and let them look for you. Really? Your family doesn't want to get more benefits from this thing? Li Sun asked in disbelief. My family wants to live more. Don't tell anyone about this first. After my family plants it over there next year, you also plant it here. When the white fold seed is produced and sold for money, then people will look for you. My family will be satisfied with 1 more year's worth of money. Zhang Xiaobao still knew what things should be kept for his family and what things should be given away. Not to mention now, even in the past, how many rich people were punished for not obeying orders. Wasn't it easy to find some punishment? Li Sun happily agreed and brought back a flower-making machine for people to study. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt a little dispirited, but when he thought of the matter in the next few days, he suddenly became happy. There was still a month before the new year. Some places started to pay rent to the capital. Some places only started next year. Huayuan County was close, so they started to pay rent this year. There were also other counties that started to pay rent at the same time. Zhang Zhong originally arranged for someone else to go over, but Zhang Xiaobao found his father at this time. "Father, there is something I need to tell you. This time, you have to personally escort the things over. It is best to go with the surrounding counties and talk to their county magistrates and secretaries. It's like this," Zhang Xiaobao said as he put his hands in front of him. A lot of words were written on a piece of paper. Chapter 394. It rained in winter, and the winter clothes were cold. Thin ice covered the earth in the evening, and the river was still winding. Thousands of boats gathered and headed for the capital. Zhang Zhong contacted the county magistrates of several other counties and asked them to transport the goods to the capital together. After weighing the pros and cons, they all agreed. After the winter rain, the taxes of several counties were all transported to the wharf of Huayuan County. The fleet that had already been deployed leaned against one side and waited for the shipment. When the ships were loaded and set off one after another, the mighty fleet attracted the attention of everyone who saw it. Zhang Zhong went in person and invited the other county magistrates to do the same. The county magistrates felt that they should not miss such an opportunity. If the officials above gave them some benefits, they would let others take advantage of them. Therefore, under the hospitality of Zhang Zhong, they sat in the cabin of the Zhang family. They chatted on the way. A few days later, when they were about to arrive at the capital, Zhang Zhong said to everyone when they finished eating, "Everyone, I have something to discuss with you." Since the last competition in the Academy of Jianjia, the number of people had increased a lot. More than 400 people were studying in the academy together. The old man became a busy man. In addition to teaching in person, he also took care of some trivial things. One day, after giving a lecture to the students, Li Sun hurried over from Huayuan County while wearing a brand new cotton vest and strolling in the academy. When the old man saw Li Sun, he asked with a smile, "Little prince, did you find something interesting?" "Old minister, the Zhang family gave me something and asked me to install it on their ship. I asked someone to install it on the small boat. Look, I came here on the small boat. The boat also went on this river, which flowed toward the capital. The boat went on this river, and the water flowed. I sat there and watched the water flow until..." Li Sun's first two sentences were fine, but towards the end, he became incoherent. He pulled on the old man's sleeve and walked towards the river. The old man was very puzzled. When did Li Sun become so unsteady? As he was being dragged away, he said, "Little prince, don't be anxious. Take your time. I know you came from this river. Don't be anxious." "What are you talking about?" "Old minister, do you know how long it took me to get here from your nephew's dock?" Li Sun suppressed his excitement, but he couldn't control Weiwei's trembling body and asked the old man. "How long did it take?" "If it was fast, it would take less than half a day. If it was slow, it would take more than half a day. Could it be that you walked for an entire day? It's not even noon yet. Did you come out last night? You've only just arrived?" The old man estimated the time and asked. Li Sun shook his head vigorously and gestured with his other hand, "I came here from the dock at 5:15. It's now 9:15. How long do you think it took me?" "What? 3.5 hours? You came here from there? Did you fly? What's going on? Tell me." The old man didn't need to think carefully and said the time. He looked at Li Sun with suspicion, wondering if he was lying. Li Sun nodded, "It's almost the same as flying. You'll know when you get to the river." The 8 of us pushed hard at the same time. The boat went against the water and came here with a whoosh. The bow of the boat left the water from time to time. It couldn't be held down. Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing? The old man also became excited. He quickened his pace and jogged to follow Li Sun in that direction. This was all thanks to Shui Yun Den's usual diet adjustment. Otherwise, his body definitely wouldn't be in its current state. The two of them ran to the riverside, and the boat stopped not far from the small bridge. The old man came closer and took a closer look. He saw that the back of this boat was different from other boats. There was a large groove dug out, and in the groove, there was something half exposed and half submerged in the water. The exposed part was about 6 feet long. There were also some connecting poles placed in 8 places in front of the boat. There was a person sitting there with his feet on the pedals. The old man recognized the pedals. It was something like a tricycle sent by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo a few days ago. Sitting on it and pedaling with his feet, the car could move forward. It was very convenient. There were also some replacement parts, saying that they were not made well and would break easily. He also wrote a letter to Lu Jiro, asking her to come quickly. "Old minister, it's this thing. Xiao Bao gave it to me and asked me to install it on the boat. The boat is not finished yet, so it was modified by other big boats. When you take it over, you can adjust the position. But this thing is too strange. I don't know what's going on." Li Sun helped the old man get on the boat and said. His voice was trembling like Weiwei. The old man sat down doubtfully and waited to experience the speed. He didn't say anything. "Push hard and let the Lord see." Li Sun ordered and sat next to the old man. The 8 of them stretched out their hands and held onto the fixed handles. Then, they began to kick quickly. The first few kicks were quite strenuous, and the boat swayed back and forth. As the 8 of them kicked faster and faster, the boat stopped swaying and moved forward. At first, the old man didn't feel anything, but he felt it was strange. It seemed to be different from the boats he knew before. Boats had 2 wheels on the side, but this one was at the back, and he couldn't see the wheels. But after a few breaths, the old man was astonished. The speed of the boat had already surpassed all the boats they usually took. After waiting for a little while, the 8 people stood up and held on to the higher handrails. The moment their bodies swayed left and right, the bow of the boat suddenly swayed. The wind blew past his face, and the old man's hands were on the handrails on both sides. He turned his head and looked back, only to see the water behind the boat churning and ripples moving away. "Li Sun, what's going on? Why is it so fast?" The old man gasped for breath and shouted at Li Sun. "What else could it be? This is something made by the Zhang family. As for why it's so fast, I don't know. But I know that if this thing is installed on a warship, with 2 wheels on both sides, it can change direction at any time. Whether it's chasing or escaping, no boat can compete with it. Old minister, what should I do? Should I install it or not?" No wonder they asked for a large amount of steel to make this thing. They also sent a lot of parts, saying that it's easy to break. If at most 16 people push together, it'll probably take less than 4 hours, or even less. They said that they didn't tell me about the bearing, friction, toughness, and so on. I don't understand. Li Sun didn't know what to do. This thing was a sharp weapon. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't allow the Zhang family to use it. The old man was scared. If this was the speed of 8 people, wouldn't 16 people be even faster? He stroked his chest and said to Li Sun, "You can't do it now. Lu Jiro, the minister of the Ministry of Works, will be here soon. It'll probably be in 2 days. No wonder they sent me a tricycle. It's the same principle. Not to mention 4 hours, even if it breaks down in half an hour, it can decide the outcome of the battle at a critical moment. During a dogfight, if a few ships like this suddenly attack the opponent's main ship, the other ships won't have time to rescue them. Plus, with the clairvoyance, who can find the enemy first and make arrangements. In a naval battle, who can be the opponent? After 2 days, I'll continue to look for steel for the Zhang family. No, I can't just wait. I have to meet that person and have a good talk with him. I want to see what kind of person he is. Is there anything in this world that he doesn't know? Oh, maybe it's 2 people. According to the news I got, Song Jinggong said that it's a pair of swords. Amazing, there's actually such a person. Li Sun saw that he had the support of the old man and had an explanation for Zhang Xiaobao, so he nodded, "Old minister, how about we turn around and go back first? If it breaks down later, we'll have to repair it slowly." "Okay, let's go back." The old man wanted to drink some tea to calm his mind. "Stop, turn around," Li Sun ordered. The 8 people received the order and stopped moving. They picked up the oars and turned the direction little by little. At this time, Li Sun said, "Old minister, if my ship is in a wide area, it can easily turn around without oars. There's a rudder. On the lake between the clouds and the water, I made a big circle on the way here. Oh, then you can do the same on the river and the Yellow River. Write a letter to the Zhang family later." At this time, the old man felt that his whole body was weak. He was too excited just now. The boat turned around and headed back. At this time, the 8 people were not as fast as before. When they passed by the boats that had just passed by, the people on the boats all looked at Li Sun's boat in horror. They did not see anyone rowing, nor did they see anyone pushing. This boat flew past them like it was flying. With such a boat, even the seasonal fruits of Sichuan would dare to be transported to the capital. When the ship returned to between the clouds and the water, the old man shivered and came to the shore. He exhaled, looked back at the ship, and commented, "Good stuff. The Zhang family has enjoyed too much. They want to use the things they made at home first. Old minister is right. But how can these things only be used at home?" Li Sun also noticed this. For example, the Zhang family made the curved plows first because they had land. Also, the white folding blankets were made to keep the Zhang family warm in winter. At this time, a servant of the old man's family rushed over and said to the old man, "Master, Minister Lu from the Ministry of Works has arrived. He is waiting for you at between the clouds and the water." "Oh. He came so quickly. Come with me." The old man was happy and walked to between the clouds and the water first. At a door on the 2nd floor, the old man's figure appeared. When he saw Lu Jiro, both of them said at the same time, "Something big happened." After they finished speaking, both of them were stunned at the same time and said again, "You know? Old minister, you go first." Lu Jiro said. The old man laughed, "Minister Lu, you go first. I don't think we are talking about the same thing. My matter should be told outside by the river." "By the river? That's not it. My matter is in the capital and has nothing to do with the river. Old minister, you can't imagine what that Zhang Zhong did. He joined forces with the county magistrates of the surrounding counties and listed the matters of some counties. After that, he asked for the counties to be merged into a province." Chapter 395. What? Say that again? The old man felt that there must be something wrong with his ears. Zhang Zhong joined forces with the county magistrates of several other counties and wanted to combine the counties into one state. He took out a report on how much tax the counties would pay and how much the people's living standards would be after the counties were combined. The county magistrates of the other counties all signed their names on it. In addition to this, there is also a military sand table and a comprehensive military adjustment report. As long as they are united, they can use the terrain of the counties to resist when attacked from the outside. The imperial court is already discussing how to use the terrain of the counties to resist. Lu Jiro said word by word. He still didn't dare to believe this matter, but Zhang Zhong really did it. The report also included the matters of the Ministry of Works. The coal was there, and it could be used directly on the side for smelting. The two rivers didn't lack water and were convenient for transportation. The old man had suffered 2 shocks in a row today. He felt that it was difficult to breathe, so he picked up the tea on the table and poured it down his throat. After a while, he sat down and silently looked at the charming lake outside the window, not saying a word. Lu Jiro also sat down and looked at the boats that were harvesting the reeds. From time to time, someone would pick something from the reeds and put it into their mouth to eat. The two of them sat for a full quarter of an hour, and Li Sun also stood beside them for a quarter of an hour. He finally understood why the Zhang family spent so much money to buy things from the surrounding counties, why they had to build all the roads, and why the game store was first opened in the counties. Everything they did was for the sake of this year's tax, for the sake of connecting the economies of the several counties, and for the sake of familiarizing people with the topography of the several counties. The final result was to let the higher-ups understand that the several counties could be combined into a state. After spring, the people of the counties would have more income. The rented land for planting vegetables would make this place very prosperous. At the very least, merchants would come to buy and sell, and at the very least, the number of tourists would increase. It was no longer appropriate for this kind of place to be directly managed by the capital. It needed to become a state. But what good would this do for Zhang Zhong? Could it be that he didn't want to leave? Then why did he give him such a scary thing and let him install it on the ship? Which one was real? Which one was fake? Li Sun couldn't figure it out. After all, he was still too young. However, there were 2 ministers here. They had a lot of experience and could analyze some things. Lu Jiro opened her mouth first. "Old minister, I'm a little afraid of the Zhang family now. I'm afraid of the people behind them. What a big scheme. I can't guess what other tricks they have. Scared, I'm scared too. Is the ship moving so fast part of the plan?" Back then, when the county magistrate of Sanshui County, Cheng Lingxiang, wrote a letter from Beijing, he mentioned some of the things that happened in Sanshui County. In order to push him up, the Zhang family pushed Sanshui County up 8 times. At that time, he was afraid. The Zhang family was still a Zhuangzi. With the power of a village, they could push down a county. Then when the Zhang family had a county, wouldn't they be able to push down a prefecture? If the Zhang family was given a province and a prefecture, would they push a country around? What about now? Sure enough, if they were given a county, they would be able to push down a prefecture. Although I don't know what was written in the memorial, I think this matter has already been done. The mountains and rivers over there are all connected, and there are all kinds of things. Did they mention the lake? The old man sighed with emotion. He couldn't believe that the Zhang family had set up the scheme like this. It seemed that as long as they gave the Zhang family a little chance, they could infinitely magnify this opportunity and arrange the overall situation unknowingly or when they were clearly watching. Even if you stared at every place, you couldn't guess what they wanted to do and what their final goal was. Even now, who dared to say that the Zhang family didn't have a backup plan? Who could say that the Zhang family's chess game had reached the end? At this time, Lu Jiro's movements and expressions slowed down because she kept thinking about things in her head. After the old man finished speaking, he said after a while, "Yes, they mentioned the lake. They can train a navy in the lake. It said that they will use a new thing that can make the ships faster and we don't have to worry about the capital anymore. A navy is enough." "Old minister, do you know what it is?" "I know. How could I not know? When I just got off the ship, it was like flying." "I see. Why did they give me a tricycle?" "They transferred you here to tell me about this matter. Even the timing was perfect. They installed the little prince's ship and brought me here to let me know and tell you. Isn't that right, little prince?" As the old man spoke, he suddenly turned to Li Sun. Lu Jiro also looked at Li Sun. Li Sun's face was pale. He sat down on the floor and slowly took out a thick envelope from his arms. He licked his lips and said, "It's true. It's true. Old Minister, Minister Lu, when I came here, Xiao Bao gave me these things. He said that if I happened to meet someone from the capital between the clouds and the water and that person happened to be Minister Lu, I should give this letter to Minister Lu. If I didn't meet him, I should burn it. Now that Minister Lu is here, I should give it to Minister Lu. Today, I have seen what it means to have a perfect plan. Minister Lu, please." Lu Jiro was already unable to move. Li Sun's words made her and the old man feel cold all over and their hands and feet numb. The two of them never thought that the person behind the Zhang family would be able to calculate things to this extent. What else could he not calculate? Fortunately, there was still a waiter guarding the door. Seeing that Li Sun was about to give something to Lu Jiro and the three of them were still motionless, he ran forward and handed the envelope to Lu Jiro. He then quietly retreated to the door and stood there, but his heart was not calm at all. He was sent by the inner courtyard of the main family. He knew who was the most powerful in this aspect. As long as the young master was willing to help, there was no need to be afraid of any trouble. No matter what difficulty was, it could be solved. The young master and young lady had always been gentle to the inner courtyard and the villagers. He had seen the young master make a move several times. Every time, the people who came to cause trouble were defeated. At that time, he was already in awe of the young master. He did not expect that today, even two ministers and a marquis would be involved. Hee, his future days would be better. If the young master could even calculate the ministers, what would he be afraid of? The old man, Lu Jiro, and Li Sun did not know that the waiter was secretly laughing. Lu Jiro opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper from inside. She carefully looked at it. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. She raised her head and met the old man's gaze. "Old minister, this is the blueprint for the propeller. If you follow the instructions on it, you can make the propeller. This is the last page. Give the one on the little prince's ship to me. I'll compare it. After you make it, don't forget to leave a few for the Zhang family. The Zhang family has great use for it. The Zhang family will not make the same thing themselves in the future. Old minister, I want to see that person. I don't know if you can help me send a letter. The Marquis of Wu is very capable. I won't make any requests. Just seeing him is enough. I won't send troops to capture him. This person is very good at calculation. If by any chance, he leaves the Zhang family and goes to seek refuge somewhere else, my dynasty will not be able to afford to lose him. This old man has the same idea. I can only write a letter to the Zhang family's children and ask them. If possible, you and I will go together and tell them what the Zhang family's intentions are. Do they want to stay and not leave? The old man happily agreed. As for whether they could succeed or not, that was not important. Lu Jiro was a minister. When she analyzed things, she was much better than Li Sun. She thought for a moment and said, "This is to pave the way for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong is only a county magistrate right now, a lower 7th rank official. Originally, I thought that the Zhang family would change Huayuan County to an upper county and let Zhang Zhong be a lower 6th rank official. This way, if he was placed there, he would be a lower province's Minister of War, a lower 6th rank official. If he was promoted, it would be easier for the higher-ups to explain. Or maybe he would be a lower province's governor, a lower 6th rank official. Both are not bad. Unfortunately, the Zhang family doesn't think so. No matter how good these two positions are, they can't be compared to a provincial governor. If this is feasible, even though it's a new province, it's still Zhongzhou. Since Zhang Zhong has put in so much effort, he should have a share of it, right? It also has to be a good position. 5th rank is easy. If Zhang Zhong is no longer an official in Xinzhou, he will be exiled voluntarily or by someone. Then, the higher-ups will naturally compensate him. The Zhang family plans to arrange for Zhang Zhong to be a lower province's provincial governor. This is a lower 4th rank official. Good ability, good calculation. When the time comes, it will be done by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Even if he hides behind, the higher-ups will still be able to find out. Even if they can't find out, don't they still have me? After offering things again and again, in the end, he gave the Ministry of Works a blueprint. And, the Ministry of War will also intervene. At the last moment, he was framed by the people of the Ministry of Works and sent to the most remote place. Even if the emperor doesn't promote him, it won't make sense. Old minister, don't you think so? Lu Jiro put everything together and finally analyzed what the Zhang family wanted to do. They didn't want a mere deputy official position and directly wanted to be a provincial governor. They pushed a province and gave such a big gift. In addition to the things they offered before and the status of Zhuangyuan, all of this was calculated. The old man also thought of this and added, if it's only like this, the emperor may directly pull him to the capital and give him a 5th rank official. But the most important thing is the Zhang family's ability. No matter where they are, they can always make the people there live well. The power of a village can make the people of Sanshui City live a good life. The power of a county can make the surrounding counties live a good life. Then, if Zhang Zhong is placed in the worst place, can the Zhang family also make the people there live a good life? Increase the rent and tax? This is what the emperor is thinking. If the worst place is taken care of, Zhang Zhong can also go to the worst places. It's nothing more than increasing the title and empty position. The people behind the Zhang family are calculating their temperament. I'm old. I really want to see what the Zhang family can do outside. Li Sun was also listening to the conversation between the two of them. His status made it impossible for the two of them to chase him out. As he listened, he suddenly said, I've decided. I'll tell my imperial uncle in advance that my fief will follow the Zhang family. Wherever his family goes, I'll go. Even if the land is smaller, I'll agree to it even if I don't have to live in it. Chapter 396. Lu Jiro's words made Li Sun somewhat unconvinced. Minister Lu, who do you think can be better than me and the Zhang family? I don't need to have anything to do with Zhang Zhong. Ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who do they want to be with them? Without waiting for Minister Lu to speak, the old man said, Little Prince, if possible, you really should follow the Zhang family. Learn more. Look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, these two children. They always make people feel at ease when they talk and do things. How could the Marquis say those words before? Old Minister Lu is right. Little Prince should indeed follow the Zhang family. The Zhang family is very capable. Look at the Zhang family. They always leave a way out. When they have a way to make a lot of money and good technology, they never hide it. They directly take it out and give what should be given and what should be given. With this kind of grasp, people who are really powerful won't deliberately look for trouble. Only those who don't open their eyes want to suppress the Zhang family to improve themselves. What's the result? Lu Jiro was also teaching Li Sun on the side. She found that the little prince, who was arrogant and despotic in the capital, had changed. If she met him outside, people who didn't know him would only think that this child was good. She didn't feel the original sharpness of relying on his identity. Perhaps this was what he learned from the Zhang family. The Zhang family did so many things, especially when they encountered forces that deliberately made things difficult for them. At the beginning, they were always so peaceful. They took a step back, and then another step back. When they retreated, they dug a trap. When they didn't want to retreat and counterattacked, that kind of sharpness could grasp the opponent between life and death. The Zhang family was like a net. At first, it was soft and made people feel that they could break through any place. Those who didn't know what was good for them would let the net shrink when they touched it. This was called spinning a cocoon around oneself. Li Sun also understood. Even if he really followed the Zhang family, it was impossible for him to be in theft. Even if he and the Zhang family were good, there were other marquises, princes, and some big families. Wouldn't they send people to contact the Zhang family? It was impossible for him to drive away everyone who wanted to get close to the Zhang family. He only had one advantage, and that was that he was on good terms with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Usually, if he didn't find them to play with, they would find something good for him, or they would make something delicious and invite him to eat with them. Thinking of this, Li Sun said seriously, "I know what to do." In the past, the Zhang family wanted to rely on me and didn't dare to offend me. But now, they still want to give me benefits. This is definitely not the reason. With the power of the Zhang family, they don't need to care about a marquis. No matter how powerful a marquis is, what can I do to a top scorer? Sun Xian was beaten to death. Imperial uncle doesn't care so much. If I really have a conflict with an official, I will be punished. Little prince, it's good that you think this way. I heard that the little prince is sick and can't move at all. Little prince, you have to take care of yourself. Lu Jiro suddenly said at this time. She was already an adult, but she still winked at Li Sun. Li Sun was not stupid. He immediately understood what she meant. He held his head with both hands and said, "My head hurts." "Why does my head hurt so much?" "No, I have to find a doctor." Ha ha ha. The old man laughed first. He pointed at Li Sun and said, "After being with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for a long time, you actually know how to play tricks. Tomorrow, I will have my son bring a few doctors to visit you. It will probably take a few days before they arrive. Little prince, you must not be careless. You have to take care of yourself when you are sick." Li Sun laughed and said, "That is to say, when Zhang Zhong goes to a poor place, he will be a provincial governor? He has the final say in a province. If I really go with him, Minister Lu, will you give the new propeller to the Zhang family?" "Of course, how can we not?" The Zhang family said in the letter that they asked the Ministry of Works to keep a few for them. This is giving face to the Ministry of Works. If they can make one, they can make a second one. It is nothing more than telling the court that the Zhang family understands the rules and what can be done and what cannot be done. The Zhang family knows this very well. Don't think that there is a lack of stainless steel. The Zhang family has already mined a lot of coal. With the ability of the Zhang family, is it difficult to make some stainless steel? The Zhang family has a choice. Are the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War not sensible children? Ever since the Zhang family made the sand table and military map, the people from the Ministry of War began to pay attention to the Zhang family. Also, the Ministry of War has already found people to try out the design of the ship. They propose to modify 10 ships at once. If the people from the Ministry of War also come to rope us in, won't I, as the Minister of Works, fall behind? Lu Jiro had a lot of things to consider, not only the use of this thing, but also some things in the court. Then let's take this thing back first. I will also go back to Huayuan County. Li Sun had a plan in his heart and knew how to tell Zhang Xiaobao. There is no need to take it back. Just do it according to these drawings first. This time, I brought a lot of people. If they really can't do it, then we can take that thing apart. I still don't know how fast it is, so I will go and see. Lu Jiro didn't want to go back. There must be people from the Ministry of War waiting there. The last time she came here, she was already targeted by them. What if she was discovered again? The old man had already experienced it once, but he still wanted to experience it again. The three people came out of between the clouds and the water one after another and boarded the ship. Following Li Sun's order, the old man was laughing heartily all the way, but Lu Jiro's expression was serious. Fast, it was really too fast. The 8 of them worked hard. From time to time, the bow of the ship would be swayed by the current because it was not heavy enough. While it was moving up and down, Lu Jiro suddenly asked, "What will happen if this thing is put on the sea? Can it be bigger? On the sea? You will have to ask the little prince. The little prince is planning to make a ship. As for whether it can be bigger, you will have to ask the people from the Zhang family." This time, the old man wasn't as nervous as last time. He said in a relaxed manner. In Huaiyuan County, in the swimming pool of Yaowang Mountain, 56 people were still swimming in the water. At this time, everyone was carrying 20 kilograms of weight, but no one would shrink back because of this. The sound of splashing water was constantly heard. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also swam with them. Of the two of them, one was carrying a weight, while the other was not. Wang Wan usually played in the swimming pool, and in addition to her familiarity with the water, she swam faster than the 56 people. Although she was a child, in the water, whoever could display their ability better would be able to swim faster. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaobao had a natural affinity for water. After the flood, he vowed to become stronger in the water. From fear to conquest, and then to assimilation, Zhang Xiaobao's understanding of water had reached a terrifying level. Wang Wan had been specially trained, and her movements were standard. Whether it was the breaststroke, butterfly, or freestyle, most of the time, her body was moving in the water, and she would only take a breath after a certain distance. Don't give up, you are the most powerful guards. Rhythm, pay attention to the rhythm, swim for me, the water is not cold, swim, look ahead a little, find a goal for yourself, don't look far away, just look at the front, believe in yourself, I can do it, go. Wang Wan encouraged the 56 people while swimming. Zhang Xiaobao stuck closely to Wang Wan. It was unknown how he moved, but every time he swam, the current would not only not exhaust Wang Wan's strength, but also make her feel much more relaxed. Look at the young master and the young lady, just in front, swim, 1 2, 1 2, relax, spread your arms, steady, no one is allowed to rush. Huzi also shouted, but every shout was very strenuous. He did not want to support Wang Wan with Zhang Xiaobao's special swimming beside her. The rest of the 55 people adjusted their breathing and frequency, no longer thinking of following Taidu. Their eyes were fixed on the young master, who was also carrying weights. The 5 caddies of sand calculated according to the weight of the body did not affect the young master in the slightest. At this time, they really saw the young master's swimming ability. Like a fish, the young master was always faster than others at the same frequency. This was already the 10th round trip, and also the last one-way trip. No one wanted to give up, and they clenched their teeth and persevered. Even if they felt weak all over, even if there were stars in front of them, they still closed their eyes and persevered according to their own frequency. When Wang Wan reached the end, she exerted strength under her feet, and Zhang Xiaobao supported Wang Wan from below. She jumped directly to the shore and lay there, gasping for breath. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly sank into the water and floated up again. He waved at the 56 people and let them go first. When the last one, Huzi, also climbed up, Zhang Xiaobao circled in the water, and with this force, directly jumped up in the water. He put his hands on the edge of the pool, and his whole body soared into the air. When he landed, his feet touched the ground first. The 56 people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Wang Wan was also stunned. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What are you?" "It's nothing. I'm used to the water. You can treat me as a cool man." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed not tired. When he swam, he could control the details. Then you will stay in the sea in the future. You are not allowed to go ashore. Maybe a mermaid will take a fancy to you. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao remove the weight on his body and said. Zhang Xiaobao did not avoid it and directly massaged Wang Wan. Wang Wan shouted as she swam, and her physical strength was too exhausted. The others also divided into pairs and helped massage there. Xiaobao, when will you leave? I really can't bear to leave. Wang Wan was massaged for a while, and turned over to ask. No matter what, we have to wait for the ice in the Yellow River to melt. When we are there, ordinary people can't control us. If you want to raise dogs, find a few there. If you want to train people, there are many ethnic minorities there. Remember to integrate. Don't be like Yang Guozhong, foolishly happy and determined to destroy the human race. In the end, he was defeated twice in a row and many people died. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fist and massaged Wang Wan's leg. I'm not that kind of person. Xiaobao, I know that you have a big plan this time. It's not just to give your father a good position over there, right? I have seen the ability of international swindlers with my own eyes. None of them are easy to deal with. Chapter 397. Except for Zhang Xiaobao, no one had expected that the county magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong, would suddenly do such a thing. The court was in a heated argument. The only one who didn't participate was the Minister of Works, Lu Zhiro. He was leading a group of people to make a new propeller. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already drawn the diagram, and the theory was clearly written in the language of the time. However, people's thinking was limited. If it were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in junior high school, they would know what to do when they saw this kind of theory. However, the people in the Ministry of Works couldn't understand it no matter how they thought about it, because these things involved too much basic knowledge. Geniuses would only appear at times like this. Lu Zhiro's distant relative, Lu Feidong, looked at the drawing and then looked at the real thing. He used the fastest speed to dismantle the propeller that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put together. He said to Lu Zhiro, "Uncle, I know what to do. In fact, it's just a frame." Lu Zhiro looked at his distant nephew's actions and was stunned. Before he could encourage him, someone next to him said, "Lord Lu's nephew is really amazing." After hearing what he said, I also know. It's really too simple. It's just these things. Let people make them according to their appearance and then put them together. Lu Zhiro still didn't have time to speak. His nephew, Lu Feidong, said, "Bullshit, do you really think it's that simple? Do you really think you can make it just by looking at it and following it? Tell me, how do you make the round beads of the same size in this thing put together? What kind of oil is it? Look at this oil yourself. What kind of weather is it now? When people are shivering from the cold, the oil won't solidify. When it's put on the ground, it will spread slowly. Do you know what this oil is for? It's for these small beads to spin faster." The person was ashamed by Lu Feidong's words, but he didn't dare to refute. He really didn't know what was going on with this oil. When the weather was cold, other oils would generally solidify, but this oil was fine. Lu Zhiro didn't care about those things. Seeing that her subordinates couldn't answer, she coldly snorted and said, "Back down. You only know how but don't know why. You're a good-for-nothing." "Uncle, you called for me?" Lu Feidong turned around and asked. "Well, even if I called you, do you know what this thing is?" Lu Zhiro asked Lu Feidong. She felt very proud when she saw her distant nephew dismantle and put the thing back together. Lu Feidong could not theorize this thing, but he could understand the meaning behind it. He dipped his finger in some oil and put it in his mouth. He tasted it, but he still did not know what it was. "Uncle, it's like this. When someone steps on this thing, it will spin. The way it spins is different. When a person steps on it, as long as he has enough strength to step on it, it will spin 10 times. After that, it will be like a person paddling, pushing the water. In fact, it is pushing the person while pushing the water. Uncle, do you understand? I don't understand. Why is a person pushing a person into the water? Lu Jiro really didn't understand. I also don't know. It's just a feeling. Lu Feidong also didn't know how to explain it. This big brother, do you really know that you give a force to the water and the water also gives you a force? A clear and sweet voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl standing there, wearing a red dress made of an unknown material. Her pair of lively big eyes kept looking around. When Lu Feidong saw this girl, he felt that this girl was very cute. He simply smiled and said, I know. I've been thinking about it, but I just don't understand. The little girl nodded. Of course you don't understand. Because you're not a member of Zhangjie Zhuangzi. This is called the interaction of forces. When the points of contact produce a response, everything is inertial because of the force. The transmission of force, if subdivided, is always intermittent. It's just that the intermittent time is too short to feel it. Even light is the same. As long as your speed or perception exceeds the speed of light, then you can see the intermittent light. The same goes for resistance. This thing's function is to use the intermittent inertia to offset the intermittent resistance. The shorter the intermittent time of the power, the faster the speed, or the smaller the intermittent force of the resistance, the faster the speed. If both the resistance and the force of the object were sustainable, then the smaller the area of the propelling force, the greater the force at this point, and the faster the speed. This resistance depended on the density. When flying, and when on water, the density was different, so the resistance would be different. Even if matter only exists in terms of mass, it also has density. This density is not eternal, but it can exceed the speed of light, so light can't be transmitted. This is gravity. Gravity is also a kind of existence. Since it can bind light, it means that it's faster than light. In fact, light also has mass, but it's not easy to detect. As long as it has mass, it has gravity. If it can't escape, it means that its speed is not fast enough. What I mean is that the resistance is not the problem. The power and the density of the contact point are the key to speed. Do you understand? Lu Feidong was dumbfounded. Not only him, but all the people around him were dumbfounded when they heard the little girl's words. What nonsense was this? It was just something made of stainless steel. How could there be so many problems? Looking at everyone's expressions, the little girl lowered her head sadly and muttered, I shouldn't stay here. I should go find Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They'll understand. The things I learned were also written in the books sent by the Zhang family. At this moment, the little girl seemed very lonely. The few people around her also heard her words, but they didn't understand what she meant. Only the old man sighed and said to the little girl, go to Huayuan County. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are waiting for you. Yes, I won't tell them. They're very, very stupid. I've explained it so clearly, but they still don't understand. I'll go find Xiaobao and Cuckoo and tell them. They'll understand, Lu said sadly. I also know that in reality, speed refers to the force produced by the ship after it cancels out the resistance the ship encounters. If this force is greater than the ship's gravity, then the ship will move. The greater the ratio, the faster the ship will move. At this time, a 12 or 13-year-old boy joined in. He was a student at the academy. Lu heard the voice and looked up. She smiled at the boy and said, yes, whoever can balance the nature of the force and resistance, and who can make the pressure point of the force be more concentrated, will be able to move faster under the circumstances of the same force and resistance. The boy and Lu looked at each other and smiled. They felt that they were no longer lonely. The boy said to Lu, go to the academy and have a look. Although you're still young, I believe that no one will dare to look down on you. Then I'll also look for my brothers and sisters from the Zhang and Wang families. Only now do I know that I'm not from the same world as them. Lu led the newcomer towards the academy, not forgetting to point at the others as she spoke. Everyone was stunned, including the old man and Lu Jiro. They did not understand what Lu said at all. It was like listening to a bunch of books. Lu Feidong, on the other hand, was full of excitement. Uncle, I want to go to that academy. I can learn things that I didn't know before there. Lu Jiro did not know whether to laugh or cry. Feidong, no matter which academy you go to, you'll learn things that you didn't know before. However, this academy will not teach what you just heard. If you want to learn, there is only one place, the Yamen of Huayuan County. Uncle will take you there tomorrow. If it's feasible, you can learn there. In the Yamen of Huayuan County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still training the 56 people. Wang Wan asked someone to make some training equipment and taught the others how to do it, such as the parallel bars. She did not know how to do it herself. It was not that she did not know how to do it, but she did not dare to. She was afraid that her arm strength could not support her weight. This kind of basic training was to increase the strength of muscles in all parts of the body. The floor of the parallel bars was covered with thick cotton mats. There was also a doctor waiting by the side. If anyone was injured, the doctor would be able to treat them in time. There was also a horizontal bar on the side. Zhang Xiaobao climbed up the bar on one side and did 12 pull-ups there. Then he climbed down the bar on the side. 12? Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you only did 12? Wang Wan asked. Go up and try. See how many you can do. I bet you that I can't do more than 5 of these 56 people. Do you believe me? Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, not thinking that he did not do enough. Wang Wan smiled, don't compare yourself with them. Compare yourself with how you used to be. How many could you do before? How old was I before? How old am I now? Don't always talk about me. Climb up and compare yourself with how you used to be. Zhang Xiaobao began to rub his arms. Just now, he had done 12 of them because of his tenacity. When it came to the 6th one, it was already very strenuous. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Wang Wan also understood that this part of the muscles had nothing to do with normal training. Even if you could lift a 200-pound stone at will, you could not do pull-ups without training. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao rubbing his arms, she said, I couldn't do half in the beginning. If I do one now, will I surpass myself? In the past, I could do 1. Now, I can do 12. If you can't do 12, then it means that I'm better than you, both in the past and now. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't stupid. Wasn't it just lowering the previous results? Let's see who will lower. Then you are better than me. Xiaobao, let me ask you, what kind of ethnic policy will you adopt when your father goes there? Don't kill people in the name of integration. History is too far away from us. I only look at what is in front of me. Wang Wan did not want to compare, but changed the topic. I don't like to kill people, unless someone wants me and my family to die. It's just some ethnic minorities. It's simple. Get rid of the ambitious people, and the rest is easy. We can talk about it when the time comes. In fact, through my understanding, I found that the ethnic minorities and the people in the Central Plains are mostly the same, except for some different customs. Some people will sow discord in order to maintain their ruling position. Do the real people care about who is in power? Usually, there is not much hatred between people. It is not important to say that the ethnic minorities kill the people in the Central Plains, and it is not important to say that the people in the Central Plains kill the ethnic minorities. What is important is who is making use of the people in the middle. This kind of person is the most hateful. Are there no conflicts between neighbors? Are there any less killings between brothers? Are there not many in the Xuanwu sect? So, I plan to see who is the most active person when I go there. If he wants to destroy other ethnic groups, I will destroy him. Chapter 398. When the first light snow fell, the snow fell. Zhang Zhong finally came back from the capital, followed by those county magistrates who were in a happy mood. At this time, no one scolded Zhang Zhong for being stupid, but they kept thanking him. They also admitted that the Zhang family was an unusual family. Even if there were fewer people, it was for the sake of the family. What the Zhang family had done in the past few years was like a legend, one after another, which made people understand. But when someone really made a conclusion, it was so bizarre. This was the ability of the Zhang family. In the future, these county magistrates could hold their positions and not move, or they could go to the new province to do things. In that case, they would have less power, but their ranks could be promoted. As for the provincial governor, it was impossible for Zhang Zhong to be the provincial governor of Zhongzhou province. The rank of this position was too high, the power was too great, and it was also a piece of delicious cake. Many people wanted to be the provincial governor, unless the Zhang family could use other means. Zhang Zhong didn't know the thoughts of these county magistrates, nor was he in the mood to think about it. He just wanted to go home early and make the two families happy. He knew clearly that it was impossible for him to stay here and be the provincial governor. It was not that he couldn't. If his son wanted to, there seemed to be nothing impossible. But there was not much development here. If he really became the provincial governor of a newly established state, there would be almost no disobedient people. However, the development of this place had reached a certain point. The lives of the people would be good. Unless the new provincial governor was a simple-minded person like County Magistrate 1, the life of this place would only get better. If he really met such a person, he would have to ask his son to do something. This place was close to Sanshui County, and there were many businesses in the family. It was the foundation of the Zhang family. Even if he left, he couldn't let others touch it. Thinking of his son's ability, Zhang Zhong showed a gratified smile. He didn't know what his son and daughter-in-law were busy with these days. It was definitely not as simple as it looked. It was very likely that they were arranging things after leaving and waiting for someone who wanted to touch this place. County Magistrate Cheng of Sanyuan County suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Zhong with uncertainty, "County Magistrate Zhang, I heard that you will leave this place after the new year. What about our counties and Huayuan County?" The county magistrates of the other 5 counties also looked at Zhang Zhong. They had the same concerns. With Zhang Zhong around, those few counties could cooperate well with Huayuan County and even Sanshui County. If Zhang Zhong was not around, would the others really care about the people like Zhang Zhong? What if a greedy and poor county magistrate came up? What should the others do? How many county magistrates could be like Zhang Zhong? Not only did his own family earn money, but he also benefited the people and made other places rich as well. The Zhang family's ability to earn money made Zhang Zhong not need to waste his efforts to be greedy or to betray the interests of the county for bribes. What County Magistrate Cheng said is also what we are thinking. County Magistrate Zhang, without you in the future, the few counties may not develop like they are now. If there is a greedy county magistrate, the lives of the people will be difficult. The county magistrate of Yunyang County also chimed in. He knew in his heart that he wanted to be a little greedy, let alone others. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Zhong's booklet gave him too much pressure, he would have taken home a few thousand strings of coins by now. He now understood Zhang Zhong's character. If he wanted money, he would give it to him. If he wanted political achievements, he would give it to him. If he wanted to exploit the people, he would just wait for death. This kind of official was too rare. Usually, they were honest officials and their families were not rich. But Zhang Zhong's family had a lot of money. Zhang Zhong heard the two people's questions and looked at the other people's expressions. He was worried. He didn't know what would happen here in the future. He was anxious to go back and ask his son. His son should have thought about it. Looking at the scenery by the river, the depression was full of hope. In the cold weather, there were still people strolling here, and they were all strong young men. Zhang Zhong knew what these people wanted to do. It was the notice that he had issued in the past that asked people who had nothing to do to walk by the river when they were free. It was better for those who were good at swimming. If someone fell into the water, they could jump in to save him. After all, this was not Huayuan County, and there were no boats patrolling here and there. After saving someone, under normal circumstances, the person being saved was basically a merchant. They would give their savior some benefits. Huayuan County would also give some rewards. To Zhang Zhong, it wasn't much, just 100 or so coins. However, to the commoners, it was quite a lot. When the other county magistrates saw that Zhang Zhong did not answer, they thought that he did not want to talk about this matter. They changed the topic and said, "County Magistrate Zhang, I have decided to let the Yamen runners patrol here in the future. They will learn from you and recruit some idlers into the Yamen. That's good. If there is a flood, send more people to various places. Boats are expensive in other places. You can ask between the clouds and the water. It is cheaper there. To be honest, my boats there were all made by my family's shipyard. We can sell them to the Yamen as capital." Zhang Zhong was now focused on being a good official. When others mentioned the boat, he decided to sell the capital of his family's shipyard to the Yamen. The county magistrate was happy when he heard this. "Don't worry, County Magistrate Zhang. The boats we bought will not be sold at a higher price. They will all be used in the Yamen. People who come and go on this river say that they are least worried about the section between Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Not to mention accidentally falling into the water, even if you tied a stone to your body and jumped into the water, you will not die." While they were talking, a boat approached them. There was a flag at the bow of the boat with a rice seedling painted on it. When they saw the flag, they knew that the people from the Zhang family had come. The Zhang family also had their own fleet. They usually did not go far. They took short-term jobs within the range of the two counties. At the same time, they were responsible for checking the situation on the river. There was a clairvoyant on each boat. Zhang Zhong stood forward and looked at the approaching boat. He asked the person who was also standing at the bow of the boat, "What are you doing here?" "I am going back soon. In response to Master's question, our family sent a letter saying that you have encountered a little trouble. It will be solved after you read the letter." The person on the boat tied the letter to a bamboo pole and handed it to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was a little confused. He did not know why his family sent a letter. He did not have any trouble. When he took the letter, the boat from his family had already brushed past him. County Magistrate Zhang's family is better. They have their own fleet and it is convenient to do things, a county magistrate said enviously. A county magistrate said enviously. The other county magistrates nodded in agreement. It was indeed different to have their own business. This time, they were supposed to stay at the resting point in the capital city. Their official rank was low, so it was very uncomfortable to stay there. In the end, they were led by Zhang Zhong to the restaurant opened by his family. They chose a room and did not need to spend any money on food and drinks. These days, they were very comfortable. Zhang Zhong smiled and did not say anything. In his heart, he knew that it was all thanks to his son. His son always wanted his family to have a better life. Before he left, he would make proper arrangements. At home, it was needless to say. Not only were his family members comfortable, but even the people in the inner courtyard were also the same. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there was tea, hot water for bathing, food, and so on. The people in the inner courtyard took turns to keep watch at night. They also found 2 doctors and a medical doctor, which made the house much more stable. In addition to the previous doctor, the 3 doctors each stayed for 8 hours. When they encountered a difficult illness, they would go to the medical doctor. In this way, the people in the inner courtyard did not have to worry when they were resting. When they were working, they worked hard. It was like a big family, making people feel comfortable living in such a house. Thinking of home, Zhang Zhong opened the letter with a smile. After reading it from the beginning, he sighed softly and said to the other county magistrates who were waiting, "There is a new business at home. I don't know if you are interested in participating. I don't dare to say too much, but 50 strings of coins per month is still okay." The county magistrates did not expect that Zhang Zhong would immediately lead them to make money after reading a letter. Needless to say, the Zhang family's ability was obvious. The output of farming was twice as high as other people's. In business, other people might lose money, but the Zhang family definitely could not. 50 strings of coins per month, that was 600 strings of coins per year. Even a year's salary was not so much. A 7th-grade external official only had 1,750 strings of coins per month. Adding the other 350 strings of coins, it was only 2 strings of coins and 100 strings of coins in total. That was 50 strings of coins per month. According to Zhang Zhong's words, the money was considered little. It was more than 20 times the salary. County Magistrate Cheng, who had just spoken, immediately expressed his position. "County Magistrate Zhang, we are willing to do this." "What is it?" Zhang Zhong shook the paper in his hand and said, "It's simple. Each family will send 20 to 30 people to help deliver letters and things here. If you go by water, my family will take care of the ship. If you go by land, you will need the cooperation of the county magistrates. This is called the express delivery. In the future, the entire province and Sanshui County will be together. Don't be in a hurry to be promoted. Stay in this position for 3 to 5 years. When I come back, I will naturally make arrangements for you. Take advantage of this time to earn more money and take care of your own county. The next county magistrate of Huayuan County is the chief librarian who is promoted now. You don't have to worry. I will tell him what to do. I have already prepared a profitable business for his family. In the future, he will continue to do things like I do. He can still earn 100 strings of coins per month. If he dares to be greedy and dare to sell the interests of the county, you don't have to do anything. Someone will naturally do it. You must also remember to treat the people well. Fix the road so that it will be more convenient for the express delivery. There is a requirement for the person who will be chosen. Rain or shine, from Sanshui County to the farthest county. You will only be given 2 days. You must arrive within 24 hours. When the people are rich, there are also rich businessmen and some nobles who live here. They need this kind of express delivery. It is very easy to earn 50 strings of coins per month. Zhang Zhong was confident in this matter. Ordinary people might take a long time to deliver a letter, but they endured it. However, some people hoped that the sooner the better. If several counties worked together, whether it was by land or by water, they could deliver the letter in 2 days. Chapter 399. Several county magistrates who were standing at the side immediately understood what Zhang Zhong meant. He didn't want to give up the entire province even after he left. There would be a new provincial governor in the province, and some other officials who would do other things. However, no matter what, the province couldn't be separated from the 7 counties that were united. As long as the people in the province went too far, the 7 counties could compete with the provincial yamen. More than 50 strings of coins per person per month was actually to prevent them from being greedy and accepting bribes. In this way, the province couldn't catch them and they didn't need to worry about the provincial governor finding excuses. Thinking of this, the county magistrates felt that the weather seemed to be colder. Zhang Zhong was too meddlesome. But after thinking about it, they had to do this, unless they were willing to surrender. County Magistrate Zhang, I think this is a good idea. I'd rather be a level 7 county magistrate than a level 6 idle official. At most, I'll have a few more acres of land. How can it compare with a monthly income of 50 strings of coins? County Magistrate Zhang can rest assured. What County Magistrate Zhang was like when he left the Yamen of Sanyuan County will only be better when he returns. The County Magistrate of Sanyuan County expressed his opinion, and the county magistrates of other counties also followed. They were waiting for Zhang Zhong to be promoted after he came back. Others might not have this ability, but the Zhang family could. Well said, well said. In the future, as long as I have a way to make money, I will take you with me. When we go back, go to the yamen and take a few kilograms of black fungus back to taste. Seeing that the matter was easily solved, Zhang Zhong happily told the county magistrates. He decided that when he went back, he would give each of them 10 kilograms of black fungus. As for whether they would keep it for themselves or give it to Shengguan, it was not up to him to decide. They talked and laughed easily on the boat and returned to the yamen of Huayuan County in the middle of the night. After settling them in Jinlai Tower, Zhang Zhong hurried home and wanted to ask his son. As a result, he found that his son and daughter-in-law didn't come back. They stayed in Yaowang Mountain. Suppressing the urge to look for him, Zhang Zhong began to tell his family about some of the specific things that happened when he returned to the capital. After the booklet, sand table, and the rental tax were sent, the imperial court discussed it for many days before approving the matter of Cheng Lizho. It was snowing at night. Zhang Zhong hugged Jiang Wang clan and felt the warmth of home. He said softly, I heard that the winter in the south is not cold at all. There are pearls by the sea. I'll make you a beautiful necklace. Pay attention to adjusting your physical strength. Lower your body a little, form a figure 8 with your feet, bend your legs, and use your peripheral vision to feel the things around you. Focus, don't put all your focus on one leg. Even if you're jogging, tie the straps of your backpack yourself. It has to be just right. On Yaowang Mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each carried a backpack and held a foot-long bayonet in their hands. They led 56 people to train. Wang Wan taught the 56 people as they walked. The 56 people listened as they walked. They controlled their bodies and tried their best to meet the requirements. Now they didn't have much strength. The food was good, but they couldn't stand it if they didn't rest. During the day, they practiced in the morning and swam in the afternoon. They didn't know what the little girl was going to do today. At night, even if it was still snowing, they didn't rest. They were taken to the mountain, carrying a big bag of things, and kept on walking. In the middle of the night, the sky was dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surrounded by 56 people. They kept on jogging. They had been jogging for 2 hours, and there was no sign of stopping. The two of them were tired, but their willpower was different. When it was midnight, Wang Wan finally touched Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan didn't have the strength to shout, so he helped to shout, stop, rest and eat. 56 people finally stopped. Not caring if the ground was cold or not, they sat down and brought their backpacks in front of them. They took out the wrapped smoked chicken and rice wine in bamboo tubes, eating and drinking at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan first gave each other a massage, and then took out their food to eat. There was some beef jerky, a tube of juice, and a big steamed bun with pickled vegetables inside. Today is the first day, you can eat as much as you want. Go back later and have a good sleep. Wait until noon tomorrow, you will leave here. I will take you to Fragrant Hill to play. Crossbows and other weapons have been prepared for you. Tomorrow, change into new clothes, put sand in your backpacks, and put your food in the pockets of your clothes. You only have 3 days of food and water. When you arrive at Fragrant Hill, after eating, find a way to find your own food. Those who can't persevere, go back to the inner courtyard. You are the strong Team 0 of Team Meow. The team only needs the strong. Cowards can go to other places to do things. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the steamed bun and ate some pickled vegetables. He said to the 56 people who had blurred eyes and wanted to sleep. The 56 people were shocked at the same time. Most of their sleepiness disappeared, and they became alert. They tried to drink as little as possible. They were afraid that they would be driven back. They couldn't afford to lose face. There was a new protector, and they would lose their identity as protectors. If they were driven back, would they say that they couldn't keep up when the new protector asked them? Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Now, I will teach you some simple skills. The first is sleep. Don't underestimate this sleep. At critical times, if you can rest for a while in a special environment, you will have a chance to survive. Cuckoo and I have practiced sleeping well. Now, we can sleep at any time and wake up at any time. The 56 people listened attentively. Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained how to adjust their bodies. For example, what to lean on when standing to sleep, the center of gravity and the angle of the body, what was deep sleep, what was light sleep, how to cultivate the sense of danger, and how to wake up on time when sleeping, etc. Zhang Xiaobao had done a lot of research in this area. He first explained the general theory, and then he would take it slow when the time came. Especially for the dangerous training, he would arrange special things to put the 56 people in a half-asleep state. The 56 people were already sleepy. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao talking about sleeping methods, they all felt their eyelids become heavier and heavier. Wang Wan took advantage of this time to take a nap. Okay, that's about it. After resting for a quarter of an hour, we will set off and go back. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was about time. He called out to the 56 people and leaned against Wang Wan to sleep. The 56 people yawned. Feeling the cold weather, they all began to eat and drink. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Xiaobao woke up first. Wang Wan also opened her eyes, put on her backpack, and began to lead the group back. When they came, they didn't walk slowly. When they went back, because they were full and had a day of exercise, the 56 people walked until 4:45 in the morning. Only then did they return to the foot of the mountain, enter the house, quickly take off their wet clothes, and lie down to sleep. The next day, Zhang Zhong rushed over when it was almost noon. He wanted to have a good talk with his son. As a result, it was exactly 12:45. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the group and set off. This time, like last night, they didn't bring any servants. All the way to Fragrant Mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage and took turns to drive. Looking at the 56 people behind them, Zhang Xiaobao opened his backpack and explained to everyone, this small knife is used to deal with animals or fish. In the same bag, there is a smaller steel knife used to cut off the dead skin when you are injured. Don't mix them up. The small bamboo tube contains cotton soaked in alcohol. There is also a small tweezer. When the time comes, use the tweezer to pick it up and use it to wipe the wound and the small knife. He remembered that when there was alcohol cotton wool in the small knife, it could not touch the wound directly. If there was no alcohol cotton wool, it had to be roasted with fire first. This small bamboo tube was filled with salt. There was only salt and no other seasonings. These few packets of medicine were made by the doctor of the main house to treat injuries and illnesses. This paper packet contains dried meat, which can be used to satisfy hunger. There are also some dehydrated vegetables and special compressed biscuits. Everything added up, except for the salt, is only enough for you to eat for 3 days. If you eat sparingly, you can eat more. The small gourd contains wine, which is very strong. When you feel weak, drink a mouthful. In addition, the most important thing is these black things extracted from opium poppies. When you are injured and in pain, you can eat a little. When you want to force yourself to continue doing things, you can eat a little. Remember to control yourself. If you eat too much of this thing, you will become addicted. Use it at a critical moment. Zhang Xiaobao was also wearing clothes with many pockets. Every time he said something, he put it in a suitable place. The speed of the carriage slowed down so that the 56 people could slowly follow and stuff the things into the pockets of their clothes. A bag of things seemed to have a lot of things, but they could all be stuffed in. When there was only an empty bag left, the 56 people began to put the sand from the carriage into the bag. Each person put in 10 pounds. In addition to this heavy bag, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also made small sandbags of 2 pounds each for the 56 people. These sandbags could be wrapped around the hands and ankles of the 56 people. These things added up to a total of 30 pounds. There were also weapons, which added up to about 40 pounds. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't use these sandbags because they were still young. In the beginning, they didn't think much of carrying 40 caddies of items. However, after walking for 4 hours, the 56 of them finally understood how burdensome these items were. Each of them was sweating profusely, and their clothes were also soaked. Wang Wan took Zhang Xiaobao's place to drive the carriage. She was holding 2 3-inch wide ropes in her hands. To be precise, they were thick patches, the kind that were made of canvas. Are you tired? Xiaobao, stop the carriage first. I will teach you how to put on the leggings. These leggings can't be tied all the time. You can put them on when needed. With this, you can feel more relaxed when walking and have more explosive power. Chapter 400. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were working hard to train the 56 people, Zhang Zhong and Wang Wan were all anxious. The 2 children ran away with so many people. Hearing from the people who stayed at the foot of Yaowang Mountain that they were going to Fragrant Hill, Zhang Zhong did not go to find them personally. He arranged for someone to bring his own letter over. After returning to the yamen, Zhang Zhong still did what he was supposed to do. He was not distracted by the fact that the 7 counties would send people to establish provincial governments after the new year. That was a matter of the imperial court and had nothing to do with him. The new provincial governor could not do anything to him. If it was someone who was promoted from other places, they should be thanking him. Compared to Zhang Zhong's calmness, the people in other places could not continue to be as steady as before. Fast horses ran everywhere in the capital, heading to various places in the Tang Empire. The people on the horses had to report the situation in Xinzhou to various places. There were also people who specially collected some information about the Zhang family and had to report it to their respective masters. When the Zhang family pushed a county to become a Shang county, it had already caused quite a stir. This time, they even united 7 counties to become a province, which was even more shocking. Zhang Wang clan's maternal family also specially sent people to visit Zhang Zhong and brought many gifts. The current Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who wanted to elope. He received the people from the Wang family well and had a good chat with them. However, he did not agree to take his family to the capital to have a look. When the people who sent them left, they took many things, including 2 tricycles. Li Sun also rushed back. After asking around, he heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to Fragrant Hill. He thought that the 2 of them wanted to go on a winter hunt. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to stay by the yamen. If something new were to appear, the Zhang family would definitely look for him. He was also waiting for the propeller to be made so that he could install it on the ship that was currently being modified. The old man in the Shuiyun room was not idle either. Ever since he had seen the propeller, he had taken out the copy of the Book of Nature and flipped through it several times. Then, he came to the academy and asked someone to copy it. He was going to make it a compulsory subject for the students of the academy. Even if it was not very orthodox, learning this book could make a propeller. This kind of sharp weapon naturally could not be underestimated. After thinking about it, the old man checked the household register of the students. After finding that there were no people from other countries, he was relieved. Lu Jiro did not leave. She took a group of people from the Ministry of Works and studied it there. She had people send over a lot of good steel. She also transferred some craftsmen from the capital who belonged to the Ministry of Works. Many people from the Military Weapons Administration also came. There were only a few things that looked simple, but it was difficult to understand the principles behind them. He made some parts one by one, and after putting them together, he used some of the oil that was usually used for the axle of the carriage. He found a ship and tested it, and found that it was indeed useful. You only know how it is, but you don't know why it is. What is the principle behind this thing? Lu Jiro said with a sigh after finding out that the replica propeller was also easy to use. Lu Feidong also walked around. When he saw that the thing was made, he thought of what he heard the other day. He asked Lu Jiro, "Uncle, when can I learn this thing? You are such a high official. If you ask the Yamen to accept me, they will accept me, right? Also, I won't continue to ask them to pay for the curved plow." He, Lu Jiro smiled helplessly. Feidong, not to mention the Zhang family's ability, even if it was an ordinary county magistrate, they would not listen to my words. I will ask Bai Laozhang to write a letter and see if they are willing to let you go. If you really go, you have to be obedient when you get there. Lu Jiro didn't have a good idea. This distant nephew of hers was the kind of person who couldn't get along with 8 Poles. However, he came here to help, and he even brought half of the genealogy book. For her, it was just one more mouth to eat. Besides, this nephew was usually very honest. He would only appear clever when he encountered strange things. The Zhang family sent a letter last time, wanting to meet with them. In the end, they were politely rejected. If her nephew could go, he could learn something. In the future, he would be able to get into the Ministry of Works and do some things. Thinking of this, the two of them went to the academy. When the snow fell, the new year was in front of them. 2 days after the small new year, almost everyone was preparing for the big new year. Shipping had stopped, but people were not idle. Without the ships coming and going, and the ice in the river, especially those who saw the cold storage at the docks to make money, they all had ideas about the ice. At this time, they dug out the ice and put it in the cellar. By next summer, they could sell it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also brought the people back. They only returned to the Yamen on the first day of the new year. The 56 people had changed a lot. Each of them had a determined look in their eyes and their muscles were different from before. At first glance, people would feel that they were not ordinary. The 56 people were really tired. During the day, even if they were in the mountains, they would find a flat ground to practice. In the morning, they would do this. In the afternoon, they would swim. There were many big and small ponds in Xiangshan, and there were also rivers flowing through. Later on, when the ice froze, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not give up on their swimming training. They broke the ice and cleaned it up. They first moved around on the shore, then swam a few laps in the water. They could not stay in the water for so long. In the afternoon, they only needed to stay in the water for an hour. After the new year, the training would continue. If they did not practice more, no one would be available at the crucial moment. In the midst of the festive bustle, the 30th day finally arrived. This year, the two families still spent the new year together. However, they did not return to Zhuangzi. In the yamen, there had to be someone guarding. In particular, there were many firecrackers. If there was a fire, they had to rush over quickly to save it. The farmers of the two families also knew this. They sent a lot of things and took a lot of things back. Accompanied by the crackling sound of firecrackers, each family ate their New Year's Eve dinner. Zhang Zhong hurriedly finished his meal, then took the yamen runners to visit some families. In the past half a month, he had not been idle. He brought people to deliver things to the people who were not living well in the county. It had become a tradition to send a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a barrel of oil, or 10 caddies of pork. Zhang Zhong did not forget about the other 6 counties around him. He had people deliver things to them. As for whether those county magistrates would follow his example and give things to each family, he did not care. In the end, the other 6 county magistrates followed his example and gave things to the people. In exchange, the people smiled and looked at them with respect, which made them feel different. Xiao Bao, when will you be able to leave next year? Do you still need to prepare anything? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating watermelon seeds, when she was on night watch. Zhang Xiaobao ate a watermelon seed with difficulty. He thought for a while and said, about a month. After the new year, we will be able to leave. This time, the team is not small. We have to take the things we collected from the surrounding counties and sell them along the way. We also have to carry 2 ships of wheat rice stones. There is a lot of land there, but there are not many people. We can buy some more. When we get there, we can eat as many bananas as we want. What other fruits are there? I don't know if anyone has brought coffee or something from other places to plant there. I don't think so. Can the seeds of some of our crops be planted there? Wang Wan had not seen what bananas looked like since she came here. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao mention it, she licked her lips, picked up a walnut, and ate it. Who cares if it can be planted or not? Let's bring it over first. Cotton can definitely be planted. The specific place has not been decided yet. We have to wait for that assistant minister to help. Let's see where he will harm my father and what excuse he will use. A map appeared in Zhang Xiaobao's mind. He pondered over it one by one. What should he do when he got there? He still had to consider some local factors. Wang Wan also had a picture in her mind. It was not a map, but a picture of her playing on the beach. Sitting under a coconut tree, listening to the sound of the tide, looking at the blue sky and sea, seagulls flying, a red sun hanging in the sky, and eating a lobster with both hands. It is said that there is a lot of silver in Japan. When we get there, we can do more trade with them, get the silver back, and sell the things. If we don't sell the things with technology, what else can Japan have? Then we can take a ship to Southeast Asia and bring back some good things, especially corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and what else? Think about it. The picture in Wang Wan's mind changed again. The lobster in her hand disappeared and was replaced by a bag of potato chips. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a melon seed and said, "Those things are not from Southeast Asia, right? It seems to be in Africa. Do we dare to go there? Let's trade with Japan first and see if we can find something along the coast that we don't have. Animals are included. There will probably be a lot of mess waiting to be dealt with when we get there. Especially with the people living in the mountains over there, we have to coordinate a good relationship. We can't be hostile. We can give them some things first, such as food, and then slowly teach them some knowledge. Is it integration?" Wang Wan gave up the idea of going to sea directly and asked about the ethnic issues. This kind of thing was not easy to deal with. It's not integration. It's that we have already regarded them as a family in our hearts. Everyone can live a good life and distribute the benefits as much as possible, so there will be fewer conflicts. They should have a lot of good handicrafts and specialties. We can help them sell them and buy things from other places and sell them to them. As long as we respect their ethnic culture and their totems, they won't care who rules. Zhang Xiaobao had thought about this for a long time. Under normal circumstances, ethnic minorities were not friendly to outsiders. It was nothing more than a poor use of resources and poverty. Psychologically, they had the idea that outsiders would make them poorer. First, they would send things to show their friendliness. Then, they would teach them a little bit and let them see the outside world. Naturally, they would be more open-minded and willing to try to live a better life and yearn for a more prosperous place. Wang Wan also agreed with this idea. We still don't know what they look like and what kind of house they live in. Food? Let's trick a few more doctors to follow them and see if we can find good medicinal materials. We can also learn from the local people. Some indigenous recipes are more useful. Chapter 401. Every year, the night was like this. What was different was the mood. This year, the people of Huayuan finally had a good new year. There was a lot of food at home. They even dared to make dumplings with meat fillings. The table was not like last year, when there were only a few simple things. The adults and the children had new clothes made and bought firecrackers. When the firecrackers sounded, it was accompanied by the children's laughter. The cold night seemed to be full of joy. Many people first kowtowed in the direction of the yamen before they started to eat the dumplings. The dumplings with pork and onion fillings were taken out of the pot and piled on the plate. They were dipped in garlic sauce and took a bite. The fragrance was overflowing, and the children grinned as they ate. The adults were also happy. From time to time, they told their children to remember County Magistrate Zhang. Without County Magistrate Zhang, there would be no good days now. They would not be able to eat meat dumplings with white flour, set off firecrackers, and receive candies from every family during the new year. Some people even set up a longevity tablet for Zhang Zhong, praying that the Zhang family would be safe and sound forever. Zhang Zhong did not know that the people treated him like this. He was leading a few yamen runners to visit the poor families in the county. When he visited a family, he would chat with them for a while, ask about their lives and trifles at home. He would also eat a dumpling. After making a big circle, the sound of firecrackers gradually subsided. Zhang Zhong began to regret that he ate too much at home. After eating a circle of dumplings, his stomach was full. Some people did not like to be jealous. They only had soy sauce, so they were sick of it. There were all kinds of fillings. When he returned to the yamen, he ate a lot of shancha pills. After a while, he felt better. He talked with the people of the Wang family about the future and waited for dawn. When the firecrackers of the new year gradually faded away, the people returned to their normal lives. The affairs of Chengzhou also began. The imperial court sent many officials and promoted some from several counties. However, the 6 county magistrates all wrote memorials, saying that they still wanted to be county magistrates. The county affairs were not settled yet. Li Sun ran over early in the morning. He was very excited. He found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still training people. He said to the two of them, "Let me tell you something good. I'm sick. According to a local prescription, I need to soak in the sea and eat more seafood to get better." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately understood. Li Sun had convinced his family to follow them. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Why bother? It's not easy to travel back and forth. If you don't get used to the food and lodging and get sick, it'll be troublesome. I'm not afraid. You're not afraid. I'm an adult, what's there to be afraid of? As long as I follow you, I won't have to worry about food and lodging. Your family knows how to enjoy life. How can it be bad? Li Sun had made up his mind to follow them. He was not worried about any danger. When he talked about following them, he suddenly said to the two of them, "Guess where Xiao Bao's father will go?" Assistant Minister Lu is quite capable. He found a group of people to write memorials saying that your father should be punished. He said that your father should be placed in a better place. He said that Lu Zhou's place is not bad. In addition, your family found people to do some work. The emperor is the same. In 2 days, he will send an edict. It's a lower province. Your father can be the provincial governor. Oh. As expected, he was sent to Lingnan. Fine, Lingnan it is. As long as he can be the head there, he can have the final say. Is my family's ship ready? Send it over quickly. There are other ships that need to be used for transportation. This time, there are many things. If you don't want to live a hard life there, you have to bring more things over. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect LV Yenzhua to be so ruthless. He really sent them to Lingnan. Since the matter was decided, he had to make preparations here. Once the imperial court's edict was issued, his father would bring his family to the capital. After seeing the emperor, they would set off for the capital. Li Sun patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared. I've also modified a ship. In addition to the ship company's original ship, I'll bring 3 ships this time. Your family will have 10 ships. What do you think? Is the group big enough? 10 ships won't be enough. My family bought so many things from the surrounding counties. 10 ships won't be enough. We'll bring 5 more ships. We'll trade along the way. I won't go on land. It'll be torturous. We'll take the waterway and then enter the sea. We'll walk along the coast. It'll be faster than going on land." Zhang Xiaobao calculated and firmly chose to take the waterway. Otherwise, they would have to climb mountains all the way. When they reached the destination, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Li Sun also thought so. He had never seen what the sea looked like. This time, he would like to see it. He nodded and said, "Well, find 5 more ships. It's also fine to take the waterway. Your father is not exiled. As long as there's no delay in taking office, it's fine to dig from the ground. It's a 4th-rank official. In just 1 year, how many people want to be a 4th-rank official? Your father is so young, but he's sitting there. Shouldn't you treat me to something to celebrate? It's my father's ability to be a 4th-rank official. Moreover, it's a 4th-rank official in such a remote place. Ask the officials in the capital, how many are willing to go there? Well, I'll treat you to something to eat. It's scrambled eggs with chives." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed happy. Other people were not willing to go outside to be an official, but he was willing. That place was truly a place where the emperor was far away. He and Wang Wan were tinkering with something, so they did not have to worry about being targeted by others. There were many benefits. As he spoke, he let the 56 people continue their training. He really pulled Li Sun to make scrambled eggs with chives. The newly harvested chives were just in time to be delicious. Zhang Zhong's departure was a foregone conclusion. 5 days later, the imperial court sent a decree, telling him to go to the capital first. He had to see the emperor and take the seal to take office. Li Sun mobilized a large ship to the capital and waited there. The goods here had to be sent over by small ship. The farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family also knew about this matter. Even if they already knew about it, they were still reluctant to see their master leave. Many people came to see them off. They also promised to look after Zhuangzi and wait for their master's return. The people of Sanshui County also knew about this matter. Many people also came to see Zhang Zhong, the person who brought them a good life. Needless to say, the people of Huayuan County also came. Even the people of the other 6 counties also came. Cart after cart of goods were transported to the docks. There was no need for the Zhang family to find people to do the work. The people who came stepped forward to help move the goods. Some of the people in the 8 counties looked like a black mass from afar. There were at least 10,000 people. The goods were loaded and moved. The Zhang family and Wang family arrived in the capital first. At this time, they began to board the ship. No one knew who was the first to shout, "Lord Zhang, have a safe journey. I kowtow to you. Lord, if you feel uncomfortable outside, please come back. We, the people, will listen to you." Following this person's example, the other people also shouted blessings and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. Except for the people of the Zhang family and Wang family who stood at the bow of the ship, the others all knelt there, kowtowing to Zhang Zhong with their heads bobbing up and down. This scene stunned Li Sun, as well as the old man who had just come down with the flow. Zhang Zhong also did not expect that so many people would come to see him off. It was just the beginning of spring, and the river had just frozen. With so many people kneeling on the ground, it must be very cold. Zhang Zhong could not help but cry drop by drop. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, took the simple loudspeaker from Zhang Xiaobao, and shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, get up and live a good life. If you have any trouble, go to the Zhang family to find the housekeeper, or go to between the clouds and the water to find the shopkeeper. As long as you do not commit crimes, the Zhang family will definitely help you. Get up quickly, the ground is cold." When he cried, the people also cried. They were reluctant to let Zhang Zhong go. With Zhang Zhong here, they had a backbone. However, they also knew that Zhang Zhong was promoted and would go to a place far away. "Lord, please think of a way. If you do well there, you can come back to our Yaozhou to be the provincial governor. We can be together again. A few days ago, I bought 2 horses to transport goods to make money. If you have goods, I will do it for free." A person in the crowd shouted loudly. He was smarter and knew how to keep Zhang Zhong here without affecting his future. With him taking the lead, the other people also talked about their family's plans. Their voices were in a mess. Zhang Zhong could not hear them clearly, but he still stood at the bow and waited. The people also knew that their lord could not hear them, but they still wanted to finish their words. It was as if they said it, their lives in the future would be better. The old man stood at the bow and listened. He said to his son beside him, "Do you see that? It's actually easy to be a good official. In the future, if Zhang Zhong really comes back to Yaozhou to be the provincial governor, as long as he issues a decree, he will not be obstructed. He can use the people's hearts." This was the first time Bai Kong saw so many people sending him off. In addition to the people who were already here, there were also people who were coming from afar. When he heard his father's words, he agreed. "Yes, it's amazing. Wherever Zhang Zhong is, the people can live a good life. The people of Luzhou are blessed. Zhang Zhong is satisfied with his life." Just like what Xiaobao said, he wants his father to stand in the center of 10,000 people and feel the glory. "If one day I can do that, I will die without regrets." After the people finished talking about their plans for the new year, their voices gradually subsided. At this time, Zhang Zhong should also set sail. In addition to the people from the inner court of Zhang family and Wang family, there were also some other people, including doctors, craftsmen, Fang Lu's family, and the family who made the boat their home. After the group of people boarded the boat, Zhang Zhong's boat first came to the old man. He greeted him and said something before turning the boat around and heading in the direction of the capital. The rest of the people who were sending them off stood there and watched. Even if the boat had become a small dot, they still looked around until the dot could no longer be seen. Many people cried again. As they cried, they helped the Zhang family load the goods onto the boat. On the boat, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also cried just now. Their eyes were red. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow and said against the wind, "The provincial governor of Yaozhou? Good, the next official position will be here." Chapter 402. On a clear spring day, the turbid waves were still surging, and thousands of boats were competing. A large fleet of 18 boats was drifting in the Yellow River. The largest boat on the river was the same size as the large boats in the fleet. There were many smaller boats, and some even had a small boat to ferry back and forth. The waves rolled, and the boat was like a leaf. Many people in the fleet came to the Yellow River for the first time. Looking at the turbulent Yellow River and the small boats bobbing up and down, they were all shocked. When they praised the boat rowers for their great ability, they couldn't help but secretly sigh that poor people didn't have a good life. If they had the money to buy a big boat, who would want to row a small boat like this? One mistake and they would fall into the water. "Xiao Bao, I'll show you," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing next to her, with the clairvoyance in her hand. Xiaobao looked in the direction that Wang Wan was pointing at and saw a 12 or 13-year-old child dragging a nearly 2-foot-long carp towards the shore. The fish was still waving its tail vigorously, creating quite a few splashes. The child seemed to be struggling, but he was very determined. Bit by bit, he managed to drag the fish ashore. Catching a carp in the Yellow River with your bare hands? Not bad, you have some skills. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and praised. Can you do it? Wang Wan asked. When I'm his age, I can. You can kick me into the water from the observatory and see if I can swim to the shore. There are people who can swim across the Yangtze River, not to mention the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Ever since Zhang Zhong met the emperor, he took his family out by boat. They walked along the Yellow River, entered the canal, entered the sea in Hangzhou, and walked along the coast until they reached the destination. It could be said that this was the furthest distance from north to south. If they came out from Sichuan, it would be even further. On the way from the Yellow River to the canal, the fleet did not plan to stop to resupply or sell anything. They would wait until they reached the Chuzhou area. Other small boats or cargo ships might not be able to withstand such a long time without supplies, but the Zhang family's fleet was not a problem at all. As a fleet that could enter the sea, how could they not resupply? Wei Wei and Lu were also watching curiously from the boat. The two of them each had a clairvoyance. These clairvoyants didn't need to be made of crystal. There were some kills that could occasionally produce some transparent colored glaze. They just needed to find a colorless, transparent glaze. Wei Wei was more familiar with water than Lu. After all, her home was a boat. She looked at the small boat on the river and said to Lu, "Sister Lu, it's very dangerous to row the boat at a time like this. Sometimes, when the waves come, the boat will capsize if the oar doesn't remove the force of the waves. Yes, it's dangerous. It's scary to see it in the water and be covered by it. Wei Wei, do you know how to row? Can you swim?" Lu's heart rose and fell with the rise and fall of the boat. She was a little sad and a little relieved. Her family fled to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. At that time, they were starving to death. Her younger brother, young man, didn't have the strength to cry. Unexpectedly, they met a kind person. Until now, their family was getting better and better. But who would help these people on the Yellow River? The master of the Zhang family? If he could be an official here, it would be fine. Otherwise, even if he wanted to help, he could only help 1 or 2 people. Wei Wei also knew the hardships of a boatman. Sometimes, when he didn't catch enough fish during the day, her brother had to stay up late to catch prawns at night. The money he earned every day was basically the money he needed to spend every day. There was rarely any time when there was a surplus. Hearing Lu's question, she nodded and then shook her head. "I know how to row a boat, but I've never done it before. I'm still young. I know how to swim. Which child on the water can't swim? Sister Lu, if you fall into the water, don't be afraid. I'll save you. I'm so old. It won't be a problem for me to save you. I don't want to wait for someone to save me. I'll learn by myself in the future. I heard that the young master and young lady are very good at swimming. Next time when we learn, I'll learn from them. I heard that the place we're going to has an ocean. The ocean is blue and there are very big fish. If we catch one, we can eat it for many days. Lu looked at the big boat under her feet and felt safe. She yearned to talk about what she heard from others. 18 big boats with sails were sailing with the wind and the current. They were not slow. These 18 boats were slightly different from other boats. There were 2 masts on the mast, one in front and one behind. At this time, there were no sails on them. Only those who knew that these 2 masts were used to hang the jib sails. Other boats would lower their sails when the wind was against them. When they were going against the current, there would be boatmen. When the wind was against them, these 18 boats would lower their sails and hoist the jib sails. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had issued a gag order. Apart from the warships of the Zhang family and the imperial court, no one else could get their hands on them. Li Sun did not stay idle. Before he came, his father had given him a task to write down everything he saw and heard. He had brought many people with him. Some were scholars, and some were martial artists. At this moment, 3 scholars were writing while he was in charge of telling them what he saw. Thousands of sails compete in the current, or small boats bobbing on the waves. The shore is full of weeds, and the water is turbid. Children dive into the water to catch fish with their bare hands. It's strange, shocking, and lamenting. We sail the vast and mighty boats, but ordinary people ferry small boats. How many of them know what the common people want? When I hear that the people of Luzhou are suffering, Li Sun, swear that when I return, the people of Luzhou will have enough food and clothing. Li Sun stood on the deck with his hands on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he spoke. Among the 3 scholars, 2 of them did not move while the last one wrote quickly. The little prince cares about the people of the world. I'm impressed, the scholar said to Li Sun after he finished writing. I have the ambition to bring peace to the world, but I don't have the ability to do so. Wait for the Zhang family. The Zhang family has always been extraordinary. Have you gotten used to it? Li Sun knew his place. He swore an oath and waited for the Zhang family to do it. He could only follow along and help. Little prince, I've been eating well, but my stomach feels uncomfortable when I'm floating on the water. I don't know why, the scholar replied. Li Sun smiled and said, it's normal for seasickness to be like this. Is it because you saw that the Zhang family and Wang family are fine, so you're curious? They came out of the water because they fainted. Before they came, they practiced for a few days. They'll be fine after a while in the lake on Herb King Mountain. I wonder when the people of the world will be able to live a good life. As Li Sun spoke, he saw a small boat being overtaken by a fleet. He felt that if there was a bridge here, it would be more convenient for people to come and go. If it was in the past, he would never care about this. Ever since he saw that the thing was given to Lu Er's family, he kept in touch with the Zhang family from time to time. That was why he changed. He restrained himself and learned to help the weak. He also felt the joy of helping others, especially those who couldn't eat. He first gave them something to eat and then found a job to do. He felt a good mood that he had never experienced before. What touched him the most was the scene when Zhang Zhong left Huayuan County. He also wanted to have that kind of opportunity. He decided that when he got a fief, he would ask Zhang Zhong to be an official. That way, when he walked outside, he would see a smile on the people's faces. After another 2 days, the fleet arrived at Kaifeng. The next step was to change the route. From there, they would go to Chuzhou City to resupply. At the same time, they would buy and sell some goods. There was a big dock in Kaifeng that was specially used for docking ships. When the 18 ships were about to pass by it, something unexpected happened. There were more than 30 people at the dock, old and young. Unlike other people who were waiting for the ships, they were pushed and prevented from getting close to a ship. Later, more people joined in and pushed the ship together. The people of the Zhang family saw it, but they didn't understand what was going on. Li Sun wanted to let the people live a good life. When he saw injustice, he wanted to help. Stop the ship. The other ships go first. My ship stopped. Go down and ask what happened. Following Li Sun's shout, the ship came to a stop. Immediately, someone went down to inquire. The other ships continued to move forward. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also saw it. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. They wanted to wait for Li Sun to catch up with them. After the 17 ships left for more than an hour, Li Sun's ship caught up with them. From the water behind the ship, they knew that he used a propeller. Only 2 ships in the fleet were equipped with propellers. Zhang Xiaobao's ship and Li Sun's ship. They didn't usually use them. When Li Sun's ship came closer, an arrow was shot from the ship. There was a letter tied to the arrow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't read the letter first. Instead, they looked at the place where the arrow hit the ship. What a wastrel, Zhang Xiaobao scolded. He then opened the letter and read it. Wang Wan also moved her head closer to him. There is a drought? Why didn't anyone report it? Wang Wan muttered after reading the letter. Isn't it the same? A few other counties were affected by the drought. If we can hide it, we will hide it. So, there are people escaping? Why can't there be thousands of people? Go back to the ship and pick up all the escapees in Kaifeng. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought that the place they were going to had a small population. Why not take them to other places? They were all citizens of Tang. Why couldn't they live somewhere else? The letter said that the fugitives had no money to take a boat or eat, so they begged other boats to take them to other places or give them food to eat. If someone was willing to take them in, they could even help with some work. In the end, the people at the docks saw that they were dressed in rags and had stolen goods on them. They were afraid that they would spread the disease, so they asked them to leave. The people at the docks were still waiting to work. If the ships that came here saw this group of people and stopped next to them, where would they go to get work? They started to drive them away. Once Li Sun's people arrived, things became easier. No one dared to offend them. They waited for Li Sun's orders. Li Sun was full of ambition. He naturally took them to the ship and asked them to get food and water for them to wash up. Only then did he catch up. Zhang Xiaobao's words meant that the decision was made. He passed down the order and the first 2 half-full cargo ships were unloaded at the docks. He also sent people to inquire about the situation of the fugitives. At Kaifeng, they dismounted their horses and started looking for the fugitives. The other ships couldn't move for a while. They could only anchor at the docks and do some simple resupply.